Hello, friends and traders. Welcome to the opening call, your one-stop shop for all things futures and futures adjacent. I'm Eddie Horn, joined by John Beast Mode Hoagland. How are you doing this morning, Hoag?
I'm doing well, A little under the weather. The whole family's been fighting a cold all week. Seems like I've got it now, but I am ready and raring to go.
Yeah, between having a child in daycare and living in the northern Midwest, I am sick all the time between now and probably late March. So I love it.
Well,
I've been raised in it.
Well, good news. I mean, next week is the winter solstice, the shortest period of daylight of the year, and then we start.
Sorry, I lost hope for a second there. I think what he was going to say is that we are close to the shortest day of the year, the 21st of December, and after that, it's all gravy. So be sure to get in touch with any pagans that you know. It's a big time of year for them. And man, if we're going to look at charts, I hope Hoag gets back in here soon. In the meantime, I'll hit on the news a little bit. First of all, big news. It would appear that we have 50,000 subscribers for TopstepTV. That's pretty wild. So we'll be back with more news about that. But let's just say that something next week is probably going to happen. Got to make sure that Google first confirms that these are real people and not the bot farm that got sent on us last time. Also, S&P 500 poised for a seventh weekly advance in a row. Lucky 7. We have $5.4 trillion in options expiration today for triple witching, which is the highest on record. But frankly, those notional values kind of overstate the case a little bit. I mean, these expirations always are like $3 billion, $3 trillion, $4 trillion in notional. I wouldn't worry too much about them. Now, I'm going to sit back for a second to see if we can get Hoag back in here. What's going on with you guys, by the way, in the chat? There's nothing like filling in for Eddie and then just doing the show by yourself, but I'll see what I can do. All right. Other news. Citi has eliminated its muni bond operation, which is kind of the ultimate banking decision. Apparently, they want to make more profits on the other stuff instead of, building bridges and roads and hospitals and such. But RIP to the Citi bond division. James, you back there on the mic?
Hey, Jack, it's JD here. Can you hear me?
Yeah, I can.
Am I live on air?
I think so. Guys, can you hear JD in the chat?
Excellent. Well, I was just going to run over this Empire State Manufacturing Index, which I'm not sure is exactly what was moving index futures this morning. I'm going to read a definition off here about what the Empire State Manufacturing Index is. This is straight from Econoday.
I've always been curious, to be honest.
The New York Fed conducts this monthly survey of manufacturers in New York State. Participants from across the state represent a variety of industries. On the first of each month, the same pool of roughly 200 manufacturing executives, usually the CEO or the president, is sent a questionnaire to report the change in an assortment of indicators from the previous month. Respondents also give their views about the likely direction of these same indicators 6 months ahead. That number came out at 7:30 o'clock this morning.
that was such a great wind. Okay, well, I'm glad that I know that, as a matter of fact. Everybody out there, let me know if there was a meteor or something that hit Orland Park, Illinois. I hope we get Hoag back at some point, in part because until I get this new computer, I can't share charts. So it's just going to be story hour with me and JD.
Here we go.
His charts? All right.
Well, we also have the industrial production number out at 8:15, about 10 minutes from now. PMI composite flash at 8:45 Central Time, and then the Baker Hughes rig count at noon today.
Do we have a definition on the Baker Hughes rig count? I know it's something with oil, presumably.
The textbook definition is the Baker Hughes North American rig tracks weekly changes in the number of active operating oil and gas rigs.
Okay. It changes weekly.
Prior in North America, there were 820 active oil rigs in North America. Hoag is back. I'm jumping out of here.
So nice of you to join us.
It's nice to be here. I'm not quite sure what.
I was going to start like tap dancing and trying to juggle over here.
A little juggling, huh?
I try. So JD went over the numbers today, which are minimal. I think we have PMI at 8:45 Chicago time, the Empire State Manufacturing, which we got a great definition of. And then we're going to find out how many oil rigs changed this week later this afternoon. So make sure your order deck is clear for that one.
Yes. Yeah, of course. Thank you, JD. And I apologize. I don't know what happened. All of a sudden, I got lost.
No worries. It happens.
Frozen in the tundra. All right. So, all right. Well, I guess we got the economic numbers. I was going to comment on, Costco's earnings came out yesterday, and they were absolutely tremendous. And I can understand why. Every time I go to Costco, it costs me at least one arm and one leg.
Oh yeah, you go in there for one thing, you come out with, it's always $300 at least.
Right. Yeah. How do you come out with anything less, right?
It's great. I love it. Yeah.
All right. Well, we got the VIX is lower this morning a little bit, $12.29 index. Up after pretty much a rout the entire week, 102.49 up a little bit this morning, and the yield on the 10-year still below 4 at 3.94%. We're going to, I guess, jump into the charts here now, and I just want to remind everybody. I mean, you really shouldn't be trying to forecast or foresee anything in these markets. I mean, that's a little bit of a different job than actually being a trader. So be patient, wait for the market to come to you, look for those good opportunities that seem to kind of reach out to you, and trade what you see. We're not trying to forecast anything. Our goal here is, as always, is seeking accurate context in these markets, which is a challenge all on its own. And to just remaining patient. Risk management is always top of mind, and remaining patient in our trading. So should we jump into the charts, Jack?
Yeah, quick factoid first. You were talking about forecasting. Just remember that in March of 2021, I believe, the Fed dot plot said that in the first increase would be in 2024, and that the Fed's fund rate would be 0.75%.
That's some really good forecasting, wasn't it?
that was just, a lot of economics degrees to forecast that, but it was not correct.
And what was the word they used for inflation? Oh, transitory. Transitory inflation. Right.
Well, I mean, like, life on Earth is transitory if you think about it.
Everything is, I guess, right?
Yeah, it's going to come down before the sun explodes. All right, let's get to the charts.
All right. Again, I apologize for popping out down there on everybody. And Jack, sorry about that. But so here we are. It's the end of rollover. It's expiration, or sometimes some call it quadruple witching. It's more like triple witching. Option expiration, futures expiration, all of that is coming into play today. Where are we on this daily chart? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, coming into 7 straight up days, and pretty much from breaking out of this consolidation area and seeing some pretty decent moves. Again, because of rollover, volume and open interest is difficult to gauge. We added 20,000 estimated in open interest yesterday. There's approximately just over 500,000 contracts still in the December contract that are set to expire and settle in cash. So end of the roll. I'm always excited about that. Next week we can go back to looking at these at the volume and open interest studies with some a little bit more clarity, and I'm always looking forward to that. The trend obviously is higher. it always makes me a little bit nervous when we see the markets doing this, especially at the end of a week. There's got to be some traders and some speculators and even some hedgers out there that are thinking, this looks like a pretty good spot maybe to take some profit. So we may see some profit taking today. We may not see some profit taking today. We had I think in the S&Ps and in the NASDAQ, I think we had our biggest kind of downside move since I got it written down here, since the 6th of December. Back here, this was probably our biggest pullback day, and it was still inside of that range. So we've come a long way in a short period of time. I mentioned it yesterday. I keep hearing my dad saying the market always looks the best at the top and the worst at the bottom. But these are the equities. These equities are extremely resilient.
All-time record, I believe, for up days in a row is 14. We're at 7 right now. Wow. 1987, Hoag, you might have been there for it.
Yeah. Well, I was there. Yeah, but I kill a lot of brain cells, so
I'm with you.
Let's take a look at the 30-minute chart to see if there's anything we can glean from this as far as our opportunities for today. So yeah, yesterday in the S&Ps and even more so on the NASDAQ, we saw our biggest pullback, and it was just kind of a crack in the a chink in the armor, if you will, a crack in the earth or something like that. No, not really. I mean, the market in the S&Ps rejected previous value. It traded down to value high, it rejected it. Any shorts really should have been covered at that point, because the market did kind of recover. We had value outright higher yesterday. So the trend is still largely, is intact to the upside. Be kind of cautious today because it's expiration, because it's triple witching, quadruple witching, whatever you want to call it. Just be careful. It's Friday. Capital preservation is, of course, going to be extremely important to everybody. If you've had a good week, make sure you end it, in a good way by trading your strategies, keeping in your process, and just try and end the week in good territory. So value area yesterday, value high about 84, value low about 47.64, about a $20 20-point value area, and we're right in the middle of it. We don't really have any overnight inventory with which to look forward to early opportunities. I'm going to really be patient today. I'm going to wait and see if there's opportunities that come as the day goes on. We're opening right in the middle of value and range. Very little change right now in the perception of value of the S&P 500. So I'm going to be patient, let the market settle down a little bit, set some extremes, and focus on those extremes for the opportunities. And yesterday's profile was a normal variation day with good excess on both sides of the market. We left excess at the high, we left excess at the low. Market really kind of hanging up, just kind of hung over yesterday from the previous day's activities. But in a normal variation day like this, the market uses a lot of its ability to facilitate trade. And what's the market's job? It's to facilitate trade. If it exhausts that ability up here, price will seek new levels to look for that trade facilitation. All right. Let's take a look at the NASDAQ now. NASDAQ, obviously, it's expiration as well. We've got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 straight days to the upside. A little bit of a pullback yesterday, a little bit of a hangover day yesterday. And we're inside extended trading hour range today, indicating, again, be patient, look for opportunities as the day goes along. We actually lost open interest yesterday in the NASDAQ, which I find interesting. But again, probably more a function of rollover than anything else. Monday will be a lot more clear in what the volume and open interest studies are telling us.
There's also a lot more breadth in this rally in general. Just to give an idea, breadth, as they say. This is one of the few rallies in the NASDAQ in Lord knows how long that hasn't been completely led by the Magnificent Seven, so to speak.
Ah,
We're seeing a
okay.
lot of, we're seeing a lot more of this move due to the smaller cap places. And where you can see that, for example, is the Russell, I believe. The Russell has gone from a 52-week low to a 52-week high in 48 days.
Oh,
So
wow.
just putting that out there.
Wow, that's really interesting, Jack. Thanks for bringing that up because I mean that is a big move in a short amount of time.
Yes.
Amazing. All right. Well, so here's the 6th of December. It's been pretty much straight up ever since. It's a lot deeper of a pullback. I mean, we got into the value from yesterday. We did end up rejecting it by the end of the day, but this was a pretty deep move into the previous day's area of value. We did close lower. It was kind of a doji type of day on the daily chart. And again, do we have overnight inventory? Well, it looks like we may be holding a little bit of overnight inventory to the long side. But again, because we're opening in range and inside of value, my suggestion is just stay patient, be cool, calm, collected, and look for opportunities as the day goes on. The profile yesterday was a normal variation trend day. Value was of course higher, and we have excess on both sides. We're going to see if the market continues to facilitate trade here or if price needs to move. If we were to kind of see some downward movement, some downward momentum, I would be looking at where the rally started on Wednesday as kind of a pivotal level, and that goes for the S&P as well. So this point of control down here from Wednesday's volume profile, 16,609.50. If we see much participation below that, that may be enough to take some of those longs and have them take some of those profits, and any of the laggard longs all up here would probably be the first ones to light that fire. We got a long way to go before we get back down to weekly kickoff high in the NASDAQ. And back to the S&Ps for just a minute here. Here's that 30-minute chart. That area that I was looking at on the NASDAQ is in the S&Ps, the weekly kickoff high, 4703. Kind of a pivotal level there if we're going to see any bigger moves to the downside, if you ask me. But again, I'm not predicting. I'm not forecasting. All I'm doing is taking the information that I have at hand and trying to use that to put some accurate context over the market so that I can make good trading decisions. That's what everything is about. It's not necessarily about the money. If you're making good trading decisions, the money is going to come. Crude oil. Well, we've got an early roll. The volume is now in the February contract. So I've adapted everything to the February contract. I mean, I think you're probably still okay. Oh, excuse. I think you're probably still.
Get it out, Hoag. It's all good.
My goodness. Yeah, this cold is starting to get to me. I think you're probably still okay if you want to trade the January contract. I've moved on to the February contract as the volume is already higher. I was looking for that to happen on Monday. It happened today. So I've adjusted. There's a 33 tick or cent premium in the February to the January contract. So adjust your levels according to that. What's that, Jack?
Contango.
Contango, right. All right, that's your favorite word in futures.
It is my favorite word in futures, for sure.
All right, so again, we're deep in the rollover blur now. We had an attempted breakout above this area of balance yesterday. It didn't perform all that well. We lost 44,000 in open interest, but again, that can be a function of rollover more than anything else. It looks like we're going to continue to try and see if we can get a bigger breakout above that level. We're going to be monitoring for continuation pretty much above yesterday's high. If we're going to see that, I want to see some more volume participation. And momentum would be good if we're going to see a move higher. I don't think anybody necessarily wants to see higher crude oil, but we're looking for opportunities to trade here. Here's the 30-minute chart. Overnight inventory. Do we have any? Let's scale this. No, we don't. We have no overnight inventory.
Beautiful.
What we did yesterday was we came up and filled the previous gap that goes back to here on the 5th to the 6th of December. We're still in that gap. We haven't really moved that much. The perception of value of a barrel of crude oil hasn't changed that much. So I'll be watching yesterday's high, our overnight low for opportunities for trade opportunities today. Anything in the middle, I'm really going to try and stay cool, calm, and collected. We're inside range. We're inside value with no overnight inventory. Stay cool. Look for the extremes. Yesterday's high, our overnight low. Yesterday's regular trading hour session low. So, there was a pretty decent move to the upside yesterday. I want to check something here just briefly, if you don't mind. Pretty decent move to the upside, and then it just got smoked at the end of the day. If we closed up there, I think it would be a lot friendlier towards higher pricing being accepted. But that stiff rejection at the end of the day there is a little bit concerning, because we weren't able really to kind of close above these highs back here. So I'm going to stay patient. There may be some decent opportunities for it today. It's going to be difficult to trade because of rollover. I'm always, looking forward to the end of rollover. Here's gold. So we had an attempt to reach weekly kickoff low, which it didn't on Wednesday. What doesn't happen is sometimes as important as what does. So we've basically gone from weekly kickoff low to weekly kickoff high in 2 sessions. We were unable to reach weekly kickoff high yesterday. What doesn't happen is equally as important as what does. We see the market continuing to move higher. Volume was higher. We added 4,300 in open interest. Which when we see the 30-minute chart, where did that open interest come into? How did it come in? Did it come in as longs? Did it come in as shorts? Because we had a kind of a two-directional day. We got relatively close to weekly kickoff high on decent volume, and then we pulled off, and we had some really good volume coming into the close. It's difficult to really be able to see what direction the open interest came in. It kind of looks like it came in both directions. It created a gap yesterday that we have yet to fill. So we, in the regular trading hours, we had some overnight inventory that was a little bit to the long side. We've adjusted that overnight inventory. We've been unable to trade much below the range from yesterday or into this gap. And where are we? We're back in range, back in value. But we've got some extremes already set up for us to really kind of focus our opportunities on today. Anything in the middle, I'm not interested in touching. That's in my time frame. There are going to be a lot of traders out there that are going to find opportunities, probably on shorter time frame charts, and I hope that they are successful in finding good opportunities. It's just not my thing. I would be really kind of focusing on the extremes of the initial balance or this first half hour of range, which may end up being the initial balance, to look for some of the bigger opportunities that may come our way today. The profile yesterday was normal variation day, neutral, kind of an emotional volume profile for a normal variation neutral day.
Emotional.
Lots of holes, lots of low volume nodes, high volume nodes. We've already kind of repaired in the regular trading hours from this high volume node through this high volume node. Kind of an emotional day yesterday, even though the range was smaller and the opportunities were a little bit smaller as well. So that's what we're looking at here today so far, Jack.
Well, thank you, Hoag, for giving that out. We got a big show today. MP and Andre are going to be joining us for Fast Markets. We still got power players. We got group coaching. We got Back to the Futures. It's going to be a great one. We got 50K subscribers, people have noticed in there. if you're looking for something, we got to set it up. It's coming next week. If you're asking for something, don't ask. It's not coming today. Go out and have some fun. Do something like that. Or watch us. It's going to be fun. So, Hoag, we can do our breath.
Yes. Take your deep breath. Stay grateful, humble, creative, and centered in your trading today. And never forget to pray for peace. We need all the prayers we can get.
We'll be right back with Fast Markets. Let's do it. Hey, boys and girls, it's Friday. Rang-a-dang. It's Fast Markets. We're starting. We're going to open in about a little over a minute here, so we'll get the horses in the paddy. Hoag, I know you're ill, but you might have to make that sound today.
I'll make the ring-a-ding-ding song that you're trying.
God. What's up, boys? What's up? It's Friday.
It's Friday.
Yeah.
Capital Preservation Day. Did you guys know it was announced? Who did it? Biden this morning announced it. Capital Preservation Day.
There we go. Let's have a day, baby.
Okay.
Capital Preservation Day.
Okay.
If you guys see the very top of your screen chat levels, that is courtesy of our good friend JD, who put together a beautiful landing page. All you have to do is keep that landing page up. I just figured it out, and just press refresh.
Yep.
And I guess we got 50,000 subs, which we'll find out if they're legit or
We have
not.
to verify.
Yeah, we've been
Trust but verify.
Trust but verify, right?
We're going to take away one fire drill for every time someone asks for one in the comments.
Oh, it's going to be a lot of fire drills taken away.
We got 5 seconds.
All right, let's go.
All right, ready to ding?
ring-a-ding-ding.
What a day already.
Ding, 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 ding,
Ding, ding, ding.
Oh, look at this one. She's nice and quiet, isn't she? Wow, look at this move. All right. Be careful, folks. Out of the gate, Capital Preservation, they are luring you in with the fishing.
Quad witching, too.
Quad witching.
Triple witching.
Triple witching. Sorry, Jack.
Yeah.
Correction.
You got all the lures in the water doing their spinning thing, getting you to bite on a position here. So
Yeah, we keep the patience, keep the powder dry. Well, pounds when necessary.
Feeling a little bit like a bass right now.
A little quiet, Johnny.
Largemouth bass.
Johnny's a little quiet on my end.
Am I?
Yeah, he could turn up a tad.
Got it. How's that?
Someone asked
Better?
good Yep.
Ooh, there's a beautiful voice.
There it is.
Oh, Johnny.
Can't sing me a lullaby if I can't hear you, John.
All right, where are them levels at?
Somebody asked, what's witching, by the way?
Yeah, that's a good one. We'll get that one in there shortly. It's not anything you got to freak out about right now. It's not scary.
We're gonna 5 1/4 tick opening range right now. I'm not probably going to do anything in the opening range today. We are kind of opening at the low of value from yesterday. Value low, Andre, if you're looking for that level, is
Johnny, turn it up just a hair.
47, 65, 75.
There you go. There you go.
65.
Jack that mic, ho.
Boom.
Yeah, we got
Checking it,
folks
checking,
that can't hear you, but you're good now.
Strange. Better, I hope.
Money. You're good.
Money.
All right. Kramer saying seven week win streak. Is that true?
Uh-oh. There goes that.
It is. We discussed it earlier this morning, but yeah, 7 weeks in a row.
Yep.
Powell is looking down on us fondly.
Yes.
And 7 days in a row in the S&P is straight up.
Oh, come
Mission
on.
accomplished, Powell.
You know what? I'm gonna talk to your brother, Andre. Remember I was saying I wanted
4200s.
4200s, man. And that was what, a month ago?
October 30th.
Yeah.
Bitch.
And I was sitting there timing it like a trader, and he's like, just get in.
4400s would have worked.
4400s would have been just fine. This is long-term too.
That's the trader in you.
Yeah,
I didn't kill that, but I did up my contribution to my investments
Good.
right about that time. So it's looking good. Right now.
Johnny, nice move.
Yep.
Yeah, it was a little bit. They got a little scare in the markets. When was that? I'm gonna go back to my daily.
Dude, NASDAQ hit all-time highs this week.
Yep.
What?
You gotta listen to my dear old dad, who always said the market always looks the best at the top and the worst at the bottom.
That's the truth, man. God bless.
October 26th.
26, there it is.
Man, I called talking to your brother that morning.
You're able to wait it out. There's more room to the downside.
He's my investment guy. Great guy. Great guy.
Yeah, whatever you do, don't listen to him.
Well, hold on,
Did
Johnny.
you guys see JP Morgan's getting sued? They lost like 50 million. This couple was worth like $50 million and they lost like all of it.
Oh my God.
I have to read more into exactly. I know they were being very aggressive, obviously, but I don't know how you lose
Hold on. They
$50
actually
million.
lost their client everything.
Basically. I'll tell you what, at the next break, I'm going to read up on this story to know exactly what they were asking them to do. But yeah, that's pretty much what happened.
It's the danger of leveraging.
Yep.
Andre, why did your brother move from Merrill or JP to Merrill?
Opportunity, maybe? He moved to the other side of the country, so maybe that has something
Sounds
to do
like
with
he was running from something. I don't know.
it. Dude, I don't stop. I don't know. All right, the markets. Here we go.
It's not
Patient
doing
trader saw me in the movie Floored. He was watching Floored yesterday,
Cool.
he says, and he saw me.
I think I saw a
It was
screenshot.
bad. I mean, it was the end of an era when the floors closed up. That was well over 150 years of
Crazy.
history and stories and everything else that went along with it.
Hey, JD, are on the NASDAQ value high area. I'm assuming that's a 16,754. So I think it is. John, can you look at the levels? Is that correct? 16,754. It says in here 854.
Mhm.
So
753 is settlement in the NASDAQ. The overnight low 780, 756 and
Okay.
3/4.
hold on, 756 is the overnight low of what?
Let me double check that here. No, the
You
overnight
better be-
low, I'm sorry.
You better be doing your homework too. Andre.
732.
Man, I'm thinking about that bird's nest I had last night for dinner. It was delicious.
Yeah.
732 was the overnight low. But
Yes,
this
it is.
pullback that we just kind of hit right before the open, kind of a double bottom there. The low from that is 757.
Okay, so what looking at the NASDAQ levels right now on our levels, Which ones did you add within here?
Well, I mean, Michael, the market opened right in the middle of value in the S&Ps. I mean, in the NASDAQ. So that says that there's very little change in the perception of value of the NASDAQ at this time. So it's a bit of a random walk. If we were to try and get too involved here, I would be looking more like value low from yesterday, which is 16,729, which was value high on the previous day. That looks like an interesting level.
Okay.
We did look below it yesterday. We seeked acceptance below it. We rejected below it yesterday. So value low looks like an interesting area for a potential execution because, again, I can limit risk. So write that down, Michael. I mean, 16,727.
I got it right here on the values. It says 730s, but guys, we don't care if it's 730s or 27s or 28s.
Yeah, I mean, everything's a zone, right?
Correct.
And the NASDAQ, you don't care about that.
Hey, just something I'm noticing right now. Nasdaq's up pretty good, and SPOOs are down pretty decent. So I don't know if they're not holding hands, so to speak.
Yeah, keep in mind 8:45. We got PMI.
Cool. All right, sitting down until then.
What's keeping those in the chat? What's keeping NASDAQ strong?
Yeah, look at the charts are goofy.
Is it NVIDIA?
That's always NVIDIA.
NVIDIA.
Correction.
NVIDIA.
How about that Monster Energy trivia question we keep pumping? Man, that's crazy.
There's money in energy drinks, man.
Boy,
More than Red Bull. Who'd have thunk it?
Michael, value high from yesterday in the NASDAQ on the TPO chart is right up here at 845, 16,845.
16,845. That's a value what? That's a
Value area high, basically right up here, 845. We did put up some excess above that yesterday. We were unable to reach the overnight high yesterday, if you remember that. So we got close to it, but we didn't spend a lot of time up there. So that looks like another interesting area where we found sellers yesterday. We found buyers below that value low down around 727. And we're right in between them. I don't want to be too aggressive here this morning. The NASDAQ has left the opening range at the low of the day. The low of the opening range is 16,780. 16,780 is the low of the opening range. But the S&Ps has traded both sides of the S&P. So I'm glad that I decided not to take the opening range.
Yeah.
All right, I'm out. I'm up 500. I got short 22s, highs 27. That whole range, the whole range you were talking about, I look back at it on my 30-minute. You see how, guys? You see how it extended past? I'm not saying VWAP. I'm not a VWAP believer quite yet, but this whole area down here was a range bound yesterday.
Right.
Yeah.
So the low of the range right here came up to it, pushed against that area. So this area of importance, John said 40 something. That was the middle of it, right?
Yeah. So what you did was basically the overnight high didn't hold. You take that short and you take a quick profit on that. Great trade.
Yeah.
Cool. Thank you. Oh, I did. I cleared 2,700 yesterday. Brought that up a little late day. Added another 1,000 or something more.
Nice.
Yeah. So I got 4,000 on Monday, down 800 on Tuesday, down 800 on Wednesday, up 2,700 on Thursday. Capital Preservation Day. Last Friday.
What a week, man.
Last
That's
Friday.
trading.
Grand. Yeah. Last Friday.
I mean, that's like 2 steps forward, 1 step back, one step back, 2 steps forward.
But
your winning days are much bigger than your losing days this week.
I had a big stern talk from Mick about that.
Yeah.
Exact same thing. He's like, your losing days are getting bigger than your winning days. I'm like, damn it, I know. So that was last Friday.
Yeah, Spoon can't catch a bid. Just NASDAQ can.
Yeah, Nasdaq's got some
Weird.
horsepower in it.
Sure does.
Oh, Anne Marie, thank you. Coach Ray, huh? Coach Ray at 8:30 in the morning.
Sorry, I was on mute from when I was coughing. Andre, are you long or something? Or
No, No, I'm waiting for this PMI number in 5 minutes. Then maybe we can make some sense out of these charts. Right now, nothing is looking very clear.
Good morning, Anne Marie. Yeah, Ray is.
Where's Ray?
Ray's somebody that I worked with one-on-one for a while, a couple of years ago. I love Coach Ray.
John, how many traders do you think you've worked with in your life?
Oh
Just
my
doing
goodness.
1,000, right?
What,
Oh,
yeah,
more.
well over.
Well over 1,000. Come on, Andre.
What's the guess? What's the number then, Michael?
I'd say 7.
Okay,
7,000.
Big as 7.
Yep. Ray is a wildebeest trader. He sits behind the weeds and waits for a 3-legged wildebeest to limp by, and then he goes and gets it.
Mm-hmm. Gotta put my slippers on, Andre, right there.
Which ones?
I
got those North Face ones.
Oh, those North Face ones are very cool. Those like pillows attached to your pillows and duct tape. That's what attached to your feet.
Sleeping bags on my feet.
Sleeping bags on your feet.
All right, we got 4 minutes. We got tilt looking a little heavy on the S&Ps.
It is. It is. I bought 13 halves. Tilt's getting heavy on the S&Ps. S&Ps has been in the hole quite a bit. Maybe the firmness that they got going on, and I'll take it off right now. Okay. S&P shows a little strength. I'm doing that because I'm going with the S&P folks because they've been really weak, but now buyers are showing up in the S&Ps on Topstep. So I assume they're showing up in real life.
And for what it's worth, I mean, we're seeing a little delta divergence there. Negative 7,500, and we're on the highs.
Negative 7,500, we're on their highs. Interesting.
Yes, the delta is negative 7,600 now.
Okay.
And we're putting up new highs. That's the delta divergence. But again, it's kind of strange to
Both heavy long.
kind of strange because it's rollover.
Give me a tick off the high. Sold 39s now. Pullback. I'll take a pullback. Oh, one guy, Johnny.
I'm sure.
It's all right. You're participating. That's the goal.
I got data freezing up.
It is.
Yeah, it just froze up, but I'm out now.
That's not good.
No, and a little, yeah.
If we have a minute before, I think someone sent us the photo of Hoag in the movie Floored.
Oh, sweet. Oh, shit, we got a number coming up.
Yep, 8:45.
I gotta get out of this.
Well,
All right, hey, John,
time to get that.
real quick, you got your 45, John, was the number, and why'd you like that? Oh, man.
Value high from yesterday. TPO value high for 846.
Yeah, that's
Volume value high is a little higher than that at 866.
Oh. God.
We had news coming out here, Michael.
Yeah, I know, but it's still value high. Everybody's long.
Be patient.
1 minute.
Well, that's
I'm out. 1 minute.
Yep.
That's true. You might get a rip higher. Might be a good short for a rip higher. That's what I'm looking at. There's your thinness. There's your 42s. There's on
Hey, there I am.
43s. There's your 43s.
there I am before I turned gray.
Forecast 49.5, previous 49.4.
I gotta stop at 49 even. I'm short one. The reason why I got to stop because if I got stopped out, I'm gonna let you guys know my slippage. 49 even. I'm short. Who cares where I'm short? But my stop's 49 even.
Damn it.
So this is a preliminary number for December PMI.
So you guys can see right here. I'll make it a clean 50. Okay. Now, when this news comes out, you're going to see the slippage. So, when all those people that email in and be like, I put my stop at 50, and I should have got 50. Well, dude, it's called slippage.
Oh, if that were only true.
We'll see we'll see if I get slipped. Yeah.
Oh.
50s.
Boy, it gets thin.
Well, I think it's out.
Yeah, it
Yeah.
is.
48.2.
48.2. Yeah.
Okay. Patak, you got short?
I'm still short one. Give me that.
Globally, it's actually
there's the
higher.
S&P going a little weak.
Yeah, should have. Oh well.
Oh,
Well,
no,
you
you're
don't-
going in the number. I wouldn't do that going in the number if you're not up.
Didn't you just go into the number with the position?
Yeah, I was up 700, and I was playing a one lot, 10 handles away, showing a slippage.
You
Oh, I
don't
got
get
you.
slippage, do you?
Well, I didn't get hit. No, I'm still short from
No.
41s.
Good.
Come on, NASDAQ.
Oh, wake up.
There you go. All right, I'll take that. Whatever.
The S&Ps are not moving.
Capital Preservation Day.
Just
I'm testing slippage.
little safety note here. If you are trading currencies, you should be trading the March contract.
Mm.
Everything rolls.
Tilt is up top. Guys, tilt is up top.
What is tilt?
We'll get a definition of what tilt is in there. Tilt is all the open positions here at Topstep that are either in the trading combine or express funded account, which means everybody, most likely everybody,
There it is. Good job.
pretty motivated to be correct. There's your 10s. That was nice.
You still short?
No, I got out at 28. Very early, Michael.
We have any more
Wait,
numbers today, or is that it?
There's the rig count later, but there's not a lot in the way of numbers.
They can use.
Yeah, combine is included, and it should not be removed because it's very, very valuable. Because everybody is in the combine is motivated to be correct, the same as XFA. If not more, because they pay. If you think about it, you pay $49. You're like, I'm gonna, do really well.
Right.
Then when you get funded, you don't have to pay a dime. Well, your activation fee, but then when you're on there, you can be on there as long as you can, as long as you're trading, and you're still motivated because you're going to get paid out. So all that data, those open positions are then aggregated into what we call this tilt, which means 1,000 people. Let's just put a number on 1,000 people are up money, 1,000 people are in a position. 80% of them, let's say, are long. It'll say 80% on the long bias for the S&P. Just annotate it and learn.
It was a really good short. It was up against higher value. You had the tilt on your side. It was a nice short.
Yeah. Yeah, it had tilt on the side, had your value, had all that kind of stuff. Yeah, who said in here? Michael Beggs about tilt. It's nobody else has this data that I know. If you guys know anybody else who shares thousands and thousands of traders that have open positions in real time that are all motivated to be correct, for lack of a better word, it's a sweatshop of people sitting there being like, buy, sell, but they're all motivated to be correct. I'm in there too. We trade in practice, not practice accounts, in sim accounts and whatnot. I'm trading a live account. But I've been there too. And I've been evaluated by a prop firm, and I was motivated to be 1,000% correct on every decision I made, and never treated it like it was some whatever account. Always as if it was an account that was going to get me somewhere. And that was with the prop firm that I started with. So that makes this data extremely valuable, in my opinion only. You guys can think it's stupid. That's the disclaimer too.
So, Michael, when you got hired at the prop firm, you had already lost $30,000 accounts, right?
Yeah, and I was broke. I had to sell. I think I had to sell my car.
Did you really? I never heard
I
that
graduated from college and had to sell. I had a Jeep Grand Cherokee. I'm like, dude, I have a line of credit on my last 30 grand. I had to sell my vending company. I had 80 accounts.
Appreciate the community of you touching that stove, Michael.
You just really had to trade, didn't you?
Yes. And then Jack, I was leaning on that 18 ACT as trying to get a job in the city of Chicago. It was So then I got an interview at a prop firm. They said, all right, show us you can trade. You show us, we'll back you. I'm like, what do I have to do? They're like, trade one lots on a simulator. I'm like, I don't have a problem with the simulator, but I want to trade bigger. Like, there's a reason why you're sitting here. And I'm like,
That's a good point.
I know. And from then on, it was grind it out, learn the foundation. That's when I really actually started learning how to trade. Because everything else you're trading in a personal brokerage account, you're chasing your money.
Uh-huh.
In my experience.
Until you know better, that's what you do.
Yep.
Hey, speaking of managing risk, I got a poll question for everyone watching. How do you manage your risk in your trading? You fixed stop, trailing stop, percent of account, or adjust on volatility? Throw that poll up there. Oh, boom. You guys are quick today back there. It's almost like we planned that one.
Yeah, it's almost like we've read the same slacks.
Out of the gate, 60% of people saying fixed.
Fixed? Okay.
This is good for me to know because I'm a fixed guy.
Yeah.
I've been burned on trailing.
Adjusting on volatilities can be tricky.
Adjusting during volatility can be tricky. Do you adjust? You guys adjust during volatility? I wait for better entries because it's so volatile. You can get those whips.
Yeah, I would.
Yeah. You have to, I guess.
I would think that like every trade, I mean, I don't know, there's different ways to adjust your stop for volatility, but in its most basic sense, I would think that any trade I put on, the risk is a combination of the size and the stop, right?
Yep.
And depending on volatility, if it's really volatile, I think it's only natural to trade wider stop, smaller size. And if it's tight, you trade bigger with a smaller stop. Nothing fancy. They might be talking about, do I adjust it off of like, ATR or something like that? Not specifically, but I think that counts as a volatility stop.
What's the second one that everybody uses, most popular?
Let me take a look.
Next to fixed.
Looks like trailing and volatility are tied pretty much.
Yeah.
I mean, I use like, areas where I think the trade is being proven wrong. And, that's going to change according to market state and the situation. I've never really been a fan of like static stops or, although, my risk appetite is something that I know, and I don't really go beyond that for stops. So it's a little bit of a scaling stop depending on the situation. And, like Jack said, if you don't have to risk a lot to see if a trade is going to be wrong, it means you can trade bigger. There's a lot of folks that use their stop size to size their trades. Like, if it's a smaller risk trade, you can trade bigger and and assume the same amount of risk. If it's a high risk trade, you trade smaller and you adjust your risk accordingly. So
Exactly.
We have some bigger traders this week that came on, right?
boy, oh boy, we didn't we?
What was Danny's
25
trade?
left on the close.
25 on the close.
Oh, man, he was so hyped, too.
Did he hit it?
Oh, yeah.
Look at that kid. He's one of our top traders on the live level, live account. If you crush it, you get a live funded account. Everybody at the funded level gets paid the same.
Mm-hmm.
But we pull up the the ones that are trading really well, in our opinion, based upon risk managing, based upon their account size, based upon their position management, all that. We have a great risk managing team. Mick leads it up. I believe Brett's on here today.
Yeah.
Because Mick has a mustache trimming appointment.
Yeah.
All right, you got buyers coming back in to S&P because it's 70% long, or buyer bias. Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, and we're still about negative 6,800 in Delta. Andre.
What is Topstep's commission? I don't know what for that, but Topstep X has zero commissions. In Futures World Guide, there's commissions, NFA, and clearing fees. So we don't charge commissions if you're on the Topstep X platform trading, which is not public yet, but it already has thousands of people on it.
Yes, it does. Been very well received.
Yeah.
I was really hoping to come on here today and make a trade. I'm just not. I don't know.
No, it's choppy right now.
Yeah, you got to dance with it right now and not hold on too tight for big moves.
Well, we can't all do the knife in hand routine in the NASDAQ like you can, Michael.
Doing the tango and juggling knives.
Oh man,
Yeah, you're up nice, man.
you've had a hell of a week.
Yeah.
Capital preservation.
That's trading for you.
Capital preservation. I have to get my hand burnt, like Jackie said that earlier. I have to get my hand burnt to learn lessons, which is that's just good as long as it's not third degree.
Wow, we really have 50,000 subscribers.
YouTube will give us an email, be like, all right, about 1,800 of these are wrong.
Damn it.
I have to step away for 1 second. My
Okay.
dog is getting into a verbal match with the dog next door. It's getting a little heated.
Oh, let them
break
go.
that up.
Let them go spend some money on this.
Stop.
Their dog's a pit bull mix and mine's a pug,
Oh, yeah,
so,
yeah. Go get them. Go get
No,
them.
that's unfair fight.
Yeah. I know who technically the underdog would be in that one.
Heyo.
Heyo.
Everyone's got a dog around here. I got a dog now.
Yeah, mine died.
Yeah. Lacey's been quiet the last couple of days, thank goodness.
Yes.
I think she took the half of the week off.
Over traded on Monday.
Yeah. Yeah.
All right, nothing's popping right now. What are you seeing, Michael? Anything?
Nothing right now.
Wow, the discipline today. It is Capital Preservation Friday.
I gotta think that. Last week I gave up. Threw my
Last
hands.
Friday was a brutal. We really butchered that one.
Yeah, I showed up at the power hour, the drink in my hand, and
Hey guys.
already down $4,000. I moved into 6,500. That was self-inflicted.
Well, I can't wait till next week, Andre, when rollover is over.
Thank
We can
God.
Go back to looking at some more
I'm buying every dip next
solid
week.
information.
Yep. Santa Claus rally in full effect next week.
I mean, it's proven itself thus far.
Yep.
Have they talked about it on CNBC? Usually they're the ones like somebody comes on here and says Santa Claus rally.
Typically starts up soon. Yeah.
I don't know. I don't watch CNBC.
I watched TopstepTV. Did you see how many Bell to Bell viewers we had yesterday?
Yeah.
The Bell Club,
Bell
guys.
Club, man. Shout out to them.
We're looking to start how we can figure out how to get track the Bell to Bellers, and then make the Bell to Bell Club.
I'm
That'd
going
be
to send
fun.
you a bell,
That would be a great
nice.
thing.
right?
Everybody can ring it right at the end of the day together.
Oh, like one of those? I thought you were talking about the service. When you need service at the front desk, you tap that bell.
No, you can do
check
that
in the
one.
hotel.
Pretty weak bell, Andre.
What rating? We're raking bells now.
I got a bell guy. I can talk to
Yeah,
that guy.
that's only in Chicago. Holy
It's not a bell to whoever you want. Michael, for a guy that has so much, let's say, negativity about CNBC, why do you have it on all day?
Because it does stupid headlines, and I always I'm a headline guy, so I'm like, oh, okay, Nvidia is up 2%, something like that.
Uh-huh.
I have it off. I have it muted because, man, back in the day, I used to listen to that all the time. Then I'm like, oh my god, these commercials. Like, right now it's baby food.
Yeah,
JC
brain
Penney.
pills.
Yeah, JC Penney right now. Exactly.
Speaking of baby food, Mike, we gotta get you these. Let's get those likes up, please. If we can get to 3,000 likes somehow, some way, Michael's gonna be eating some baby food or something.
Yeah. And if it's 3,200 likes, then I kick it to somebody else. Huh, Andre?
Not to me. No double jeopardy around here.
I'll tell you what. I'll buy like a 30-day supply of some brain pills. Take them every day. See how I feel.
Well, for me, what are you talking about?
Both of us.
Focus factor.
Yeah.
These work, Andre. Sports legs.
Oh, do they really?
Yeah, your legs aren't sore when you're skiing.
That's a game changer if they really work like that.
Old ski patrol guy told me to use them. It's an old trick. He's like, old trick of ski patrol. Sports legs. Oh, look at this.
Good poll. How many hours do you tune into Top Step TV? 1 to 2, 2 to 4, 4 to 6, or B to B, bell to bell?
Bell to
Oh, I know what I'm voting.
I know what I'm
15
voting.
seconds to write reset question mark.
Mm.
Should have as an option, though.
All right, we're trading 822s. We haven't really done anything. That's why, guys, we are yapping here. hopefully keeping you guys from fiddling in the middle.
Fill in the middle,
Yeah,
taking trades and dump locations.
it's been nothing but chopping the S&Ps.
Yeah, we should take a look around. I don't know what's going on in crude. I haven't taken a look, or gold.
Well,
John, you got
crude
anything?
had a meltdown here
Again?
Yeah.
Yeah, the
Well, let's switch to the markets that are moving.
bulls keep getting smoked over there.
When it took out the overnight low,
Wow.
it's just been piling in the volume down here.
Holy moly. Okay.
Well, we got our levels. What levels it trading at, John? And we got our levels.
We're at 71.63.62 right now. 71.62. Settlement 71.91.
But yeah, JD, we got assume it's 71.58 should go below, or 72.58 is above the 72.24s. Is that right, John? 72.58 is the settlement.
The 71.94. I think the settlement on there is the January contract, but I noticed this morning that the volume in the February contract is already greater. I was looking for that to happen on Monday, but it happened today. So that's the January settlement. I would have done the same thing. I was thinking the volume would move on Monday, but it moved today. It's never an exact science as to when that's going to happen.
Mm-hmm.
We got a huge gap down below that was created from yesterday's rally before the open. So here's the new gap.
I think if I didn't trade NASDAQ, I'd trade crude oil. I really like how crude oil moves.
Didn't you trade crude for a while?
I did trade it for
Did
a
you
while.
really?
Yeah, I mean, like in the early days, like 4 years ago.
I got a question then. Do you think, I guess that you kind of answer it. So you think just knowing market principles, supply and demand, being able to read charts, you can take that skill from S&Ps to oil to NASDAQ to crude to gold. I mean, it translates.
I believe that's true. I believe that's true. I mean, they do have certain kind of personalities, but once you have an understanding of basic, auction structure and theory, you can adapt them to different products.
Interesting. Yeah, I guess supply and demand is supply and demand.
I mean, I think I traded gold 3 times this year, but it was purely because there was a a specific situation that brought me into it.
Huh. Okay. What was it?
Well, it's been a while. I'd have to go back to like March, I think, and April was the last time. You can take a look.
I think once you become
a trader's a trader.
Yeah, once you become a trader, like there's a difference between like very beginning, but once you understand the mechanic, the fundamentals of the game, the risk management, the account management, the position management, the auction process, the players, technical understanding, capital preservation, managing your emotions, controlling your behavior. Once you have that package in a good spot, of course, everybody needs to keep honing that all those little pieces of those along the way. Once you have that as a foundation already built, like a house, then I think you can jump into any market.
And go, cool.
Yeah, Andre, I just looking back there, I couldn't tell you what the day or what the situation was. Like I said, I kill a lot of brain cells.
Yeah, for tradertainment purposes, I am pulling up the
oh boy,
the Bitcoin.
Oh boy.
Oh, that's the only one I can't translate to.
Yeah, that's the one market that makes no sense.
I'm firing up the Bitcoin futures.
Love it.
I just want to see what this is like. I have never pulled up this futures chart in my life.
Is this in your trading combine?
I'm not
you trying to.
You need some shoes, man. Those bands ain't gonna buy themselves, Jack.
Look, man, I can't trade, so I need someone.
They're gonna come to your house and repossess all your shoes if I start trading Bitcoin in that.
All right, again, guys, Nasdaq's pretty positive, and S&Ps are fairly negative, so there's not really leader lagger there. They're
as a change, not as a tilt, as a change, right?
What do you mean? Oh, it's a change. Yes, yeah. Sorry, I'm talking about the net change. Correct.
Andre, you ever keep change in your pocket?
Spare change, couch change. Your couch changes a lot different than what my couch changes.
No, nobody. I'm still shocked. Still shocked.
My couch changes copper. Yours is paper.
Mine's Cheerios and goldfish for my kids.
2 Legos too.
Hey, Chess Trader, nice job passing the 100K today.
Wow, nice job. Tough week too. Good job.
Hell yeah, bell to bell, 40%, and great job passing
Really?
100K, Chess Trader.
Wow, thanks so much. We gotta make some bell to bell swag.
Oh, I got my Topstep hat, TV, Topstep TV hat. But I got the hoodie and all that. It's not here yet. Ooh, we should get some bell to bell gear.
Something.
That would be cool.
Yeah, bell to bell club,
I mean,
bell to bell gang, bell to bell mafia, something like that.
I don't really like that mafia term.
Oh, but no, Bell's Mafia.
No, Bell's mafia. Bill's mafia, Bell's mafia.
Yeah, we're like,
Jack, I can see why you wrote for the Onion, man. It all makes sense now.
uh-huh.
I got my daughter in the house today. I'm going to see if I can get her to come on screen to say hello to everybody.
Oh,
Me
wow.
too, Sarah. Yes,
Yep.
I watched her grow up, and I say that because
Good.
13 years of working with John, and your daughter's what, 23?
26 now, dude.
Oh,
Is she
yeah.
really?
26, man.
God bless.
So there's a grow up number.
She's much better than I was at 26. Think
When did
about
she get
what I
smarter
was-
than you? About 16 or 18?
Oh, come on.
She was always smarter. When
a very
when
smart
they
girl.
handed her to me the first time, she looked in my eyes as if to say, "This is what I get."
She's got good genes, John. Don't let him say that to you.
Well, John
Yeah.
got lucky as hell. Her birthday's on his birthday.
That's
Yeah,
right.
yeah.
That's cool.
Best birthday ever.
That's so
That's
cool.
I mean, you can say Luke gets a little pissed, I'm sure, but hey.
Tracksuit DC. Tracksuit's been put on pause, DC lifestyle.
Yeah, Luke's like, I know who the favorite is, Dad. Pretty obvious.
No,
I know.
the kids you love them the same, but different.
Yeah, that you connect different with them, right? Well,
Yeah.
of course you do. Yeah.
Deion Sanders ranks his kids,
He does.
It's
He does.
and they change weekly too.
I love that. That's hilarious.
It's crazy.
it's important.
We got sideways action in the NASDAQ.
Yeah,
But
sideways action in the S&Ps even more.
yeah, but if you look at the 30-minute, it is looking to push,
Let's look at the 30.
like it's back into the yesterday's 45. John, you talked about 45, yesterday's range that started from what, 3 in the morning? Hold on. Yeah, was it all morning?
Value high was that 45 level. We're back up there now.
It's getting a little bit heavier.
What's the tilt look like?
Nothing, 60%.
Nothing, not tilty. No
Not
trade?
tilty, guys. And when we say not tilty, it's kind of a word we made up. 80% of if 1,000 people have an open position, 80% of them or 800 of them are long. It's a pretty interesting time to say, well, why do 800 people all think the same thing? Well, what are these 200 people thinking right now? Maybe that's the harder trade. That's where it gets a little tilty, and we always say annotate it on your charts and say, tilt was at 80%. It's just a little new information, no different than any new information you get.
Okay, so when you say saying it's tilty, it's really heavy to one side or the
Right.
other.
Yes.
Tilty and woozy woo. Those are the new industry
Woozy woo.
terms that we've
Yeah.
created.
We make up words around here.
Yeah.
All right, Spoos. Anytime. Whenever you're ready, Spoos. Come on.
I know. Negative 8,300 now in Delta.
We ain't breaking.
Keeps getting higher
Thank you, John.
or lower, if you will. Negative.
So yeah, we are at the high of this 5-minute range. It's been going sideways. So if you're a range bound trader, now you're starting to look at this a little bit. And if you're asking why, because range bound traders should be looking at playing when it gets to the extreme or high of the range. And then John always talks about if you're a range bound trader, you can fade the extreme when it kind of pops itself out of that range. But
we're still in the initial balance, so there's still time to kind of expand the current range into the initial balance. 9:30, the initial balance will be completed, and then we can really kind of focus on those extremes.
yeah, let's put the glossary in there. We have a link to all the terms that John just said. Initial balance. So we can put that in there, help you guys out, the new folks.
Expiration, triple witching. We're gonna drop probably a little over 500,000 in open interest when this thing settles on Monday in the S&Ps.
Yeah.
Really? Okay, there was your we talked about range bound trading.
There it is.
There it is, pulling back into the range. So
Yeah.
so far, guys, rangy.
Now that's kind of a weak high above there. I mean, a lot of folks would say that's a double top, right?
Mhm.
And that is true, especially on a shorter time frame chart. But it also indicates
Oh,
the potential incompletion of an upside auction.
woo! I didn't see that one.
Yeah, that was a flush one.
That was
I didn't see that one. Yeah, we were just talking about range bound, guys, and you can see it still with the S&Ps. It's the same thing on a 5 minute. This is a 5 minute. It's not it. So I would have not have made that play. I don't know if anybody here got into that. Short around the 40s on the NASDAQ or around the 70s, 47 70s in the S&P. Quickly would have got 30 handles almost.
Shorten that top.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Value high from yesterday.
$600 on one lot.
That works.
That's a
I'll
good
take
Friday. Yeah.
Boy,
You're gonna spend $600 on a Friday night. I mean, some people will, but
in Aspen, that's no problem.
that's a lunch. Yeah, the $600, man. Like that's a good amount of money, and just one trade right there. And then if you extrapolate it, no,
Oh, trader math, baby. Nothing like it.
nothing like it.
I might need $600 tomorrow. All the girls are going to the Kris Kringle market, whatever they could call
Yeah.
that,
Chris
down
Kindle.
at Wrigley Field.
Oh, they're
Yeah,
going.
the
Jack,
boys
Jack, aren't you going too? Or
I used to go to the downtown one.
yeah.
Me and the boys are going to the half shell for our Chris Crab Leg market.
Johnny's old stomping ground.
Yeah.
He used to work there back in the day.
8 years. 8 years. That's where I got my education.
Uh-huh. You did that while you were trading or while you were on the trading floor or before?
Trading floor, learning to trade, everything. Yep.
So you kind of did the same route. Like I worked at a bar while I was at that prop firm, simulator trading. And you gotta kind of have to have two incomes because one of them is going to take you a while to develop, aka trading. Here you go. Here's a buy that.
Wow. NASDAQ. Whippy.
Man, that NASDAQ pulled off that.
If you were short, you better have gotten out quick.
Yes.
Hard to hang on to anything right now.
And even when started to learn to trading, I had to make sure that the bills got paid,
Mm-hmm.
and I did not want that kind of pressure. Just starting out as a trader to have to make money.
How old were you, John?
I was 24, I think, when I got hired by the prop firm.
Yeah.
But I went over to the Mid-Am for a couple of years and tried trading grains over there, and then I came back to the Merc, and that's when I got hired by the prop firm. So it was about 24 to 27, I think, something like that.
Yeah.
So, and I attended bar for 8 years. So I quit that job when I was 29.
Yeah, no, I quit mine about 25. Yeah.
And it's a half shell is a family run business, and the people I worked with then still work there.
Do they?
That's cool.
Yeah. They're like family to me.
I really caught a good stride in my trading from 25 to 30. That was my little NFL, however many
Prime and you're trading prime.
prime. I got short 41s up there just because when we were back up there last time, it really sold off.
range.
Yeah, and then it went up to 46s, which John talked about 45. So I got short and then put my stop right above the high. Oh, just a one lot, really light.
Yeah, I think it's gonna be a one lot kind of day, Michael.
I'm okay with that.
That's okay. Yep. We're
talked-
not repeating last Friday, man.
No,
That was.
I talked about last Friday. Isn't it funny how we talk about our losing days way more?
Only
than
thing
we
that
talk
sticks out. Only thing,
Only
you know
thing-
what? To be honest with you, and when it comes to trading stories, all I care about is hearing about like your losing trades and how you came back from it. Mick was talking about this in Shoulder Tap.
about- Mhm.
Of course, you're gonna have big trading days, but it's the comeback stories that I find most interesting and appealing.
Mhm.
I
John,
don't want to
Dan,
hear the big ones.
Yeah, you put a trade on because you think it's. I mean, it's supposed to work out, right? It's like when it doesn't is when you're the ones that you think about.
that means you're doing your job. So you don't ever just go, hey, by the way, today I, scoop
Yeah.
shit. And that's my job. I mean, like,
Exactly.
It's like I fell in shit. I don't typically,
All right, new highs. S&P or Nasdaq.
Yeah.
yeah, it's gonna go.
No.
A little heavy long here.
This is a little heavy long.
A little
So-
catch lags.
Woo, I'm
That's
getting stuck.
Volume value high is 866, Michael. And
Okay,
we're
right.
continuing
Getting heavy
to
long, heavy
expand
long.
the initial balance. So we haven't set the initial balance yet.
When you pull the trigger.
I got short one, but
Yeah.
I'm keeping this one really light. They got buyers in this market, so be careful.
You're still running it. Oh, fuck, that was it. Heavy long tilt both.
We got heavy longs. We got pushing to the upside of that 5-minute range we were talking about again. That sucked itself back down, but quickly popped itself back up. Yeah, I don't feel confident in.
I don't either, but I should.
But the ones I don't feel confident in, then I get out, and then it goes that
I
direction.
know.
So
That's why.
I'm keeping it light, position wise. But this is pretty nice. What's up here, John?
66 is volume value high. 866.
Yeah, that would be a great. And yeah,
It worked.
not yet.
But
It's got to move for the Nasdaq. It's got to move at least 15 handles. 10 handles is just like teasing you from your entry.
There you go. There you go.
That's only
Hey-o.
that's only 10 handles. This is when you start doing the cheerleading thing, and then it comes right back up. Uh-huh.
Right?
Mm-hmm.
It thinks you want it to go the other way.
Mm-hmm. This is why I do like to put on like a 3 lot and take off 2 right there, because then you just pick up 20 handles right away. So right now it's right back to my entry. So that was your 10 handle flirt.
Yeah, we got Chad saying, as a rule, a general rule, I don't short markets that leave the opening range at the low of the day, which the Nasdaq did.
Yeah, this is
But you've got good risk management up here, so
it's okay. Yeah, I don't know. It's
as
still,
long as it's cheap, I'll take the trade.
can you explain cheap to everybody?
Yeah, I mean, we've got value high up here at 66. That's volume value high. So if price gets much beyond that, then any short should probably be taken out, because you may see some continuation above that value high. But you got to be careful with that too, because we're not the only ones that are looking at it. So you got to be smart with it.
Stole it. Whoops. Stole it.
You got to look for shorts up here where you think everybody else's stops are.
Pointing out that Andre reminds me of that commentator in the film Dodgeball, the one that says that's a bold strategy, Cotton.
Yes, right.
I don't know what that means, but I like it.
That's a bold that's a bold strategy.
We'll see if it works out.
Let's see if it works out for him. God, that movie holds up. That movie's great.
Yeah.
I've never watched it from start to finish. Always like,
Never forget the Helsinki in what was it, 1926? The Helsinki incident. There you go.
You got there.
It's Friday, baby.
Yeah,
I know. I can't speak today.
I know. I feel it. Are you going to? Somebody's asking too if we're going to have our Friday sort of happy hour, power hour this afternoon. Hoag, are you going to do that, or just drink some cough syrup, or what?
Well, I mean, bourbon is basically cough syrup to me.
It is Grandpappy's cough syrup.
It is Grandpappy.
Indeed.
Yeah.
So we'll have something.
Awesome.
It's hang. Go ahead, Jack.
Oh no, if you're gonna make a trade or something, go for it.
I'm short. I was short 2 from
Did
53
you?
right after it pulled off the 56s, but it's staying firm up here.
Yeah, it is. Oops.
And the S&Ps don't move.
Yeah, I'm just gonna get out.
Yeah.
Capital Preservation Day.
So I looked at Bitcoin for the first time, and I don't like. I was looking at the BTC. I don't know if that's day tradable. It's pretty gapped and thin.
It's back up here again. It's,
72s, yeah.
I want to see it. I would love to see a head fake off those 66 Johns.
All right, we got to snap out of this.
66.
Is that what you said?
Yeah, that's volume value high, 866.
Oh, just snapped off the 56s again. It's not liking it there.
And the S&Ps don't move.
John, this is brutal.
I know, right?
Hey, we got to make TV. We got to make chicken salad out of chicken. You know what? Sometimes.
I'm over here in NASDAQ. Just got all these fish biting.
Yeah, your part of your club looks a lot more cool.
Oh yeah, we got the strobe lights going.
Yeah, right.
You got the dance floor lit up and everything.
Studio
House music
54.
playing.
We got.
Uh-oh, rooster.
Okay,
We
51.
can't be
Yeah.
making chicken anything.
What up, Rooster? Andy's got a question, boys. What's dumber, blowing an account in one day, or slowly blowing it by taking small, reasonable losses for a month straight?
Death by 1,000 cuts.
That's by 1,000 cuts. Sucks.
Why? See, guys, that's why like I love these questions because we've all been through it and we all have like little cliche lines for it. Know when to hold them, know when to walk away. You know, like you can use this for a lot of these. Like, how do I know when to take money off the table and call it a day?
Yeah,
Oh,
man.
Kenny Rogers used to always say.
Yeah. I know it when I start to see dollar signs and I start feeling greed come in that I'm in trouble and I should get out of that trade. Always seems to happen. I start to think, oh man, this is a really good one. I'm going to hang on to this one forever. That's when I should get out.
Whelan was saying, make two, no Rooster. Whelan was saying he's boomer bust, all or nothing, blow it out or to the moon.
Yeah, I know.
Cowboy shit, dude.
Scares you when people say that, but some people, again, there's some people in the trading pits that scared me on how they traded, and they crushed it. Speaking of crushing it, I got a one handle off the high, a 2-lot. Now let's see if we pull back, and we can cheerlead this on.
And where is that high? It is right between TPO and volume value highs, right between them.
Okay.
All right.
This would be nice, but
Well, let's hit some news real quick.
Okay.
We're saying the S&P is not moving, but as mentioned earlier, it has been doing nothing but move up for 7 straight weeks. Options expirations today. We'll see if they can find a sticky round number there. But somebody said where the max pain is, like in the SPX. If you can throw that in there.
Huh.
My source is broke. Anne-Marie would know.
This should be interesting.
And I just wanted to go back to Netflix real quick. This list that Netflix released has been living in my head rent-free since they did it. What are these shows?
What am I looking at?
it's
Michael
16-year-old.
watched some of these. I guarantee
No,
you've not
it's
seen some of these.
16-year-old kids that are watching shit all the time because I'm like the top 10. That shit sucks. I look at it, I'm like, oh my god, this is like kitty shit.
I've heard of Outer Banks.
Yeah, I haven't heard of that one.
I haven't the rest of them. I mean, I'm the last person to be
That's
current.
a good short so far, boys. Still got it on.
Nice.
All right. And then, Michael, I don't know if you saw it. I did go through this list and show which shows have less watch time than TopstepTV movies.
Ooh, okay.
Yeah.
Really?
Hold on.
Again,
We're beating Full House.
We're beating Full House.
we're
We're beating
no.
Jackass?
these are seasons, right? So because this is 6 months and we've been in 3 months, I had to double our watch time to make it 6 months versus 6 months. Okay.
Okay, fair enough.
Little trader
we are-
math. I like it.
You're beating Full House season 4 and Full House season 5. We are not beating Full House.
Gotcha.
So we have a company out there that wants to do. It's
Thanks,
looking
James.
into doing a total exclusive sponsorship of Topstep TV. I should send them an update. Be like, hey, by the way, we're better than Full House season 4.
Have you heard about a little film called Despicable Me 3?
Well, yes, my son watches it all the time. Like, sign a
gotta
2-year
do-
contract now. So that was a good college try down there. That's why I don't leave a runner on, because
Not today.
that would have been a nice 20 handle move. I took one of them off at like 15 handles, but like,
That's good.
yeah.
You got me. Watching you trade the NASDAQ, it has me feeling a lot calmer about it.
Yeah, I look at it. Moves of the NASDAQ, when it moves 10 handles, it's like a one handle move for you guys, or 1.5 move for you guys.
And I was, kind of horsing around with it a couple of weeks ago, and I didn't die.
Now, it's kind of instant gratification. I get it, why people
Yeah.
do it.
Yeah. And I'm like everybody. I do like instant gratification.
Uh-huh.
Michael doesn't. He likes delayed gratification.
Delayed gratification builds discipline.
There it is.
It does. Okay, here's your stop out.
Yep.
And shabam.
S&P coming up to settle.
How many likes do we have, gentlemen?
Not enough, I guess.
James, what do we have?
We're sitting at 961 with 2,927 people watching. So
We can do better than that.
Yeah.
Come
If
on,
we get up to
y'all.
1,500, I'll stand on my head.
I mean, John, we need you. We need you here, John.
I'll try.
Ah, man. Okay, Tilty's getting tilty to the.
It is.
Longs.
Oh, we're
Yeah.
settle. Solid. Well, man.
Oh,
The spirit animals of the markets are running wild. They want to get this ES positive for an 8th straight day.
I'm out.
Andre, what are you?
Short.
Short.
That settlement, I don't
Yeah,
think it's
settle.
a good play. And it's also up here by value. John, you said 66 is again
66. Volume value high.
volume value high.
You're basically at point of control from yesterday, TPO point of control in the S&Ps. We're a long way from value high in the S&Ps. But the S&Ps did not leave the opening range the low of the session, so the buy only rule is off. So here's what we're talking about. This is kind of the profiles. So here's the NASDAQ, right? Here's the range from yesterday. The value, TPO value high was right here at 460. And volume value high is up here at 866. TPO value high at 846. So we're right there at volume value high right now. We just traded almost directly right to it. But in the S&Ps, so it's painting a different picture. Here's value high in the S&Ps up here around 47.87 to 47.88. This whole area here, because we got TPO value high and volume value high very close. We opened, we're in range, we're in value. The opening range was not the low of the session. The NASDAQ is presenting as much stronger because it's up against the high value, but the S&P no. And we're still sitting here with some pretty negative delta, and we're sitting at the highs.
Ha!
There may be some buyers here coming into
Jesus.
the market.
All right, I'm getting myself caught.
NASDAQ strong.
Yep, I'm getting myself caught.
Strong like bull.
God bless it.
Did you? I mean, you're not that far off that 866 level. Did you get in a bad location?
Yeah, and then I got stopped out a little early. It's 66, 67 is the high.
Right.
I'm playing this little pop up, but it's holding. It keeps staying bid.
Yeah.
And
You don't want to fall in love with shorts because that opening range is the low of the day.
Shit.
Yeah, if we start unraveling that delta, Andre,
Yeah, it's gonna push.
Maybe in a little bit of trouble.
I'm out. God bless it.
Understand.
The 66s I still have some favor for. I'll get in on one lot. Just
Well, at the very least, it lets you limit risk.
Capital Preservation Day.
Be right back, guys.
Patience. Yes. Coffee
Yeah, you're
talk.
still up, Michael. All good.
I know. I need to take a break.
What happened?
No, nothing. I was up 1,000. Now I'm up 400. And it just kept staying firm. If I would have saw a 10 handle pull, I had 4 lots on it at one point, and I had about 8 handles into it on that little 66s. Okay.
Bam.
I think we're getting to both the time of the year and the time of day here where I don't know what I would be doing one way or another taking this trade, right?
Mm.
We definitely closed up our books around this time of the year.
Mm-hmm.
Did you?
This will be the last week of trading, typically.
I got short again around the 62s, a 2 lot.
Damn.
Because this area was a hard area to hold.
Mhm.
It's still a hard area to hold. William, I might take a break, but I like this area. This is a level. This is an area that we've been talking about. It's dancing around it. All it needs to do is show a little weakness, and you're going to get at least some. You may see. I don't like when people say you will see. You may see a good 15, 20, 30 handle pullback. But it's still showing strength. Oh, boy.
What's this guy doing? What? Oh, documents will be released.
Patience. Friday patience.
Yes, staying strong.
Got a question about where is Eddie? Eddie's just stopped by the vet today. Not for him, but for his dog. So he's out for at least the morning. Hoag's gone for 5 minutes. Someone's asking about what bourbon he prefers.
I took one off.
Were you short?
I'm short. I took one off. It's just staying firm up here. And
Yeah, it is.
man, I don't care how long you're trading. You still get a little of this little like whirly, like
Whirly woos, wizzy woos.
woozy woos. Everything's a woozy woo. It's just a tough trade to hold. Because everything's telling me right now that it's firm. It's growing legs. It's growing legs to the upside.
Here it goes.
All you need is
asks,
S&P
you're
to take
more of a
the field.
scalper, MP.
Yeah. Well, I mean, I don't know. Depends. If you give me 30 handles right away, I'll take it off. Is that a scalp?
76% long.
It's good to see people going with the trend at least.
Come on, man. Just show one way. If you want to take it higher, just show me one little bit of weakness.
Think it's going to drop. Think it's going to go up. Good old chat.
30 points is not a scalp. Thank you, Ben. I agree with you. Now, if it happens in a second, people are like, well, it was a second. Well, I mean, like, scalping to me is like buy them at 50, sell them at 51s, buy them at 50, sell them at 51s, buy them at 51s, sell them at 52s. That to me is the what you call it. I only left a one lot on because it was just too shaky up there.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, here's where you get a little.
When you say shaky, you mean just the ladder's got the wobbles?
Ladder's got the wobbles. It was up there.
Wobbledy drop.
Felt like there was going to be a blast off. Yeah. You know how I was just talking about the woozy woos up there? I think when you trade long enough, you start to feel what the market's like telling you, as long as you're not telling the market what it should be feeling or doing. But still, these pullbacks are weak. I mean, when I say weak, not a strong pullback. If that's confusing you guys, I'm sorry. It just staying. If the market feels like it's staying firm, see, like the 5 minute, you can watch the 5 minute. It just keeps growing. Higher highs, higher lows, higher highs. So this pullback that I'm looking for might already be the higher low put in, and then you're going to see that blast off that I talked about, which could happen at any time. So.
Someone's asking, is there a reason we call it handles as opposed to points? No, not really. Just seem cool.
Same.
Seems cool. Exactly cool. Yeah, it's cool. When you get in the trading pits and you got all these lingo, you stick with that. That's why nobody would ever say I have a green day in the trading pit. I have a red day because like you didn't have green or red. You had a pen that you wrote down your plus or minus. But then when you're now the online world, they're like, well, it's red on the screen or it's green on the screen. So. People call them one cons.
That's a new one.
That to me just seems. I call them cars or contracts or one guy. Yeah.
We trade a lot of knobs. That's the 10-year bond spread.
Mm-hmm.
But it's just a fun word to say.
Oh yeah. See, it's staying strong still, Andre. Where are you short from?
73.5. It is staying strong.
Yeah, it's peaking above the initial balance here, Andre. So if it pulls back and we get a close below that, you get a failed auction at the high, and you're but we got to wait 20 minutes for that.
Let's wait.
I don't want to wait, man.
I love this poll about pizza. Pizza is the perfect food.
Really
All
is.
4 food groups are represented if you get meat on it. You got grains.
What are the 4 groups?
You got meats, you got dairy, and you've got vegetables. Well, if you call a tomato a vegetable, it's really a fruit.
It really is a fruit.
And I was coming back and sitting down, and I heard woozy woos. That is an industry term.
It's a very technical term.
Very technical term.
Okay, I can't even hold the one lot. I got out of that one lot.
See, this is where you wanna trade, is where you're nervous trading.
I know. That's what I was just talking about the
That's
woozy.
not you, Roy Jenkins.
But if you show me a flush up, then I'm going to be much more just like a rip higher. Just because it's going to run some stops. But I don't know.
So I just checked, and maybe that week of Christmas, when we're doing the top quiz, Sarah can be on and she can do the top quiz.
That would be awesome.
Hey, what's up with your old man? Is he not coming on today?
I have, my dad.
Still trying to schedule it?
I want to get my dad on here. Yeah, you guys, he's a character. What's up, Junior? What's up, old time? That's how we answer. It's been 20 years we've been saying that.
So there's a question. What is the meaning of overnight inventory? So let's start here by looking at the crude yesterday. So yesterday, the market, this was Wednesday's range right here. If you guys can see that, yesterday's range, Wednesday's range right here. All night long, buyers came in and kept buying and moving price higher and higher and higher. When the market opened up here, all of this is overnight inventory. All of this is weaker hands, shorter time frame longs, most of them anyway. You look at when the London session opens, we do get some kind of bigger participants in the market when that happens. But typically, I mean, we're looking at overnight inventory is going to be shorter time frame, weaker hands traders, and they're looking for on the regular trading hour open buyers, new buyers, older, bigger, other time frame, longer time frame buyers to continue the push to the upside, which they got yesterday. So our overnight inventory got paid, but if they stayed in, and by the end of the day, this pullback was probably a lot of them saying, okay, I got my money. I'm going to get out now because I want to go home. I want to be flat.
Right.
But quite often, let's see if we can find an example of this. Quite often, when we do have, substantial overnight inventory, the market will come back to settlement or where the market opened the previous night. Now, let's see if we can't. We're not going to see it in the S&P and the NASDAQ because it's been really directional. But I mean, this day settled here, right? Well, we got too long in the overnight, and the overnight inventory adjustment happened in the overnight session. Here again, settlement was probably right about here. Overnight inventory was long in the middle of the night, and then sellers came in. They decided they were gonna get out of that. So it can be a kind of a helpful tool to kind of remember and look at when we know that we have shorter time frame traders all one way. If they don't get what they're looking for, which is continuation to the downside, the market quite often will return back to where the market opened that day. So this night, the market opened at 5 o'clock Central Time here. Sellers, shorter time frame traders, sold into it. They adjusted a little bit here, but when the market opened, eventually the market came right back to where the market opened that night, 5 o'clock, right back to it. Overnight inventory has been adjusted, and then we just kind of range bound the rest of the day. So it's kind of an opportunity for an early trade if you expect the overnight inventory is not going to get what they're looking for, and that's continuation, and that they're going to pitch those positions because they have a tendency to do it en masse. Once one of them starts, you get Jim Dalton, who kind of looks at it like this. It's like the overnight inventory is long and it keeps going higher, and it's like being at a party. It's a really good party, but everybody's aware of the fact that there is the risk of a fire. With one person, so they all hang around the door. That nobody wants to get stuck in there, so they all hang around the door. You get one person running towards the door, and it scares everybody, and everybody tries to pile out the door. That's when you get the adjustment.
It's a great analogy.
Well, I'd say cops because
Here we go.
Cops.
Fire cop. But I'm short from 64. Still hung around with those 66s. Kept 2 on, or put 2 on. This is like a cringeworthy trade, man.
I'll
take one off. Here's your 12 handles that I just locked in. So that means if this thing moves 12 handles against my 64s, I broke even on the whole trade. But on this move down, I'm out.
Yeah, I'm out.
I think I might end the day right around here just because it's like I'm teetering on just turning into a negative day.
So Dre, that excursion outside the initial balance in the S&Ps is right now presenting as a failed auction
To the upside.
To the upside. So if this is a failed auction, there's a new auction to the downside.
Yep. I think anybody that's holding along that.
I'm staying short, John. Me and Roy Jenkins, we're staying short.
All right, Roy and Andre.
Yeah.
And then you got 4 other guys fading you guys. Did I read that right?
Oh, dude, everyone did.
Hey, Lukey,
I don't read those part. I don't read that part of the chat.
Yeah, Lukey.
Woozy woods.
Lukey 22. I like the short. I just right now today I don't want to turn into like a negative day. So yes, I'm out, but I'm cheering on Andre and Roy.
Yeah.
And every other trader that might be short from the 66. We talked about the 66s multiple times. It went up to 67, guys. We're not saying it's anything right now, but you would be so far about 20 handles in the money with about 4 handles of risk. That's if you carved it up perfectly. But if you wanted to take the 66s, which John said 100 times, you could have taken that with a 1 lot, had a 10-tick stop, and you would have been 2-1 already.
How is it that 11% of people don't eat pizza?
Get out of here.
That's just tilty.
Dairy intolerance for one.
Tilty.
We had someone who used to work here, I won't name, who didn't eat cheese but was obsessed with Papa John's pizza. So their favorite food was just like a piece of pizza without cheese.
With no
just
cheese
like
on it.
Bread?
Piece of bread with tomato sauce on it.
Mm-hmm.
That's
That's bruschetta.
There you go.
Kyrie.
Would you eat Papa John's?
Papa John's I actually like dipping it in that 10,000 calorie garlic sauce.
That nuclear shit.
remember when he got kicked out? He was trying to get the apostrophe or whatever it was. Like
Yeah,
so it's possession. So
That was his fight.
That was his fight.
I'll never
like-
forget how he said that he ate Papa John's every day since being ousted, and it went downhill in quality. And you just think of this man sitting alone, ordering Papa John's, being like, "It's not good. It hasn't been good since I left." Eating it.
Uh-huh.
I don't even know if he's divorced, but he has like the most divorced energy I've ever seen.
Oh God.
Yeah, he looks like he's been through it.
I think we learned a lot in the early 2000 about not hitching your wagon to one person, aka Jared from Subway, aka
Oof,
you know, like
that was a
Why?
tough
What'd he
one.
do?
get out of here. I watched a documentary on him, and wow, that was really horrible.
Shoot, I got to change the schedule for this afternoon.
All right, it's not holding a bed, which is fairly nice, guys. Those
You guys are still short.
I am.
Here's your exact 20 handles off those 66s. So Johnny, your levels are great, buddy. I do have to say I enjoy them. I mean, they're not always correct.
They're not mine. That was just value high, man.
Value high, huh?
That was just value high. Simple.
Mm-hmm.
You know, good risk management up there, and it happened to be good this time. They're not always that way, but sometimes things just work. It's not the tool, it's the painter. It's not the brush, it's the painter.
Exactly. I always use the hard far right disclaimer where I'm like, it doesn't work, don't use it. You know,
Right.
Mm-hmm.
Nothing works.
nothing works. There you go.
Nothing works every
Thanks
time.
for tuning in. Nothing works.
Nothing never works. It just has to be in the right context, right situation, context. I can't talk today for some reason.
It's Friday.
Yeah, maybe that's it.
Get your snow cone early.
Yeah, you know what I need? I need a drink.
I got a coffee, and I'd never do Gatorade, but I did Gatorade yesterday after snowboarding.
Sick.
I know. I felt like one of those park kids sitting there eating a burrito out there. And, got my Gatorade. Mom just dropped me off. I got a snowboard all day long.
Also, one quick update on that story about the pizza. The individual got Papa John's to cater her wedding for free because she was talking to them on social media. And the true story. And the moral of that story is that we are not Papa John's, so do not ask us for free stuff in the chat. Thank you.
What's Domino's new pitch? Emergency pizza. Have you seen that?
Yeah, I saw that. That was clever.
I'm like, that's clever, man.
They're like, what? I never thought I needed
Yeah, they're like, you burnt your dinner that you made. Don't worry, here's an emergency pizza. I'm like, you guys are good. Remember when they did the whole marketing, like our shit tastes like cardboard?
Yep. Our shit sucks. We're gonna do better.
It's
They
out of
did. They did.
Here come the buyers.
60% of the time, it works every time.
So now I look like the Cat in the Hat and the Papa John's owner. Get out of here.
At least you don't get Where's Waldo and talking like Biden. I got both of those. Well,
We got to cut that clip this morning.
Got quite the pullback coming back here, guys.
on what?
Are you still short, Michael?
No, I got out at 49s.
Got out. Okay. And Andre?
Left for a moment.
Oh, he's okay. He's off. All right.
He's puking in the bathroom.
Naz the Dragon, how did I know 66 was going to be strong resistance? I didn't. We are just using hypothesis to manage risk. It turned out to be a pretty decent area to execute a short time frame short, but Michael, I think, did the right thing. Obviously, now in hindsight, that's true. But with the opening range, the low of the session, short trades should be quick and reasonable as far as profit targets are concerned. S&Ps are back up near that potential failed auction, but it's not a failed auction until it is. We need Andre. We need the next 30-minute bar to close below the low. Below the high of the initial balance.
And guys, share the link again to our levels, because in there it was just the levels. We should put on that link too, JD. Like, don't use these levels; they probably won't work. Just as another added disclaimer. And guys, we say this all the time, just because we never want to mislead anybody. We never want anybody to be like, "You told me that was going to work."
Mm-hmm.
No.
It's your decision. You're a product of free will as a trader. That's the reason why you became a trader, is to make your own decisions. I assume, unless you
can.
Yeah.
Put a disclaimer on there. Say, these levels are for reference only, and no inference of potential profit is assumed.
Yeah. And you just don't want to mislead anybody. Have them again. Okay, I said it. But it says in here 16,866 value area high.
Right.
Oh, you know what we should also do, JD, is make that linkable so people know what value area high means. That would be really cool. Or just put a glossary below all this on the same page. But we have it in here. I mean, it was in that level area. And look, you still would have, if you're still in it, the high was 68. And if you're in it 10, 15 minutes ago, you would have taken 4 handles of heat and picked up 25, 20 handles of points.
I think that reward over risk every day.
I'll take that reward over risk every day. And it's just a level that we share and we talk it out. That's the reason why we started sharing these levels more, so you guys could hear us talk these levels out. Because that's kind of what traders do. We used to be in the pit and be like, hey, watch out for 860. You'd lean back. Watch out for 866 as we keep touching that area. Yeah, just like.
You guys can't hear this meltdown going on in the background, right?
What's going on?
I have a very angry 2-year-old.
Oh, really?
Get him on here.
No way. We'll put a book in front of his face like Michael Jackson or something like that.
Easy now.
What was that blanket when he tossed a blanket out over the patio and like, check out my kid?
Oh my God.
Famous.
Oh wow, see that rip higher? 74s now.
Yeah, there's all the
So
stuff.
even if you're at 66s, you're still taking, now it's 10 handles of heat.
There's
Only
all
10
the
handles. That could have been your top right there, huh?
In yesterday's high, it was 877 quarter. 877 quarters yesterday's high.
No.
Yep.
76 half is what it came up to, yesterday's high. All right. And it ripped right off of that.
Really quick, exactly on time, and as I intended, we have a tip of the day to share for you.
Oh,
Cool.
Let's do it.
Today's tip of the day is have a trading plan. Define your goals, risk tolerance, and time horizon, among other things.
Okay, now we need to put in the chat our trading plan checklist. We should have that available
Yeah. you
too.
put that
And
template.
guys, we try to help put you in a good position. There's your tip. And then we'll have a doc. We'll have a doc in there that says, here's how you kind of build your trading plan. I don't even want to trade right now.
Yeah.
Even
Everyone want to trade. Ain't no one want to build that trading plan.
Right.
right.
About it. Everybody says they journal, but they don't.
Okay, how about this? Can you guys put a poll in there? Do you have a trading plan? I mean, we already set you up that you should have one, so it might be. Do you have a trading plan? That's pretty.
Planning the trade doesn't count.
Yeah.
Planning, yeah, exactly. Well, I wanted to get long down there. Yeah, that's my plan. So still, if you were short from the 66s, you'd take 10 handles of heat. That's $200, and you would already picked up, or you would already been in the money a couple times.
Right.
20 handles. So far the 66s have been pretty good.
I like these trading plans. Trading plan, make money. Trading plan, win.
Yeah.
Hold and pray. I'm with you, Jeremy.
That's my plan.
Trading plan.
The Wheelan had that yesterday. That's kind of his.
Pretty much.
Trading plan. 15 contracts, long or short.
F it.
Yeah.
Yeah. What shuts you off at the end of the day? DLL.
That's
Fires in control.
Andy Brubaker passed the trading combine.
Congratulations, Andy.
Well done. 75% long in S&Ps, and we continue.
I know. I got my hands right on together. I don't want to trade. I'm very close to calling it a day.
Yep.
Put your hands on
I
your
call it a day today. Today's profits would scratch Wednesday's losses, and then I'm just stuck with one losing day for the week of $800. So I'm processing that in my mind.
Oh.
Well, CNBC, they're talking about West Coast ports win business back while the girl's holding the teddy bear right in front of them. Yeah. I don't know if that helps you trade or not, but.
Oh. Well, I'm going to go short Bitcoin.
Todd's using the O'Hare spread for his trading plan, he says.
Who's doing? Oh, that was a good one.
Forgot to close out. I put on a sim Bitcoin trade earlier just to see it,
And
hey, it's up $1,400. Maybe this
damn,
is
Bitcoin.
1,400 fake dollars.
Ooh, NASDAQ.
Dan Corkhill, go skiing. They say take these things, Andre, 30 minutes or an hour before you go skiing. So I'm going to preemptively do this now.
About that time.
So then when it starts kicking in, they say 50, one each 50 pounds you weigh.
So how many is that for you?
About 6.
We got just over 1 minute till the next 30-minute bar here, Andre.
Okay. Can't wait.
Yeah. Are you still short?
I am.
Rose train, it is not Viagra. That is another 30 minutes before you go out there.
I was checking on something. What are those pills again?
Oh, guys, I love this chat room. I love trading with you guys.
Yep.
Yeah, it certainly does. I mean, we've been one time framing higher in the NASDAQ since the open. Opening range is the low.
Mhm.
Every 30-minute bar has been a higher high and a higher low.
66 is holding up again. You would only had 10 handles of heat. Now you're in 10 handles in the money. We just want to talk this out. Just trade however you feel necessary, or don't trade at all.
It looks like they're
Totally
buying the dip.
I'm going to see a nice little push down here, Andre, to get this open to the next bar back in the initial balance for you.
That'd be cool.
James, I was away for a little bit. Did we get around to showing that picture of Hoag from Floored?
Oh yeah, that'd be cool.
Yeah, pull that up.
Yeah, I can bring it back up.
Man, Hoag, you've been all over the place, dude.
Well, I mean, he's good on the
nationwide,
trading.
right? All right, now
There we
if
go.
leave these single TPOs, then I'm great.
There he is.
I'm really bad at this today.
That's good.
There he is.
You got one guy laughed and one guy put a what was emoji there? That's a good looking Johnny. Johnny, you're good looking. I like it. Yeah, that's a broker right there. If I saw that guy, I'm like, that guy slings.
Yep.
Topstep. You guys notice how he's higher than everybody right now?
I usually am.
Looking. Yeah, everybody's looking up at him. Usually him. Everybody's looking up at him right now because they're at the lower steps. John's badge probably said he had to register to be on the top step of the trading pit, hence the name Topstep.
Mm-hmm.
Biggest and best trader stood up there.
I
Hence
still have
Johnny
that
Hoagland.
badge.
Uh-huh. Show us the badge, John.
Sure.
Ron Jeremy. Just chat cracks me up, man.
Jeez. That was before I had gray hair. There you go.
Yeah.
S&P 500 top step. And we're one word, but that you had to register because the biggest and best. Yeah, because he traded the size. It was a
I didn't
volume.
realize it said Top Step on it. It actually said Top Step.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Damn, I did not know that one. That's cool.
So when you see other companies come up with like Leela or whatever that bullshit name is and all that, sorry, I'm going to go on a rant again.
Yeah, do it.
Nobody's we're from the trading. We've been on the trading floor. And we look at John's been on there for 100 years with his family has.
Me and the Dukes founded it.
You and the Dukes founded it. John, if you didn't choose trading, what would your profession have been?
I wanted to be an artist. And I went to school and did all that for it, but I decided that I wasn't willing to starve for my art. So, I got my job on the trading floor as a runner while I was going to school, and that was pretty much all it took. I mean, I knew my dad was in the business. He was at the Board of Trade, so of course I had to go my own way and go to the mercantile exchange. But once I got on the floor and found out a little bit more about what it was like and what it was, it didn't take long. I was hooked. Because as an artist, you're creative. You're creating things, and things are always changing. And I found it to be kind of similar to the trading floor. I mean, number one, it was of course very social. It was a lot of fun. Met a lot of wild, crazy people.
Right.
And the more I learned about it, the more I said, this is cool. You can make a lot of money, you can lose a lot of money, but you don't think about that when you're working your way up. And I was lucky to have the ability to work my way up, to start as a runner, work as a phone clerk, work as a pit clerk, arb clerk, deck holder, and people noticed when these people seem to have an aptitude for it. That's how I got hired as a proprietary trader. But that's the one thing that we knew was going away with electronic trading, was the ability for people to learn the industry that way from good people, professionals. I mean, that's how I learned it, from talking to other people on the trading floor, and that was going away. And that was one of the main reasons that I had to be part of Topstep, is because I had the benefit of being able to do that. Nobody else will ever have that ability to do so on the trading floor again, but you have that ability to do it here. And that's why I'm so happy and proud to be part of Topstep.
You saw it also coming. The floor changing to electronic leading, electronic being the level playing field that was going to eventually squeeze all the floor traders. So
yeah, I've never really been known for my foresight, but that was one good one that I did have.
That was a great one, yeah. Then you moved into a position where, like, talked to thousands and thousands, we talked about earlier, of traders. And your game, I remember you getting frustrated at me and be like, I just want to help traders, because I had you we were in the very beginning. I'm like, dude, I need you to, can you load this shit in the spreadsheets and blah, blah. We got to do all that kind of stuff. Yeah, I know. And he said that. I'm like, all right, just give me some time. We're going to get there. then we just kept building an awesome team, and then everybody found their swim lane of skill and leaned on it. Did Andre work on the floor? Andre?
I was a clerk in the soybeans pit for 4 summers while I was going to college. Yes, I did, but never executed a trade on the floor. I wish I could have, but by that time you could see that the end was near. So I was guided to go straight to the screen. But yeah, I was a clerk, and that's when I fell in love. It was crazy. Never seen anything like it before.
Silent Gamer. Topstep rips off traders. Tell us why.
I was wondering that too.
Don't take your bait on that shit.
Yeah,
dude.
no, I don't give a shit. They're the ones wasting their energy.
That's true.
I actually enjoy it sometimes. I'm like, you're actually wasting your energy being negative and trolling when you should be focusing on
going in on one of them.
Yeah, they're not a trader. Nobody does that, and they're a trader. They're like frustrated because they haven't figured it out. So then they just yell.
What does a clerk do? Clerk, they bring order. You run orders. Basically, do anything your boss tells you to do. I was flashing. I was arbing between soybean futures and soybean options.
What years was that, Andre?
It was 01 to 05. 2000, 01 to 05.
What's my connection with Danny Riley? I don't have a connection with him. We got a huge fight on the trading floor, though.
I don't remember that.
Danny Riley, if you're watching, I'm nothing bad to say about you.
The beef.
I was fearing for your life, Michael. Danny was a tough guy.
Yeah, there's also a lot that you can just Google.
Yep.
So zero connection. Actually, we're miles, planets apart.
Yes, right. Michael, what do you miss from the trading floor the most?
Really quickly, yeah, I saw Apex and their stupid 1-day pass rate.
Take the bait.
Why don't they just sign up and we'll give you 30 seconds? I don't know.
We'll just give you an account.
They're a marketing company.
They're not going to pay you anyway.
If Jack's amused, I'm amused.
They got zero technology. You got, I've seen folks that are over there trading trade reports, and I know, without saying too much, I'm not ever naming names and whatever, that they've never passed. They trade.
Dre, you're still short.
Whatever.
Jack, yeah, I am. Jack, why are you laughing so hard, dude?
I mean, a lot of people started with Topstep before they ever started their own marketing agency. They're not traders. I'll say that to their marketing agency. They're a woozy-woo seller.
Woozy-woo.
They're hey, 96% off. Blah, 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 get in quickly. And by the way, buy 20 of these. They're candy sales guys. So I'm down to trade heads up with any of those CEOs. Heads up.
That's a challenge.
Yeah, you got to trade your combine, the small.
You know they're watching right now too, Michael. You know they're watching.
Shit. You got nothing bad to say about them. I just don't think they're I don't think they're helping traders. That's pulled me into a rant. Apex has a 90,000% sale off. Oh my God. I know. All right, I'm done.
I love when you get wound up.
Either way, Jack, no matter what, I still value all funding companies because they put people in a safe environment. I always think somebody should start on a simulator before they ever go under with real money. So that to me is
100%.
Yeah. So if my rant only comes in how you market, how you sell FOMO, if you don't help anybody, but you sell them 20, 50, 100 different account. That's where I get my little Johnny's worked with 7,000 traders. Probably I'm making that number up. Thousands, yeah. And I don't think he, in his history and wisdom and being from the trading floor, and all these other people are not from the trading floor or they've never traded. And have they traded well? I don't know. But you would never give somebody that advice or, hey, trade more, trade bigger, or trade 20 different. You can't even trade 20 different
accounts.
You can't trade. You can't. It's zero. A brokerage firm won't let you do that. One account. Yeah, they won't. It's not even real.
Those
it's not even real.
That's right.
Yeah.
I mean, like why do you think when you go live you get one account? Because the brokerages are like, no, you can only have one.
No, this fucking trade.
They think you're laundering money.
Yeah, because you can wash trades, you can do all, and then they're like, well, I can set up my copy trade. Well, you're a forever simmer then. It's not the goal to be a forever simmer. We want you to keep moving on the sim journey because it's safe. But then, like, we're going to bring you up live here at Topstep, and I don't know if anybody else does the live game.
Hey, what's popping in oil, guys? I got halfway Elvin, hallway Elvin saying, "Let's take a look at oil." Anything popping over there?
Yeah, thanks, Andre.
I had to. I was throwing you a life preserver, man.
Put in a base.
Anything popping over there? Thank you, Elvin.
Get off my
Chats that the
soapbox.
Viagra's kicking in.
Oh, what a Friday! Oh shit!
So oil.
Oil,
Put in a
that
base.
Texas tea, man.
Mid range now.
What were you saying, Michael?
No, I wasn't saying anything. There are ones that I like out there. I love the FTMO guys.
There you
Those
go.
guys are awesome. I love Chaba over at Earn to Trade. That guy's cool.
Yeah.
Shit, what's the other one? Lindsay Duff. I've enjoyed talking to her. She runs man, why did I just forget this? Somebody can help me out. There's a couple funding companies I really like. Then there's the Woozy Woos. You profit. Yep, you profit. There's now I don't know everything about them, so if they're like they skid this, blah blah blah, but they're pretty cool people. They're helping. I know they've all I've had conversations with all of them. We've been on the conference calls together.
So, in honor of the Christmas season, Hoag, I could use some help, like the Christmas vacation drum roll, real quick.
Mm.
Thank you. Ready, set, hot streaks.
Oh, Joseph, stay hot.
Yeah.
Oh, don't stop now, Joseph.
Joseph, Fred, Michael, Samvatana, and Timothy G.
27 days.
That's impressive.
Yeah.
Timothy G. Unit at 18 has joined the list. And while we're at it, let's take a look at yesterday's top P&Ls.
Hey, Andre, you're in the money, right?
I am.
Hell, good job holding that trade. That was a tough one.
It was.
Yeah.
Me and Roy Jenkins.
Roy, you
Nice
still
job.
in the trade? Sergio.
Congrats to Sergio, Justin, Richard Taylor,
Some nice days.
Shao.
Damn, man.
I want one of those days.
Shooters, man. Shooters.
Shoot or
Well,
shoot. Nice job,
Michael, just
Sergio.
trade bigger.
I don't know, John. Well, John, I don't know. No, I don't think so.
That's a problem.
On Monday, I did 3-lot trading, and I put up 4. So you can do it all day long without being a quote unquote shooter.
Hey, ICT in the house wants to get
ICT.
sorted for January 25th. Give us a shout.
Well,
TopstepTV at Topstep.
well, then we may get a lot of folks. I was going to ask if he has any social that we can send him a DM on.
Oh, okay, cool. Yeah, you guys, however you guys want to work that. Yeah, ICT would be great to have you on. It'd be fun. You and the Patrick Whelan world.
Oh, you got out? You got out, Roy?
Right.
Andrew Garcia, I remember you. What's up? Roy's in.
Roy
Just
Jenkins
got
out of the trade. Got some.
Oh, that's a good. That's a good out. Look at the 5 minute, Andre. On the.
I am looking at the 5 minutes. Back to scratch.
What did you get out?
I haven't.
70s,
I haven't.
71s. I'm talking about Roy, Andre. He realized the profit. You're still unrealized. We don't talk about unrealized profit.
Unrealized loser. Unrealized loser right now.
I love when people talk about trades. I'm like, is that realized or unrealized?
Well, you just buy the dip, I guess. Yeah, ICT, give us a shout.
Hey, John Jones, good stuff. And we have a partner program, John. So if you want to jump over to Topstep's partner program, we like to partner up with people that have that they have a community that they are leading the right direction for the most part. They're not. Whatever. We like to partner up with those futures traders.
Yeah, Dre, we got to about half back on that move.
Oh yeah, we did.
Yes, ICT TopstepTV at topstep.com. That will allow us to start scheduling. We'd love to do it. We'd love to do it.
Damn, Jack, you're up for that Bitcoin though.
Oh, we don't even have to put that up there.
No,
Yeah.
keep it up there.
John Castleton passed his 100K.
Wow.
Oh yeah.
Nice.
Oh yeah. Everybody that's in here, if you passed a trading combine this week, let us know. We want to give you a high five and then send you off to the next level, and then hopefully you keep jabbing away.
Jab, jab, jab.
Yep.
Jab, jab.
Show them the tats.
I got this one because in my life, everybody's like, "Oh, are you a boxer?" I'm like, "No."
All you asked for it when you got that.
I know. I'm like, oh. Boom, 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 jab, 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 and then I have different ones that mean things. But I don't know. In the very beginning, in my early days, younger days, I was always like, "Home run kid." You know, I'm gonna try to do it, but it never worked. It always set me back. But it was jab, 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 grind away, grind away. Man, nice pullback. Yeah. So, and I believe in trading. Is that Lacey?
Yeah.
Okay, Andre, get out.
No, come on. Looks like we're rolling over. No.
I think trading, John, is jab, 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 because you're always having to learn whether you didn't make money today, you want to fill up the think tank, whether you didn't make money, and you want to just keep chipping away at everything you're doing.
There's always something to learn.
That's right.
Those 66s, John, in the NASDAQ,
Yeah.
been
Yeah,
holding.
and Andre, you're getting a little relief here, aren't you?
I mean, we're bouncing around scratch for the last 45 minutes. Hey. Got
Lacey said, "Get out."
oh, it's just gonna bite me in the ass now, huh?
Yeah.
It's tradertainment, right?
Yeah, I'm done trading for the day. This is
Promise. Put a poll up. Is Michael really done trading for the day? Yes or no?
1,000% I'm done.
Okay.
1,000%.
All right. You heard it here.
I'll take action on that. If anyone wants, I'll take action if you guys want.
I got to go meet a general contractor anyway. My wife and I did
It hasn't stopped you in the past.
Yeah. Finally finished. We remodeled a condo. And my wife and I did the first project ever together.
My wife.
We're still married.
All right, Byron.
Let me put my week together. 875.
Is MP really done trading for the day? It's a no for me.
Yep, 100%.
We'll see what the people say. You have to do what the people say, Michael.
I mean,
Give
I'm
people what they want.
That's right.
I'm a man of the people.
Ain't that the truth?
All right, so I made 4 on Monday. Sorry, I'm doing this because I'm proud of my trading this week.
Good.
4,000 on Monday, lost 800 on Tuesday, lost 800 on Wednesday, 2780 yesterday, made 800 today. So I'm gonna scratch 2 800 days. 4, 5, 6, about $5,000. And I skied every day.
Good week.
Well, I gotta go out here. I gotta go out here shortly when these pills start kicking in.
Oh.
I thought you were going to say you were proud of your addition.
Oh.
That's a good week, Michael.
I love it, Jack. Whether you got me on this, I enjoy the humor. I
think it's just
like
fun,
you
though.
actually told people you got an 18 on your ACT twice, huh?
Open book.
Open book.
I'll never like poke fun at someone for something that they actually like. You know, that's something that would actually upset them. I know that you're cool with that, right?
Oh, I don't.
Yeah.
I'm not a book smart guy. I could read a book.
Book club.
I got invited to that 2 days ago.
You did.
At dinner, a guy turns to me like, "You want to be a part of book club?"
You're like, what? Would love to see you in a book club discuss whatever the hell.
Jack asked me, yeah, Jack
I'd
asked
pay
me
to watch that.
I'm a self-help book. I always worked on
Anything,
myself.
whatever book it is, I would pay to watch you discuss it.
And then I don't know, real world shit I was more about.
Yep.
I was in college, Jack, just to get the paper.
Mm-hmm.
Michael, we got probably about 10 minutes here before a shoulder tap. Somebody's asking, how did you know if somebody traded with you in the pit?
Oh, you check the trades. You'd be over there. Hey, John, checking. I sold you 50, and you turn around and be like, I bought 50.
All right.
Or you
I
just
bought
write
50.
it down and hand it to your clerk, and John's clerk and my clerk would go talk, and then they'd be
I'm
like, Hey, John.
I'm going to offer 1.5. You say buy it, and let's actually trade right now with each other. 1.5. 1.5.
Let's
1.5.
let me get my trading card out.
1.5.
1.5.
1.5.
Quarter bed.
1.5.
Quarter bed.
1.5.
I love this shit.
Quarter bed. I'll buy one.
All right, I'll sell you 1.5. Check in. We write it down.
HOAG, right?
Yep. PTK.
PTK.
All right,
Yeah.
hey.
I bought one at a quarter or half.
Check in. I sold you 1.5. We're gonna have a price out, aren't we?
Yeah, right there. I was going for my price, but actually, so that's how you did it. That's how we do it.
Uh-huh.
And you do it across the pit or do it right in front of you. And then now I'm long one. Johnny's short one. There's your guy. Johnny faded me. I faded him, or we just had a transaction, which is what it was.
Hey, so what was the price? Was it quarters
Half.
or halves?
Half.
Good job, John. John got his price. Patak got to pay up.
Sold the offer.
Yeah, he was 1.5, and I was quarter bid, which means the price of a quarter.
Yep.
And you could go like right now in the S&P, it's like quarter, half, 0.75 or 75 even. Those are the ticks. We were talking in ticks. John was at a half. I was bid on a quarter, and I lifted his offer. I go buy it, which is a market order
Mm-hmm.
Yep.
to lift his offer. Johnny now got it at the offer, and I had to go into the buy the offer, and that's a trade.
Who
No,
gets it? What's here?
What's here? Yeah,
What's here, man? They come running in the pit. What's here? Get it right away.
And that basically means give me a market.
Yep.
I got a big order, and a market basically means exactly what John and I did. 80 bid at 81 would be 1 tick or 1 point away, or whatever product you're trading in the pit.
Hey, MP, who do I talk about getting a live account for this? Dan?
Mick,
Mick?
yeah, everybody should have a live account.
I'll talk with Mick.
People would.
We got to start.
People
Go ahead,
would
John.
not lie about their bids and offers. But if you did, like, you took a trade with somebody and it was a loser for you and you ripped it up and threw it on the floor and that created an out trade, eventually people wouldn't even trade with you anymore because they would see that you were a scumbag.
Yep, phony.
That's where scumbag word existed. Yeah, don't effing trade with that guy. He's a scumbag.
Right.
All it take was once, too, right? And then you're pretty much done trading with the guy.
Pretty much.
Yep.
You got to honor it. If you had an out trade, you're like, and you'd honor the out trade, you would get traded with everybody, because that was almost a sign of respect. It's like, oh man, I don't remember trading with you. Like, really? So I'm naked right now.
really?
You're gonna hang me out naked? Be like, no, I'll make you good on it. And now you're instantly in a position. It's very hard to understand, I think, for some people. But
I did know Anthony Crudelli on the trading floor.
ooh, I like Anthony.
He was on the machine. He was working with a guy named Vince who was in the pit. I traded with Vince a lot. So
Hey, Spy Rebels getting the Stetson. Is that who's getting the Stetson? Jack?
Yeah.
Oh yeah, he's in here.
Sweet.
I don't know what their username is, but I believe it's been sent.
Said the UPS or whatever is knocking on his door here very soon. And if he does, let's get him on and talk about his cattle journey with his hat hat on. That'd be great.
Good looking hat.
Is it?
Oh yeah, we showed it. Let me see if I
Yeah.
can find it real quick. Talk amongst yourself. This isn't going to be quick, like right now.
Okay.
I knew Anthony Crudelli because somebody asked, did you trade with him in the pit? I knew him. Actually, we were going to have a phone call last week. We didn't get to it. We're looking to have him on as well because, guys, why? We have the biggest folks on here.
That's right.
because we like to talk to other traders. Some are controversial, some are ones that people like and don't like, but they're all like a great conversation, and we're all in the same industry doing the same thing.
Yep.
So, let's do a poll. Who this week did you enjoy the most? We can name like, I don't know, how many can we put in the poll? All right. Patrick was on. Trades by Matt was on.
Yep.
We could put 4. That's the maximum. Okay, I don't know how we're gonna do it. Oh, I don't know how. Okay, yeah, you guys just put it in here. Yeah, we don't have to do a poll. Max. Ooh, okay, cool.
Yeah,
He's starting to become a fan favorite. I like
Patrick.
Yeah.
Anne Marie, Patrick, ICT. Well, ICT hasn't been on. He's been in chat, but we're going to get him on for sure. Maserati, Cammy, Deanna, DDD, Max. All right, Max Maserati is winning the W game too.
He had some really good things to say yesterday, and I could hear Dr. Menaker kind of channeling through him.
Okay, cool. ICT, TBM. It's a pretty good mix, but I'm seeing Max on here quite a bit. As far as the folks that don't have a huge following, I think that's really interesting because does he have a huge following? I don't even think he has a following.
He makes you feel better about yourself.
He sure does.
He's
all right.
Joyful person.
Oh shit.
Well, we are there's a certain great trader woman that you guys put in here. Starts with an Ann, ends with Marie. that we're looking to lock down on a regular occasion. And I hear Max is back next week. So everybody that put that in there. TBM's always with us on a Tuesday. Trades by Matt. ICT, we're going to get him on here in January, but he's in chat. We welcome like everybody who's trading futures. Let's talk about it. Deanna,
Absolutely.
Every Monday and Wednesday, of course. Bonnie, top quiz.
Nice.
Yeah, I mean, today, Eddie is returning, by the way. He's going to be back at 11.
Oh, cool.
There's some power players. We're with Cortland and Andre.
I actually will not be in power players today. I'm actually
You're right.
heading into the office
Yes, you are.
after fast markets.
Your journey begins today.
It's going to be a journey.
So we're going to have a fun rest of the day on Friday. We did find that hat. This is what the hat looks like.
Yes.
Oh, cool. Yeah.
Oh, that's a beaut. That's a beaut.
You can wear that to
Monterey.
dinner. Yeah.
You can wear that
Very
to
nice
dinner.
That's a dinner hat. I mean, you're not wearing that on the horse out there pushing cattle. That thing will get dirty.
Yep.
Yes, indeed. I probably had. It's not within reaching distance right now, but anyway, that's about all for fast markets. Any final thoughts before we cut? Next up will be shoulder tap with Brett, I believe, today.
Okay.
I'm 100% done. So those 63% of people said I'm not done. You know how you guys are always like, you just fade the majority. I'm fading you today. So I'm done. I'm done.
Laugh.
Disciplined. Capital preservation. Please do it.
Play it. So have a lovely weekend, MP.
Yep.
We'll be back this afternoon for Power Hour as well, where it's Friday, so it might get a little bit interesting. We'll leave it at that.
I feel those pills kicking in. I gotta get going.
All right, we'll see you guys.
All right, go get that energy out of you, Michael. We'll be back in a few minutes with shoulder tap.
All right, welcome to the shoulder tap
Mm.
segment. You get a good bird's eye view of what's going on over in the risk department here. Brett, it's good to see you. How you doing this week? Happy
I'm
Friday.
doing great. Great to be here. Thanks for having me, and glad to join for all the traders that we have on as well. Happy Friday for one. It's been an exciting week. I've been talking with a lot of traders. One of them, actually, I spoke with yesterday. Her name was Jasmine, and she brought something up to me, some feedback about the shoulder tap. And she was talking about how she's done some trading combines and has struggled in getting to the express funded account level. And I just wanted to say that anything that we're talking about in shoulder tap or really on TopstepTV in general applies to any account, whether it be a trading combine where you're trying to prove yourself or whether it be anything that is at a funded level, a simulated funded account,
You're
which you
really
can take live payouts on.
You're coming
or
across
the
really
live account.
garbled.
Go ahead, John.
You're coming across really garbled. Is it close? Is it possible for you to be closer to the computer? It seems like the radio of that headset isn't really working that well. Now we don't even hear you.
Shooting once.
Yeah, it's pretty broken up, Brett.
All right, yeah, let's get working on that in the background. Right. Now we can take a look at these markets. If it's gonna be an issue. How we doing, Brett? How do you sound?
Check 1 2.
Yeah,
1 2.
Not so good.
Still robo.
Yeah, maybe get another world. All right, John. We're still rallying here a little bit.
Yep.
Still got my short, getting close to the stop, so I might be one and done for the day here. Just
that move to half back was probably pretty much it. It seems
it could be.
NASDAQ is currently taking out the night before last's all-time high, and that is something that tends not to hold during regular trading hours. Those of you that have been watching like the market prep in the past, and I do tend to kind of talk about this on the opening call, is when an all-time high or a recent high occurs in the overnight, it's usually targeted relatively soon by the regular trading hours, and we just took that out.
Yeah, we did. We were saying here during the break, it looks like it's just buy the dip for the time being.
Right. And you know, the S&Ps are a little bit different on that because, well, no, I guess we did. The night before last, we put in a recent. Oh, this is still the NASDAQ. My bad.
Right.
Hang on 1 second.
Okay.
Here's the S&P, and we did put in the recent all-time high here in the regular trading hour session. Look how far the S&Ps are from that high, and last night's high.
Yep.
That's a long ways. I mean, that's the S&Ps are definitely lagging.
They are lagging, but they're still
concerned.
They're finally looks like the NASDAQ's done just enough heavy lifting to kind of bring that S&P with it.
Right. If you were going to be short either of them, you picked the right one.
Yeah.
Right.
I had a chance to take profits. I figured that we were rolling over, take some more room in the downside. All good. Got my manageable risk on. We'll see what happens.
Yeah. I mean, if you're accepting the risk already, that's your job, right?
Been a hell of a week.
Hey, wanted to test out the mic for shoulder tap take 2.
We got a hot mic. Yep.
Yeah. I mean, you sound like you're in a cave, but at least you're not breaking up.
If we want to work with it, we can roll.
I can work with it. What do you guys think?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, we want to
let us know. And basically, a lot of things that I wanted to go over. I wanted to start by talking about Jasmine. And Jasmine has been in a few different trading combines, and I know we don't talk about those a lot, but Jasmine expressed some feedback to us about how we don't talk about the trading combines. We talk about the funded level accounts, the express funded accounts, as well as the live funded accounts. The express accounts, of course, being the ones that we do offer live payouts on the data that we're able to collect from the trading. But with the trading combines included in that batch, anything that we say about trading, whether it be a live account, an express account, or a trading combine, or any of your personal accounts, all of it applies to all of it really equally. They're all supposed to be as close of a representation to the live markets, and the simulated platforms have done a phenomenal job of getting that gap between the two very narrowed. But if we say trade small in an XFA and you have similar account balances in a combine, trade small in your combine.
Right.
You're not going to go wrong trading small.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, very good.
And that really brings me into one of the first traders that I wanted to talk about was Tyler.
Brett, do you guys have the opportunity to talk to combine traders very much?
It's not often that we do talk to them. It
You
is
guys are
every
busy, I
once in a
know.
while.
Right.
I mean, if there's something going on, we're available, but it's infrequent.
Gotcha.
Okay.
Tyler.
Yeah, as far as Tyler goes, Tyler started just last month with Topstep, is a NASDAQ trader, and has an average daily P&L of 2,600. And the winning trade percentage is 83%.
Look
That's
at
on
this
top
card.
of, he's been able to win every day. He is being called up to the live markets.
Damn, look at this card. One lot
Yeah.
trader.
Right?
Holy moly.
You don't have to trade big.
It's shout out to the one lot traders out there.
How
Wow.
about it?
Yeah,
Andre,
and
you're getting some
he's
relief
done
here.
a great job
I know.
doing it with one lots, which is why I wanted to feature him and the next trader that we're going to talk about.
Wow. look at
But
this
super
card.
consistent, really gets out of losers quick. And the one thing I wanted to highlight is average intraday P&L high and low. 2,700 to the good side, minus 700 to the bad side.
Wow.
And that's in an account that he has $3,000 to the downside to flex, and he's not even getting he's not even getting a fourth of the way there. So
Right.
excited to see they're trading in live.
You know, it's kind of
and just-
amazing, Brett, the fact that he's putting up this kind of numbers trading one lots, and he's not necessarily over trading. I mean,
Unbelievable.
if you're trading one lots and you've got 28 trades throughout the day, I wouldn't say that's over trading, because his hold times, I mean, average win seven, almost 8 minutes, average loss 6.5 minutes. He's just picking the good trades, right? Because his reward over risk is a little bit underwater, but that 83% winning trade percentage is great. This guy's got good eyes.
Sure does, man. Damn, Tyler.
Yeah, Tyler's been doing great, and he's got 7 days in the account, but he also started their live account just yesterday for the first time and took $2,400 out of the live market. So
Beautiful.
today.
Unbelievable.
So
This is a nice story. Nice find here, Brett.
thank you. Yeah, we're looking forward to following up on it and
Yeah.
bringing you more on it.
One lot traders in Sioux Falls, South Dakota. I've been to Sioux Falls, South Dakota a bunch of times. My mom was born not too far from Sioux Falls, South Dakota.
No
And then
kidding.
One of my favorite states. I absolutely love the west side of that state.
Near and dear to your heart, John.
Rapid City. Yeah, Tyler, we got roots.
So the next trader I wanted to talk about, Ludovic. Ludovic is also being called up to the live markets from his 150K XFA. He trades a lot more stuff. He's in the S&P, the NASDAQ, the micro crude, the micro S&P, the mini NASDAQ or micro NASDAQ, and kind of trades them all equally. I think the CL he might trade a little less, but typically I just include the products that are heavily trading.
Sure.
But what Ludovic has done is, I know Mick had mentioned somebody asking about who has been in an XFA the longest.
Yep.
And Ludovic may very well be that person. with 63 trading days completed in this account.
Very nice.
It's
And an average daily P&L of 171. That adds up.
Yes, it does.
Winning trade for winning day percentage. Winning day percentage. Winning trade percentage. 57.
Yep.
Almost 58% of the time he's winning. 63% winning days. 63, maybe including yesterday, or maybe including today. 64 days. And just making a little bit every day, man. Just making it and walking away, probably.
100%.
Being a little bit active. 5 trades per day.
I mean, the average winning day versus the average losing day is 435 to about 300. And if you're winning more than 50% of the time, it stacks up real quick. And that's enabled Ludovic to have an account balance of about 6,500. I'm not sure. I think Ludovic has taken some payouts as well, around 4,500 as well. So really adding up, and we'll look forward to them starting in their live account.
Awesome.
Very good trading, Ludovic.
Huh.
He's got some pretty long hold times for those winners, too.
How long are we looking at,
14
John?
minutes.
Wow.
And,
On top of that, John, the long hold times, just the selectivity and not being able to stay disciplined and keep that contract and volume size so low, especially when you're making money.
Likes those micros.
Well, he likes a lot of markets, or likes a lot of products, it looks like.
Yeah.
Cool.
Nice job.
Yep.
Very, very nice. What else you got there, Brett?
We got one more for us today, Calvin. And actually, I didn't even realize this when I was doing this, but Calvin is also going to live.
Okay.
Calvin was in a 50K express funded account and being transferred to live. Gold trader. And average daily P&L of about $1,100, 63% winning trades. And the biggest thing that stood out to me with them is $2,042 average winning day, $800 average losing day. And their winning days are 70%.
That works. Wow.
That's how you build an empire.
That really changed last week. Sorry, Brett, what were the changes you suggested again?
The changes, we just said you can't always dig out of a hole and be careful. He displayed some fortitude, it looked like, as he got close on a couple of occasions and fortunately was able to dig his way out.
I gotcha. I can read between the lines.
Fortitude. Huh?
Yes, fortitude.
But yeah, all the traders today not trading big volume, which is exceedingly difficult to do. John, I know we talked about the last time I was on about how easy it is to overtrade. You have a rule, I think it's 3 consecutive trades and you take a step back?
3 straight losses. 3 straight losses, and I have to at least take a break, if not go away.
That's right.
Yeah, and one other aspect of that is just actually pulling the trigger on taking the break, because blood might be boiling. I should be up $500. If I didn't liquidate, I would be up $500, but you did the right thing.
Yeah, it's just it's a kind of a personal decision, because I know if I have 3 straight losses, I'm going to start to get upset. I'm going to start to get a little bit emotional.
Exactly.
And we say all the time, if you're emotional, if you're angry, that hoodwinks your ability to make good trading decisions. The emotions always seem to take over the ability to make trading decisions. So that's just my rule. And 99% of the time I'm going to stick to it, but nobody's perfect, right? Just kind of looking here, there's those average Calvin's hold times. I mean, he's in winners twice as long as he's in as he's in losses.
Beautiful.
I love the average losing day being less than half of the average winning day. Get a really nice day on December 6th, $5,300.
Well done.
Very nice. He was
NASDAQ.
never down on the day that day. It's probably his busiest day, but boy, he sure nailed it.
How many trades a day, John? Ish.
Looks like he's taking about 10 or 11 trades in any given day.
Not crazy.
But I mean, the December 6th, his big day where he made $5,300. There was 33 trades.
Okay.
So over trading. I wouldn't say it was over trading. I would if he had hit his daily loss limit, but he was hot that day.
That's right.
And it seems like he put the pedal to the metal, which is a good thing.
Yep. Switching gears. Good job. Well done. Well done.
Yeah. And just seeing that to stop on your P&L high, unless the market just shut down for the day at 310 for you and you couldn't trade anymore.
Right.
That's such a difficult thing to do.
And we were just talking about that, I think, yesterday with Mick. It is very difficult to just walk away at your P&L, your high watermark of the day. There was somebody we had on earlier this week that just nailed that the day after day. You get up money, 1,000, 2,000, and just walk away with that money. And there's probably a lot of good self-knowledge in that, because maybe he trades in the overnight and gets hurt during the regular trading hours. Maybe he trades in the last hour of the day, and then time runs out when he's at his high water mark. But if it's a discipline, if it's a personal choice to do that, you got to give him credit because everybody wants more, don't you, Brett? Don't you? You're trading. You're like, all right, I'm up $2,000.
Yep.
Let's make another grand.
Yep.
Let's go. And
Absolutely. And then if I pull back to $1,000 because I had a bad trade, well, now I got to get $2,000 to get to the 3 that I wanted.
Right.
Yeah, exactly. That's where it gets dangerous.
I've killed a lot of good days just by doing that, by thinking that way.
There were a lot of floor guys that I used to talk to that they would say, you know what, I'd make $1,000 and I go away for the day. I don't care if it takes the first 15 minutes or an hour. I always held a little different attitude than that because I want to know the markets, whether I'm trading in them or not. And that worked for some of those guys, but it didn't work for a lot of them, because then when it does go against you, what do? One alternative to that is have a trailing $1,000 stop.
Right.
If you go up $500 and then you end up down $500, your stop is triggered. If you go up $10,000 and then go back 9, your stop is triggered. Again, hard to do, but
easy to say, hard to do. There's also, let's say you're at your best trading day, and you're thinking, okay, what do I do? I've never made this much money in one day. This is my best trading day. If I walk away right now, that's my best trading day. But I feel like I'm seeing the market well. Maybe I should stick around. If that next trade is a loss, maybe just take that and say, okay, I've had a loss. This is my best trading day. I took a loss. I'm going to be pissed about it, but I'm going to let it go and I'm going to walk away. But if the next trade is a win, if it's a profit, that buys you another trade.
Exactly.
As long as you keep having winning trades when you're at that level, you keep trading until you get that first loss, and that first loss, then you're done.
Then then you're good. Then you're good on the day.
Yeah. And I generally don't talk specific numbers as to my trading, but my best day ever, I was able to get short corn outrights on the open. And it was a limit down day. And that was a lot of fun. That's a trade that doesn't exist anymore because they don't do the reports during closed market hours for grains. But I was able to get short, and I think I was like $200 or $300, maybe as much as $500 away from kind of what I would consider a benchmark, a nice round number. And I put a couple trades on. I think I lost like $100, and it was like, what am I doing? I can try to check that box, but it's checked for all intents and purposes.
Mhm.
The only thing I can do is make a good thing not as great.
Exactly. So
I quit trading.
Did you stop then after that one trade?
I did stop after that.
Yeah.
It's not gonna make it another $1,000 wouldn't make that day any better. Losing 5 would.
Yep.
Damn
One
it.
way or another. Yep.
So, what was the limit at that
Yep.
time? Was it $10 or
30.
30
It
cents?
was either 30 cents or it might have been 45. This was in
45.
around 2010, 11.
Yeah, back when I was over at the Mid-Am, I think the limit for corn was like 10 cents. Beans were 30 cents. They've since expanded those.
They're asking what's limit down, guys?
That's what I was just going to say.
What's limit down?
Brett, maybe you can kind of explain what limit down is.
So limit down, which has expanded greatly in the last 15 years, in the corn room, for example, in the drain room, for example, it used to be 10 or 15 cents. So if the settlements from yesterday, I'll use round numbers. I don't have corn prices up in front of me. But if corn settled at $7.10, the limits would be, what do we want to do, 60-cent limits? I think
Sure.
that's what they are today.
You can just
If the market
simple, make
goes
them 10
down
cents.
60 cents,
Right.
so if it's offered at, it would be offered at 50 or maybe 50 and a quarter. But you literally could not place a bid. It would just be an empty dome because market regulators don't want it flashing down that quickly. And it's just kind of a safety. And I think, 10 minutes they expanded? Or corn used to be the following day.
Right. Yeah, I mean, if it locked limit down, you had to wait till the following day.
Hey, I got a question. Why is there no such thing as limit up?
There is.
There is?
It's just the same as limit down, just
There is
to
a
the
limit up?
upside.
I've never seen limit up before.
There is in the ags.
Oh, in the ags? Okay.
Yeah.
Okay, that makes sense
like
in the ags, yeah.
SMEs or
Okay.
None of those.
I've seen corn open limit down and then spike to limit up.
Close limit up, right?
Damn.
Yep,
Yeah.
Good luck
It
trading that.
happens.
Good
So
luck
those
trading
limits are
that.
the-
Jesus.
But the
Those
fun
maximum.
thing about that when corn is at limits is you can offer, if say it's limit down, you can offer, and if you get a fill, you have profit in that trade as long as it didn't blow through that offer price.
Right. So all the offers will pile up at that price when it's limit down.
Mm-hmm.
So you may
Open for a
you may have
fill and they'll
10,000
offset it in the options.
Yeah, you may have 10,000 contracts on the offer, but nobody to buy it. But you
Correct.
can't push price any lower because that's the limit. So yeah,
When it comes off of limits, they can come off real fast.
oh yes, they can. So the limit is the maximum amount of price movement allowed in a particular product in a particular given time.
Nice. Well, thank
We
you, Brett.
don't see it as much anymore as we used to, a lot with the expansion of those limits. Like I said, corn used to be a dime. Now it's, I believe, 60 cents.
Much bigger limits.
Yeah, especially after COVID, we saw that.
Right. Well, Brett, we got to get ready here for the next segment.
Yep.
And thank you for being here, and thanks for your wisdoms and your awesome shoulder tap here. The power players coming up. I think we're going to be having Eddie and Andre and Cortland here. Hopefully, Eddie will be back with us. But
I will
Brett,
actually,
yeah.
guys. I will be off for the rest of the day. I'm heading
okay.
into the office. I'm going to meet with the production guys and see how it's done behind the scenes. See how the software is made. So yeah, that's it for me for the week, guys. I had a great time with everyone. It was a lot of fun. Hell of a week. Thanks very much for viewing in. 50,000 subscribers. Let's make sure that's real. And yeah, I'll catch up with you guys next week.
All right. See you later, Andre. Have a great weekend. Brett, you got big plans for the weekend?
Nothing too big. Going out to some friends for a birthday party and see how that plays out. But always fun to end the week talking to the traders and engaging with our traders at work.
Awesome. Well, we'll get the audio issues fixed up hopefully before next week. And thanks for joining us, Brett. Have a great weekend. And so, folks, we're going to take a little bit of a break here. We'll be back with Power Players in just a few minutes. Playing all day, going bell to bell today.
Bell
So
Club.
stick around.
It's time for Power Players.
Oh, yeah. Oh, yeah.
Ooh.
Cortland, Jack, Eddie, Hoag's on his way. Cortland, how are you, sir?
I'm having actually a very great day today. I can't complain at all. Haven't taken any trades yet today, but overall, it's a nice day outside. It's not too cold. It's a little chilly, but the sun's out, so it's warming me up. And the dog's feeling fine. Can't complain. How about yourself?
Good to go. Jack, how are you today? I'm sorry that I'm late, folks. Better late than ever. Happy Friday. Jack, how are you, partner?
I'm doing well. Was subbing in for you this morning. So I see someone says hashtag free Jack. Well, no. I'm here to join you guys for about 15 minutes until Hoag gets here. So hopefully we'll find something fun to do. But it's Friday. I'm excited.
Good. Yes, it is Friday. And, you know, power players here looking at charts. We're going to have some charts up. We got Cortland's charts. We'll be taking a look at my gold. Earlier today when I was getting set up, I caught a small trade, put up 380 on the day. My calculations for passing the 50K were just off slightly, but I'm still moving forward nicely. Probably another 2-3 days. I'm not going to rush it. Yeah, I'm taking my time.
As you should.
Mm-hmm. How much more you got to go?
Well, I put up 380. I'm going to say maybe about another 800. 52, 158 on the balance. I don't know if you can see that. I think the banner's right on that. But yeah, I miscalculated yesterday. But no blood, no foul. I don't think any blood. No blood, no foul. So just, you know what? I tell you, wasn't upset about it. Just keep plugging along. Keep putting on those small base hits. And I'm coming to the end of the tunnel. I'm seeing light.
Seeing light at the end of the tunnel. Well, my light at the end of the tunnel is Cortland today because I hear Cortland trades bonds, so I'm super interested to see some of that.
I'm happy I got my bond brother here.
Yeah, let's do it.
James Bond.
What's crazy about that is I actually had a couple questions for you, but I didn't know when I was going to be able to have you on air with me. So it's a perfect time.
You can shoot. I will try my best. I'm admittedly a bit rusty, but I have the info somewhere in my brain.
my first question was, I wrote it down. I think you were on air last week, and you were talking about that a lot of times what you saw was a good amount of people look in the bonds for between 7 a.m. to 9:30. That's usually like the time where that volume pops in. I've been trading around 8 to 9:30. That's been my time zone for, the last couple years. I want to know, like, do you think that is based on like the news embargo lifting, and that's usually when you get that news coming in, or is it like the pre-session volume coming in?
Sure. So how the schedule worked when I worked at a very sizable treasury shop that did a ton of the overnight volume is the market trades, as 22 and a half hours a day. So we'd have a team of night clerks, one of which I started, would be there from the open, which depending on the time of the year was at 5 or 6, and it would be slow, but the positions were always on, so you needed someone to manage them, and occasionally something would happen. But once you got your own account and moved to days as one of the actual prop traders at the shop, the typical day, like the minimum, some people worked a lot more, but you were required to be there by 7 a.m. and stick around till 4, right, when things get closed, and then kick it over the night people. The reason that you got there at 7 is because 7:30 Chicago time is when all the big numbers come out, and a lot of small ones. We mostly trade equity indices here at Topstep, so our show starts with the half hour before the equity open.
Yeah.
But there's not the same sort of what time the things are open doesn't really apply to bonds. They're open all day, but the real movement starts early in the morning with the European trade. But 7:30 is the big every release number, NFP, CPI, go down the whole list. They come out at 7:30, and you wanted to be there for that so you could catch volatility. Now, if you're trading outright bonds, that might be too much volatility. Because remember, we were trading spreads and butterflies where you wanted a ton of volatility so that you could get the extremes. I would suggest to you is it's worthwhile to watch bonds at that time and get a feel if it makes sense for you to trade them then. But 7:30 is definitely when the action happens.
That makes sense. That I'll go ahead and write that down in my notes, my brother.
Perfect.
Hey, Jack, there's a question from B. Balders. Jack, is there a micro for bond trading? If so, can you post a ticker? Do we have micros for bonds? I'm not sure on that.
I don't know. I am just saying this completely ignorant. If someone in the chat knows, go ahead.
Go.
I'm not familiar with one, and it is the tick for bonds is it's if you're completely new to it, it's a different pricing than what you're used to seeing in the indices or the or oil, which is really straightforward. Bonds, for whatever reason, are priced in handles. And then each of those handles has, depending on the type of bond you're trading, there's different maturities. For the ZB, it's 32 ticks in that point, and each one is worth 31.25. So it's a little bigger tick. I don't believe there is a micro, though.
Okay. All right. Thank you for that answer. Hi, Carmack was asking me about my moving average. Basically, it's the default from Topstep X. I'm happy with that. Just sort of a follow along. I mean, it's obviously it's adjustable, but my smoothing line is an SMA, simple moving average. So hopefully I answered your question.
I believe I'm going to go ahead and get in here on a swing position in oil. If it gives me 71.50 all the way up to 71.61, I'll try to get a position on there. For entertainment purposes, of course.
Tradertainment.
For tradertainment.
Tradertainment.
What are you looking at with that entry?
I trade based off of SMC and ICT's basically his whole entire realm of strategies. Right now, I'm looking at these two consecutive candles in the last two 5-minute candles. There's a nice order block after we saw earlier in the session, right around 10:30, we saw a nice turn upwards, and I'm looking just to get in line with the small, I guess you call it the intraday trend. Yeah, getting in line with the intraday trend if it gives it to me, and I'm looking to take. Well, I will look if it gives me this entry. I will look to take profit around 72.21, which is like the highs that was made right around the 8 o'clock to 9 o'clock hour. So we'll see if he gives it to me. It might run away without giving it to me.
Very cool.
Gentlemen, what are ultra bonds? Natural Tranquility is asking. I know
ultra
Robbie
bonds. Ultra bonds are super sweet bonds. No, if you're going to trade now, when I say bonds, I'm referring to. I know technically the 30 years is the bond. When I say bonds, it's shorthand for any fixed income treasury future. I'm just saying I'm trading the bonds, and then what year it is, because there's 2 5s, 10s, 30s, and then ultra. Basically, you got to be familiar with the yield curve if you're going to trade bonds, and all those go out further on the yield curve. The UB is something, the ultra bond was introduced while I was trading professionally, and it's just a product that's even further out on the yield curve than the ZB, right? So the basket of deliverables for a ZB bond future is any bond with 20 years or less left to maturity, whereas the UB, the minimum is 25 years. What does this all mean? It's just a little more sensitive. The price of it will move more, basically. It's just a little bit more sensitive to changes in interest rates or opinions because it's further out.
Hey, thank you, Jack. Hey, I got a question. Let's get a poll out there. Have you ever traded bonds? Yes or no? Let's get that poll out there. We got a lot of talk about bonds here in the chat, and I'd like to see maybe we need to get Cortland on a little bit more and Jack to talk about these bonds. So let's get a poll up here in our chat.
Yeah, let's vote me in.
Cortland trades them. Have you ever traded bonds? There it is. Bonds or notes? Thank you, gentlemen. All right. I got to honestly say no. I know Cortland's going to say yes.
Of course.
That's It is allowed. We do have those, obviously, in our products that we do allow here. So let's keep an eye on that.
So there are some bond micros apparently. What a world! I see.
I'm looking at the list of contracts. There are micro yield futures. So there is a micro 30-year yield futures that has traded 3 contracts today.
A whopping sum.
A whopping 3 contracts.
Oh, 3 contracts.
Yes. So they're not very liquid, but they are there.
Oh, okay.
Well, the reason I thought there might not be one is because when they make these the micros, I mean, the real target is the retail crowd. And I don't think there's a ton of retail traders out there who are trading bonds because they're not as sexy as the indices. Oh, I think they are. But
yes, they do move slowly.
Yeah.
All right.
Very liquid.
Well, we're coming on about 300 votes here right now. A lot of people are like, I don't know. 73% said no. 27% said yes. Yes, bonds and notes. So that might be something that we could sort of touch base on. Maybe we designate something here after the first of the year. But bond traders, we don't want to let you out in the cold. We want to make sure that we're talking about those also.
We should
Johnny.
do. I'm going to actually jump out pretty soon because Hoag's here to relieve me. Before I leave, I'll just say that there's so much information to know about bonds.
Mm-hmm.
And if you understand really clearly how bonds work and what they are and stuff, that's like a valuable skill for future
Everything.
employment and stuff like that, right? They're difficult to wrap your mind around. So if you're interested in learning, we could go down that path sometime. But for now, I got to go work on that quiz. So Johnny, I'm going to throw it to you.
Thank you, Jack. Thanks.
Get on it.
Later, Jack.
Give
See
me
you
a
later,
few minutes here,
Portland.
buddy. Thank you very much.
Kill it. It's Friday.
Thanks, Jack.
Later.
Yeah, I have never traded bonds. My older brother did. He traded the 30 years for a few years. But that pit at the Board of Trade was
my
a
goodness.
big, nasty, fire-breathing dragon.
Yeah. It was. I mean, that was a very big pit. It was bigger than the S&Ps.
Yes, as far as the number of bodies in there, it was unbelievable.
Yeah.
Jeez.
It looked like a mini football field, sort of an arena. You know, it was an oval shape, and both ends sort of went up like bleachers. But yeah, there was a lot of people making big money in there too, Johnny.
Big time. Yeah, the one of the biggest traders in the bond pit over there at the Board of Trade was a guy by the name of Tom Baldwin, and he could turn that market on a dime. He would just stand there and bid or offer and take everything that he could get at that level. I mean, we're talking sometimes thousands of contracts of bonds. So when Tom Baldwin talked, people listened. And kind of a funny story, a friend of mine he was in the back month in the S&Ps, got a skybox for a Sox game. So, he invited me, and I'm sitting there talking to this guy in the skybox. Now, bonds were at the Board of Trade. I'm at the Merc, so I didn't really know anybody from the Board of Trade all that much, right? So I'm talking to this guy, and we're having a nice conversation. I'm like, hey, how do you know Jimmy? What do you do? And he says, well, I'm a trader in the bond pit at the Board of Trade. I'm like, oh, well, what's your name? I'm Tom Baldwin. I was like, huh?
Hamina.
I've heard of you.
In legend.
And you hear about these guys and you think this guy's got to be just this big beast of a man, but he was, kind of a smaller, just very, nice looking, good, well kept guy, just sitting there watching the Sox game, and I'm having a conversation with one of the legendary traders from the bond pit. Just unbelievable.
Yeah, I mean, those guys are huge. Another short story here is around the holidays, around Christmas here, there was, I'm not going to say it, but one of the bigger houses. These guys would do size every day. And, Johnny, usually around the Christmas, New Year's holiday, guys like you that would fill,
right,
would make sure that you take care of the phone clerks.
Yep.
And
a lot of envelopes.
Yeah, and a nice envelope. There you go. Merry Christmas.
Yeah.
These guys didn't get envelopes. All right. They got cars. They got new cars. That's how big and how much business was done from that desk. So there was about 5 guys. They each got new cars. And I mean, we were like, what? You're kidding me. And they're like, no, man.
You get a car, and you get a car, and you get a car.
Yeah. Another thing on these 50K subs, I see some a conversation here. Yes, we did it. Congratulations. You rock. And as promised, we are going to do it, but we're going to do a double check. All right. No hurry. We got next week too. But we will be definitely putting something nice on the holiday table. So patience. Remember, I'm working on patience, and you should also be working on patience. Patience makes a great trader.
So, Cortland, you're a bond trader. You trading the 30 years?
Yes, I only trade the 30 years my trigger. I look at all 3 averages. I guess you'd say, a disciple of Dow theory. So I think that when all 3 averages are green, that's like you're seeing the big money split their positions up in between 3 averages. So I like to see them all agreeing. And when you're not seeing them agree, there's certain things that I use that for, like confirmation, whether it's like I'm entering at a low and I don't see that being agreed upon with the other 2 averages. That gives me a little bit more of a nudge to go ahead and say, okay, this is probably a trade that I could, put some risk on for. But I only really take trades in the 30-year. I think that just the tick value is really, really nice. It's super duper liquid, like you guys were saying. Like it's
right.
The moment you click market order, you're pretty much in the market. Like you're not waiting unless it's like obviously if you're trading around like high impact news, you can get messed around a little bit, just like in any other asset. But
sure.
I trade the bond market pretty much. Usually I try to take about 2 trades a week, 2 days a week, and I have like 2 shots per day. So like if I take 2 shots and my trades don't map out, it is what it is. I just go to the next day. If I take a shot and it does map out the way I was intending it for it to go, I take out for that day. I'm pretty conservative in that point, and I think that's also one of the reasons why I gravitated towards the bond market. But nowadays, I will say it moves. It moves. When it starts moving, it starts moving. So
it moves. That's for sure, and that's a lot of money moving around. So 2 trades a week. Are you swing trading, or are they longer term, kind of bigger bites out of the market?
So what I like to do, I think it's called an intraday swing trader. So like I try to get in and try to take the lion's portion of the daily range. So if I'm entering in at around 8 o'clock, I try to get out at around London close, so around like 10, 11 o'clock. I don't really like to hold positions for longer than a few hours, but I will say most of my positions are done in about 30 minutes. Like I'd say 80% of my positions, because I'm only looking for 10 ticks. And 10 ticks you can get in the bond. You could trade every single day, but it's probably not wise to trade every single day.
So you're looking for very specific setups, and you're giving up the edge to lift the offer or hit the bid on those, huh?
Yeah, it's pretty much what I'll do is I have a pretty tight stop loss. I'm only risking 5 ticks, but like you said, like you're talking about the bond legend. When you start to get good at this bond, you could call stuff like on the dime. Like you don't get that much drawdown if you're entering at the right places. So a lot of my trades, I normally don't see more than 3 to 4 ticks of drawdown, usually around 3 ticks of drawdown. So me at a 5 tick, I do get stopped out, but everybody gets stopped out at times. And I'm looking for 2 to 1. So overall, if I'm trading correctly, when I'm looking at like let's say a series of 10 trades, if I'm getting stopped out a few times, those 2 to 1s will replenish those gains in overtime,
Sure. Do you ever, when you're looking at getting into a position, and you're looking at the 30-year, you're looking at thousands on the bid, or 1,000, 2,000 on the bid, 1,000, 2,000 on the offer. Will you ever, like, if you're trying to buy, will you ever work a bid and just watch the offer, and if the offer starts getting eaten up, then you'll hit it?
So I normally like to enter when the trade, when the market price action is opposing to my trade. So if I'm looking to be long, I'm trying to enter when the candle is red. I'm trying to enter right when the candle is red. That way it does in theory, protect me from a good amount of that drawdown. So when you say, so I guess that would be that would be correct. And then I try to like, there's some trades I will say that like I'm like, oh man, I wish I would have held that trade longer. But you just got to get in where you fit in. So that's usually what I do.
Okay, all right, yeah. Just trying to, even if you were able to get in on the bed for longs, that would give you another tick of risk.
Exactly, literally.
Why did you choose bonds? I've never felt like I was smart enough to trade bonds. And, Jack was saying there's probably not a whole lot of retail traders out there trading the bonds.
Mm-hmm.
And I'm one of them. I don't think I'm smart enough to. How did you pick the bonds?
So I'm not going to degrade myself and say I'm not smart. However, I would say I'm no scientist at this point. So what ended up happening was I was trading the NASDAQ. And I started working at a mortgage company. It's about 3 years ago. And I was like bitten by the trading bug. So like at that point in time, like everything was about trading to me. Like I wanted to be looking at the charts all day, and I was at my at my mortgage job. And I was like, how could I, before this, my mentor ICT let me know that we should probably, even if you don't ever plan to trade the bond market, it's good to just know what the bond market is doing. So always keep a running track of what the bond market is doing. So that was just like a seed that was sitting in my head. But, just like you were saying, the NASDAQ's a much sexier market. So I was looking at that. But as I was at my mortgage company, I was like, okay, how could I possibly look at charts while I'm at work and not be stealing time from my employer?
You learn. You take a little of this and put it in your pocket. And obviously, it's made good for you. I know that Orchid Mozart over here, bonds are my highest winner in my personal trading account.
I love them. Yeah, I was like, how could I possibly kind of like look at the charts? And what I realized was pretty much in the mortgage market, the MBS is kind of like that's the benchmark. The MBS in the bond market, they move. They're pretty much like very, very symmetrical. So there'll be a lot of when I start to get better at noticing the bonds, what I would see is I would be able to predict if I was going to have a busy day at work today. So if the bond market was, supremely bullish, there is a good chance that I was going to get a lot of loans that day. There were going to be a lot of people trying to lock in their loans because, the interest rates are getting lower and people want to lock in. Lower. Exactly. Right. And when I started to see that, I was like, okay, this is kind of interesting. Like, I haven't been able to predict my work day before. That's like kind of something cool. And it kind of just, that seed that my mentor put into me, it kind of like grew. Okay, maybe this is the reason why he was telling us to watch this market, because it doesn't just affect, just the bond market. Because when you start to have those big expensive days in the bond market, if you go look into, your currency futures, you're also going to see big expensive days in the currency futures usually. Right. Or if you have a big expensive day in the bond market, you're probably going to have a big expensive day in the indexes as well. So it was kind of one of those markets that was like a benchmark for me. And I think in the future, I probably will trade other markets, but I want to become a specialist in the bond market first because it's easy. It's not easy, but it's consistent. I'll say it's consistent. That's the right word to put it for it. And after that, after me learning more about the consistency of it, I was like, okay, I could sit here for a while and get good at this. And then, go wherever else I need to go afterwards. And I think somebody asked the question, what's the symbol for the bonds? The bond would be ZD.
What was that again? I'm sorry.
Somebody asked just a question about what the symbol for the bonds was, and that would be the ZB.
Z is in zebra, B is in Bravo.
Yes, sir.
Have you ever traded any other maturities? 10, 15?
Well, I took a couple trades. I think I've taken maybe in my practice account, I've taken probably a few, maybe 100 trades in other maturities. But what I noticed was if I wanted to trade, let's say I was going to trade the 5-year. The 5 years tick value is much lower than the 30 years is. So I would have to put on, maybe 4 or 5 contracts on the 5-year, and I could just put one contract in on the 30-year.
Right. And
on top of that, when you start going lower, when you start getting lower in the maturities, you start to get more illiquid. So my trades whereas in the bond market, I could take a trade, it gets filled instantly. Whereas in the 5-year, it still get filled pretty fast, but I'm like, it's lagging around. It's not. And also, what I noticed was if I go ahead and just stick to specializing in entering in the 30-year, I didn't have to worry about the other maturities. So if I'm seeing a entry that's occurring maybe in the 10-year, sometimes I might even enter on the 30-year based on what's happening in the 10-year. Because again, like I said, I'm a disciple of thinking that the markets that instrument should move in the same exact way, bar none, most of the time. So if I'm seeing something in the 10-year, I'd rather just go ahead and get that position on in the 30-year and then allow it to, do what it does.
Yeah, I guess there's probably not a big, difference between, other than the yield curve, but
literally
move it the same way, right?
Mm-hmm. Exactly.
So when you were working at the bank, were you like selling mortgages?
Yeah, exactly. I was selling mortgages. I wasn't personally selling mortgages. What I was is called a capital markets analyst. So like what I would do is basically look at what's happening in the interest rates. And based on that, we would go ahead and try to sell loans to other banks based on like if we can get, a little bit more of a carry in this bank versus this bank. A lot of times that's directly based on what's happening in the interest rates. So if the interest rates are, a good amount lower that day, we could sell to a bank at a better price than we would, a couple of days before. So
Right.
That's kind of like I was more so an analyst, and my boss was teaching me how to sell the bonds. But more so at that point, I was like an analyst, and also would help our customers when they would need to like refinance their loans, or if they needed to, get a reprice on their loans and it wasn't locked in yet. Telling a trader or telling a customer, maybe you should wait a little bit. Maybe it's looking like maybe the bonds will do a little bit better, a couple weeks or maybe a month
Right.
down the line. So it may be just a better.
You were trading for the bank.
Exactly. Yeah, exactly.
Mm.
Getting better at it.
There you go. That's what I was doing. I was trading for a few banks also, but doing the futures. And now Coop Capital is asking, why are bonds easier? I don't know, easier, but
Yeah, I wouldn't say they're easier. I come from the frame of mind that like pretty much all the markets kind of move or do the same exact thing. Like they're trying to do the same thing. Like they're chasing yield, they're absorbing liquidity, things of that nature. However, when I look at the bond chart, for me, the reason why it's so consistent is because if you look at the daily and the weekly on the bond chart, you can see when they start trending, they could trend for months. They could trend for a long, long time. And so when I'm a day trader, however, what I do is I look at those higher time frames. So let's say that the previous week was a bullish week, heavy bullish week. Most of the times, weekly charts are not, they're not moving left and right. They're pretty much going, they're moved by the bigger banks, and bigger banks, they usually have a longer time horizon for their trades. So
Of course.
if I'm looking at a weekly chart and the next week I'm coming in, I'm okay. We're probably going to be bullish again this week. It could be wrong, but that's what I'm going to stand at until I'm proven wrong. So I'll look at that and I'll say, okay, I'm coming into every single day looking for a reason to buy. So that automatically eliminates in my head any reason to short. Obviously things can happen in the market, but it puts those training wheels on, and then it allows me to kind of steer clear path. So that's why it's more consistent for me. But I wouldn't say it's easier. You gotta learn how to trade regardless. So it's one of those things. But I definitely think it's more consistent just because it trends. Like when it trends, it tends to trend for a very long time.
right. You're piquing a lot of interest here. I think you're starting a movement here. The
Bond movement.
bonds of Cortland coming up next.
I would love that.
Yeah, I mean, very informative, and I'm glad that we got you here.
I'm glad to be here.
And the initial Jack, talking about bonds, breaking down details. See, that's what it's about here, folks. We've got a lot of talent that we have yet to bring up, and I'm glad that Cortland here is one of our mainstays here. We're going to have Cortland on a lot more. For the bond trader, for the bond edge, But let me ask you, Cortland, what else are you trading? You mentioned crude, and I was like, ooh.
And it's crazy that you say that, because I actually just
I'm
put
crazy,
on a
but
position
I
in crude. Let me go ahead. And I was saying to you guys before that if it gave me in my sim account, if it gave me anywhere between 71.65 all the way down to 71.59, that I'd take a trade in here. But I have not traded crude before. This is actually my first, well, not my first trade in crude. This is my first trade on this sim account. But like I said, I know that usually right now in Topstep X, we don't have the bond market just yet. So
Not yet, right.
crude is here. So I'm going to go ahead and try to learn the crude oil market a little bit, learning on the job. So you guys are definitely going to see a good amount of losses, but we'll get there.
That's how we learn, my friend.
Yep,
I mean,
exactly.
Make sure you're here Monday and Wednesday when we've got Deanna. I tell you, she is just amazing, and she breaks things down very well. I mean,
yes, she does.
She trades awesome, and she's one of the most articulate teachers that I've listened to. So good stuff. Guys, we got time for a pause here? We talked about traders' W's, traders' wins, and what they're proud of to show. James, what do we got here for? If we got time for that, I think we do. What do we got, James? You want to post that here in our channel? Oh, here we go. Michael, just for your motivation, I guess I joined the XFA, the Express Funded Account gang, after 19 days since reset. It turned out that scalping is my strength, even though I don't like it. I've been trading for about 1 year, but didn't become profitable. When discovered funded firms, I joined FTUK. Gotta be careful how you spell that. And Fivers in June. But I didn't like them because of their damn low leverage. So, looky here. He got certified. He got funded by Topstep. And love that share, Michael. Thank you very much for sending that in to us. And so good. Very glad to have you here. What else
we got another one here from our Facebook community.
Oh, James, you're okay. Okay.
I'm okay now.
James.
Fix my gain here. There we go. Yeah. So we got another one from the Facebook community. Just passed the combine. Excited. Have to wait 2 business days though. So, say la vie. Such is life. But at least you got the account. Hopefully you still have it. And our last one that was sent to us for right now. We got some more for later in the day.
Okay.
But update 10K day on the XFA.
Wow.
Nice.
Rode the move down in the pre-market. Held for another huge move up for 77 points on the NQ. 5 minutes, 21 EMA held, strong the whole way up. Truly thankful for Topstep. We'll definitely be sizing down next week for sure and hope the momentum continues. We hope that for you as well.
Nice.
Very nice.
Yeah.
Get on it.
Get on it is right.
Yeah, and remember, if you have anything you want to share with us, get a shot for it on TV. Tag us on Twitter, #Topstep, #TopstepTV. Post in our Facebook community. We got eyes everywhere.
Or we can use that email address, right? TopstepTV@Topstep.com, right?
Please, TopstepTV@Topstep.com.
Beautiful, beautiful. There you go.
James sounds like such a professional when he does that.
Right?
You know what's nice about the first thing in the morning when I log in? James is there waiting, and he's got such a soothing voice. Soothing, and he's, good morning, Eddie.
Good morning.
It's like Hal 3000.
Uh-huh.
Good morning, David. Good morning, Eddie.
You were on mute, Eddie, but I could read your lips.
Was I on mute? Wait a minute. How am I?
No, that's what Hal says when they try and shut him down. I read your lips, David, through the door.
All right, you know that well too much. Maybe James is not a bot. I know him. I've did shots with him. No, he is a human. He is a human, David.
I can't do that, David.
Oh, that was, I tell you, at that point, you're like, if you ever saw the movie, chance to watch that. That is a classic. Okay, there we go. Oh, we got another poll here.
Uh-oh.
Whose voice is more soothing? Eddie, Hoag, James, or MP? Oh, come on, man. I'm voting James. As I tell him every morning, boy, that's just soothing.
I got a feeling you're going to win, Hoag.
Johnny Hoagland.
Well, that's nice. What was I going to ask you, Cortland? I had something and it just flew out of my head.
Gotta come back.
Yeah, well, I hope so.
When Cortland takes bonds, does he use a time chart or something else?
I only use a time-based chart. I'm not smart enough to be using anything else. To be honest, like candlesticks are definitely where I make my home for sure.
There you go.
I'm looking at the S&Ps right now, and I feel like I'm watching the bonds.
Are they? Let me look
17 handle range. Most of it within the upper half of the profile. It's just kind of quiet, man. We might be seeing some fireworks later on with expiration, but right now there's not a lot going on.
It's interesting that you say that as well, because I'm looking at one of my other charts. The bonds since around London, so around 10-15 to they've been in a very, very tight consolidation. So it's like one of those things I was saying before. Usually you're going to see the bonds are going to proceed or at least move when there is like that big movement you're going to be seeing in the bonds. So yeah, we've got a pretty abysmal range right now in the bonds, probably like 5 ticks, maybe 5-10 ticks within the last hour or so. Back and forth. And you had a question for me, Hoag. Did it come back?
No, I was just going to kind of talk about how the S&Ps are we call it barcoding.
Mm-hmm.
When, it's one green bar, one red bar, one green bar, one red bar with pretty much even highs and lows.
Mm-hmm.
That's what I was just saying. It kind of feels like I'm watching the bonds.
Yep. Oh yeah, I definitely had to get used to that because I started off in Bitcoin. So.
Oh geez. Yeah. Well, there's a difference.
Oh man, what a difference, right? Definitely took a couple years to get used to it as well. And Aline Kell says this is so good, Cortland rocks, and thank you for that. You just made me smile, Alan. So thanks for that.
You do rock.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Well, whose voice is more soothing? MP with only 4%. James, I was thinking that number would be a little higher, 14%. Eddie with 23 and Hoag walking away with 57.
It's okay. I voted for Hoag.
I voted for MP.
Excuse me. It's one vote, right? One vote.
Well, that's what 20 years of standing in a trading pit, screaming your head off, will do for you.
That makes sense. Oh man, I always want to say I wish I was there, but at the same time, I kind of do like the solace of learning behind my screen. But I feel like you just had to be there. You just had to be there.
There was a lot of screaming, Johnny. There was a lot. By the time you'd be on the train or on the way home, or you'd get home, you'd be like, a lot of hauls, a lot of Smith Brother cough drops, a lot of shots of wild turkey. There's
a lot of folks ended up with like polyps on their vocal cords. That never happened to me. I don't know how that never happened because in the pit the loudest wins, so you had to be loud.
You had to be loud.
And so going for 6 hours and 45 minutes every day, bell to bell, screaming and hollering was I couldn't do it now. I don't think I could mentally or physically spend 6 hours and 45 minutes in a trading pit screaming and hollering and fighting for trades these days.
Mm-hmm.
But I mean, there were a lot of guys older than I am now that were still on the trading floor. A lot of them were like in the meets, but which was smaller pits. But
we're talking about that movie Floored. Was it Ansani who was playing golf in the snow? Who was that? There was his voice throughout the years really got ripped. There was guys that would talk like this, hey, how you doing?
There were a lot of guys like that. They talk like this.
When they got there, at first they were talking like this,
Yeah.
But you're right, Johnny. You had to scream. Especially on a big pit like S&P's, when one side had some market orders, you guys are trying to fill on the other side, and you're yelling sold or whatever.
Yeah. Yeah, you had to be loud, and you had to be seen. There's a local in the S&Ps. I actually have a couple of his trading jackets that he used to have sequined trading jackets made.
Oh man, the stylish man.
Stylish, exactly. Oh, yeah, he was Hollywood. Yeah, he was definitely the Liberace of the trading floor.
Chance was his name. Chance.
Yeah.
Oh man.
I'm gonna grab.
You know what, guys?
I'm gonna show you.
We okay. Johnny can hurry up with that. Cortland, I appreciate you being with us here today.
Of course.
And we'll get you back here next week. Or are you busy? Are you?
I'm here. I'm not going to be anywhere else.
All right.
Oh man.
Those are actually sequins.
Yeah.
And yeah.
It was actual trading, pit worn trading jacket.
There you go.
Very pretty.
Nice. All right, folks, we're going to take a break. And coming up here for Top Quiz, we got Sarah and Brooke, a.k.a. Double Trouble, a.k.a. Thelma and Louise, all the way from the Grand Canyon. So we'll be right back with Top Quiz.
Thanks, Eddie. Thanks, Cortland. Great talking to you.
Great talking to you, Ho. Great talking to you, Eddie.
All right. Take care.
Hello, everybody, and welcome to Top Quiz, the to my knowledge only futures-based live quiz show on YouTube at this time. I'm joined today. We got a Friday special. Two lovely individuals. I'm joined by Brooke and Sarah. How are you doing, Sarah? I'll start with you.
Oh, I'm good. We're here in the Grand Canyon, as you can see. It's beautiful. I've just, the majesty has gotten me, foot-clamped.
Yeah, a lot of DVDs or something in the. What is that behind you? It's like a collection of.
Yeah, if you like sci-fi or Star Wars or, vintage PC games, I'm your gal.
I will keep that in mind for future questions. And Brooke, what a great Christmas background. I'm just impressed by it every time I see it.
Thank you. 'Tis the season, right? Happy Friday, everyone. Yes.
Well, it is Friday. I don't know what bearing that's going to have on the quiz, but if this is your first time, click the link and email associated with your Topstep username when it prompts you for that. You'll also get a Kahoot name. Make it something interesting. If it's 2 letters, why even play? Anyway.
Hey, I have a pro tip for our audience, Jack. If you put in naughty words into Kahoot, it will make a really funny name for you. I used to enjoy that when I used to play Kahoot with other people. It could, the nastiest word you can think of, and it will give you something completely funny. So, pro tip for next time, guys.
I was wondering why, knowing that this is the internet where we do this, I was wondering why I had never seen a name that was like really something bad, and it must keep you from doing that.
It sure does. They put in filters so it's PG friendly.
Cool.
We've had a few that made us chuckle in the past, though. So I do always love everyone's creativity here.
Yeah, there was one especially that I regret reading because if somebody clipped it. Let's just say I don't want that. So, 4 questions, multiple choice. If you get 3 or 4 right, you enter a random drawing. We will take 25 of you and give you a free reset. Now, Sarah's been working with me on getting these out. We have a new process going, and I think if all the winners this week, if I'm correct, will be emailed today.
Today. You got it absolutely right. So anybody that's waiting, that's on me. I'm so sorry. It is a new process, but after everybody is picked for today, I'll send out an email, and you should all get it.
All right. Mongoose can't play. He's in a trade. That's good. Focus on the trade. The quiz will always be here come Monday. Okay, well, looks like people are in here. Are we ready to get this started?
Let's go for it.
As a reminder, if you see a question and you know the answer right away, just wait until there's 6 seconds left on the clock because we are 6 seconds behind you, which reminds me to mention, answer these questions as soon as they come up on your device. Don't wait for us to giggle about them. Okay? Sounds good. All right. We're going to start this just about now. The anticipation. You got that reference.
Very good.
Little Rocky Horror.
Yeah, both of you. Should have asked. Yep. How many ticks make up 1 point in the CME bond futures contract, the ZB? Is it 4 ticks, 8 ticks, 32 ticks, or 64 ticks?
Can it be wrong answers only? Wrong answers only.
Yeah. Any, go for it. What's your guess?
I like 64 because of Nintendo 64, so we'll go with that. Wrong answers only.
The 10-year does.
32.
But, yeah. Oh, well, that's good. It was 32 is the correct answer there.
Yay, Brooke.
Futures. Very well done. Okay. To the next question. Well, first we have the leaderboard with, hey, my man is back. Black Swan at the top. Black Swan was here yesterday on the quiz, and he got all of them right, which was shocking because I thought he was some sort of intelligent AI for the longest time. But
did he do it with hands up, though? Like, did he do the quiz with hands up? If he does it again, hands up.
He wasn't. Honestly, I think he saw that in advance because he was like scooted back so that you could see. Wow. He guessed on one too and got it right. I mean, whatever. He's a machine.
Yes.
All right. Next question. In the 1990 film Home Alone, what city does Kevin's family fly to, thus leaving him home alone?
I know.
New York, Cancun, London, or Paris? And I'm guessing both of you may know this because we are maybe roughly the same generation.
We are.
Yes, we are. Yes.
What's the answer?
Paris.
Paris.
It is
The
indeed.
change, you filthy animal.
Look what you did, you little jerks. So there's been a lot of memes going around lately of kind of wondering what Kevin's dad does for a living, right? That they live in that huge house and he's taking his entire extended family to Paris for Christmas. I think he's into money laundering or something. So
Yeah, I was going to go with Coke dealer, but money laundering is more PG.
then it makes more sense why he's getting robbed by the people, right? The
Right?
wet bandits are coming to get his stash house.
That's right. They knew where it was in the basement.
If it wasn't for that meddling kid, Bofa D's. That's one of those names I probably shouldn't say.
That was pretty clever.
Fried Bob, Bon Don. That's a good name. And Dio, hopefully Ronnie James. Okay, let's get to the next question here. Question 3. In 2020, traders learned that the CL future could go negative. Shocked a lot of them. What is theoretically the lowest the ES future could go? That's the S&P 500 future. Is it 2,000, 1,000, 0, or could it theoretically go infinitely negative?
That's a really great question.
It is a great question, Jack.
All right, Brooke, it's up to you.
I'm going to go with 1,000 on this one.
Okay.
I'm
Anyone
going to
else?
agree. That sounds about accurate for me.
It is 0. I love that stock photo I had of the thinking robot. The ES is a cash-settled contract, which means it cannot go below 0. The reason oil could go below 0 was because it's a physically delivered contract, and there are costs associated with what do you do if you have to take X thousand barrels of oil. I would pay a lot of money not to have to do that. So
Yeah, that's why I like to trade gold. I would happily take receipt of it. Thank you.
1,000 ounces. There's 100 ounces. 100
I'll take it all. It's fine. I'll figure out a place to put it. We're okay.
Cool. All right, leaderboard. Oh, now what is one of these? Account reset, like Command, Albart, TKG in first. All right, are you guys ready for this final question?
Yes.
Let's go for it.
Okay. Last question. What state is Taylor Swift originally from? Is it Kentucky, Pennsylvania, Tennessee, or Oregon?
Sorry, I'm not a Swiftie. So Brooke
I
is
think
in
I'm not a Swiftie, but I think I know this.
Okay, well, you can go ahead. Say it
I'll
now.
go Pennsylvania.
Ooh, I would go Tennessee. She feels more
Well,
country to me than that.
No, she's about as country as Pennsylvania. She's
Wow. See?
She's indeed from Pennsylvania. The great cultural chameleon that she is along the years started at birth. She is from Pennsylvania. So, Swifties out there, some of you got it. All right. Well done improving the quiz frame rate. Yeah, I'm sharing this in a different program, and honestly, it's pretty great. It's pretty
Jack,
great.
this is a great variety of questions today.
Yeah, well, I try and do
Culture,
two.
little lessons. You did awesome.
I try and do 2 and 2 and not be intentionally mean to the guests.
Just mean guys. It's fine.
Stiff dick.
See, there's
No,
that creativity coming through.
Yeah, that's good.
That was a good one. That was a good
That was
one.
a good one.
Congratulations.
All right. If you got
Chopopotamus.
if you got 3 or 4 right, you are entered the drawing for 25 resets, and we will be emailing y'all later today. Lastly, if you're upset about Taylor Swift questions, you know they're coming, and they're not super hard questions. So, just glance at our Wikipedia sometime. I promise I'm not going to go deep because I honestly don't even know her song catalog. I'm not like a huge Swiftie either.
That's what we have MP for. He loves Swiftie.
Really?
Oh my goodness. He's always driving to work and singing at the top of his lungs. He comes in humming it.
Okay, we need videos of this. All right. Thank you, Brooke, and thank you, Sarah, so much for joining. This was fun. Feel free to stop by on any Friday because I had fun hanging out with y'all. You did great.
Awesome.
Thank
Thank you for
you.
having us. What a joy.
Yeah.
Great work.
All right. Well, y'all stick around because we are doing group coaching with the incomparable John Hoagland just after this. So we're going to take a quick break, do that, little Back to the Futures, and then finishing with the Top Step Happy Hour Power Hour. It's a mouthful, but it's going to be fun. So, Brooke and Sarah, thanks again. We'll be back just after this.
Happy weekend, y'all.
Bye, guys.
Good afternoon, everybody, and welcome to Topstep's group coaching session. We like to call it Let's Crush 2023. Won't be long. That's going to have to say 2024, 15th of December. My name is John Hoagland, Senior Performance Coach here at Topstep, 40 years of industry experience, 31 years as an active trader, migrating to screen trading from the pits in 2009. And since 2011, it has been my pleasure to be here and having the opportunity to talk to thousands of traders and hopefully improving your performance and basic futures knowledge. This is the CFTC disclaimer. It reminds us that there is considerable risk in trading futures. We should only be using risk capital, which to me is money you can afford to lose. Succeeding in the Topstep Combine, we're going to put that risk capital up for you. Everything we discussed today is for educational purposes only. We're not going to be suggesting the purchase or sale of any product or security. And I've got my good friend JD playing the voice of God. How are you, JD?
Hello, my wonderful friend, Mr. Hoagland. Happy Friday. I am ready for happy hour. It has been a week, huh?
It has been. It's been a busy, fun, and hopefully informative week for everybody. We appreciate everybody hanging out here with us.
Sure.
And you got big plans?
No, nothing really. I wanted to say thanks to everybody also for hanging out for a little experiment. Ask Hoag anything. It's been, I think it's been going pretty well. So we'll see what happens next week. Yeah. As far as the weekend's concerned, I'm laying low this weekend. My wife and I are going to Tucson, Arizona next week to my in-laws' house. We're going to stay with my mother-in-law for Christmas. So I'm just going to hang loose and get some work done around the house and then take off next week.
I have been to Tucson a bunch of times. Best man at my wedding lives there. And I love Tucson. Tucson's great. He lives up in the foothills and it's a lot of fun there.
Yeah, it's pretty spread out too. It takes a while to get anywhere. But
yeah, that's true. That's true. Everything is off of Speedway.
Exactly.
Yep. So,
well, what do you say we dive into some of these questions?
Sounds good.
So we have one. First question is a leftover from yesterday that we never got to. Is a great question. Sorry, JP, that we didn't get to you. We ran out of time. But we're gonna throw this one out here first. So JP asks, I've noticed. We'll start from the beginning. Once again, thank you so much for your help and guidance. I believe in the coaching process in any endeavor, and having you available is valuable. That's from JP to Hoag.
Very kind, JP. Thank you very much.
And here's this question. I have noticed, at least for me, that using market profile is more straightforward to trade later in the day once the market indicates the type of day. Is this common using market profile? I acknowledge that I am still working on studying and backtesting of earlier indicators. Opening range, initial balance, open versus prior range, open versus prior value area, etc., etc.
All right. This is a very good and a very important question, JP, and I'm glad you asked it. When you, if and when you read Mind Over Markets, the author Jim Dalton basically says to be able to determine the type of day, the day type that you're going to eventually have by the end of the day, as early as possible, can be really helpful to be able to navigate that day correctly and profit from it. However, the earlier in the day, the more difficult it is to determine an eventual day type. So your question, is it common to say that it's more straightforward, probably more dependable areas for possible opportunities later in the day than earlier in the day? And I would say yes. In my experience, when I first started working and learning about the market profile, I was, very unsuccessful in the first hour of the session prior to it, and even after I started looking at the market profiles, because that initial balance, that first hour of the regular trading hour range, gives you some reference as to where the market has been seen as too expensive and too cheap. So it definitely does kind of clear things up as the day goes on as to what type of day we're likely to have. There's no guarantees of anything with that, though. You have to be willing to adapt if the day type changes. If I had to right now in the S&Ps, I would say that the likelihood is that we're going to pretty much remain somewhat range bound. With a normal variation day. Here's what we're looking at. This is the profile for today. JP, We've got, the market opening close to value from yesterday, inside the range from yesterday. We've got a range extension that left a weak high above. We've got excess at the low, but the market is really just kind of exhibiting rotational activity, and it's likely to continue. And if we do take out the low of the initial balance, the fact that we've traded above the initial balance kind of confirms potential continuation of range-bound trade unless we start to get some momentum and start leaving single TPOs late in the session. That could create a double distribution trend day. A little bit concerned about the high here, JP, because it's not a very strong high. There's no excess indicating the end of an upside auction here. So that's just one of the things that I'm looking at today. But JP, you are correct in the assumption or the hypothesis that the profiles are going to be telling you later on in the day the probable day type, but the earlier you can figure out the day type that you're going to have, the better off you're going to be in applying the correct strategy. Range bound strategies, of course, we're fading the extremes. We're selling above value, we're buying below value unless something changes. So, the overall context of the market is always something that you want to kind of consider for that early in the session. And, of course, economic numbers. I mean, there's a myriad of different things that can almost instantly change the day type. But once you've established a hypothesis for the day type, then you can apply the proper strategy for that. And if your hypothesis is correct, and you apply the right strategy, you can with hopefully relative consistency be able to profit from that. And JP, it is, there's, like everything, there's nothing that works, nothing that doesn't work ever, and it's all in your ability to correctly hypothesize the context and then trade to that context. Great question. And, I experienced the same thing, JP, when I first started looking at market profile. The early part of the session is difficult. Even Deanna says she waits, she doesn't get involved too early because of that. You want to give yourself some sort of reference as the day goes on, right? So great question.
Thank you, Hoag. And just as a reminder for those of you in the chat who are just showing up now for Top Quiz, you did indeed miss it. Top Quiz happens at 11:45 a.m. Central Time every day. If you think that you're on time for the quiz, then you are watching this broadcast on a lag, and you should refresh your screen. Thank you very much. Krishala in the chat wants to know, how do we use market profile? Well, it just so happens Mr. Hoagland has a masterclass on market profiles. Maybe we can get somebody to post that link in the chat for you, and you can take a look at it.
Yeah, that's a really good call, JD. And that masterclass goes from the basics of the construction of the profile and into some of the nuances that the profile does provide. So that'll be a good start for you.
Hours and hours of tradertainment. All right. Next question comes from Mo Millions. Love the name. What is the right futures version for Euro USD? Hashtag FIA drill. I think what Mo Millions is looking for is the Euro FX contract. If you go to the CME group, you can just type in Euro FX. The product code for that is 6E, the number 6 Echo, 6E Euro FX contract. Take a look at that.
Thanks, JD.
Next question from Naranjan. Does the previous day profile give any clues as to how the current day profile will develop? Or do you get any clues as to how the current day profile is likely to develop from the initial balance of today? Thank you.
Sorry about that. Excuse me. I am getting a cold. I'm not happy about that. But all right, Naranjan, great question. Does the previous day's profile give any clues as to the current day profile or how it will develop? Or Do you get any clues as to how the current day profile is likely to develop from the initial balance of today? Yes, yes, and yes. So let me see here. I'm going to put this chart up again. So yesterday, we opened with a gap from the big run up that occurred on Wednesday. Okay. When we open with a gap, one of the first things I look for is if there is a gap close. But one thing that we can be relatively confident of is when we open with this gap that we're either going to have an outright higher range and value, or to some degree an overlapping to higher range and perhaps value. So when we look at Wednesday's profile yesterday, we look at the idea that, okay, well, we're probably going to be putting in some sort of range that either is outright above or overlapping to higher the previous day's range. We can, these are all assumptions and hypotheses, and we can assume that with relative ease, right? And everything is a hypothesis. Things happen, markets do weird things, and these things can always be kind of proved wrong. But when we opened up here yesterday, the odds of us having an inside value day or an overlapping to lower value day is pretty slim. So it's all about the probabilities, right? Now look at today. We know it's expiration. Everybody's thinking, well, we may have some volatility today. It's expiration, and we may still have some of that, some volatility. But we opened in range and in value. So the odds are that we're either going to have an inside day inside yesterday's range, or we're going to overlap to either below or above. Well, our first assumption so far today has proven right. We have an inside day. We've barely left value in the S&Ps. So the assumption that when we opened in the middle of the range yesterday, close to value, the assumption is we're either going to have an inside day, maybe an inside value day, or it's going to overlap lower or overlap higher. Now, we still have time to change this profile as the day goes on. But if we were to be looking to trade a day like this, when we have the initial balance, which is relatively small, we've extended above. If we extend below, then there's a pretty high probability that the market's just going to be rotational for the rest of the day. So I would say if I had to say something, looking at the recent trend to the upside, if we were going to extend the range and bring value higher, I would have to say it would probably be to the upside. We have to, of course, monitor to where the upside market state breaks. Okay. Where was I here? Where was I? So yes, there are always clues to the current day profile based on the previous day's profile. Here's a really kind of a prime example. Yesterday we opened, we ranged, we had a move down to value low from value high from yesterday. Price got into value and then left. This would be a value area rejection. Price got down to the high of value, but it didn't spend any time and it didn't spend much volume down there. It wasn't down there for very long. Sellers backed off, buyers looked up. This was value rejection. So that's something that we can base off of the previous day's profile. One other thing we want to kind of think about as we continue in moving into the future is we have a week low Wednesday. Now, there was very low volume there. I'm not putting much weight into this poor low, but it still is out there. We had a late spike kind of an early late spike, but the market opened above it, showed signs of acceptance of higher pricing. The number came out, and pow, off it goes. And pow, off it goes. So, yes, there are always good clues from previous days' profiles, and when you have the opportunity to see them and to look for opportunities. Great question there, John.
Excellent. Great answer from Hoag, too. Thank you, Naranjan. Next from Ben, he is curious, how is open interest determined?
This is a really good question, and open interest seems to be something that I do get a lot of questions about it. But it's open interest is quite simply the outstanding number of contracts at the end of the day yesterday. Okay, so it's one long and one short equals one contract. So you think about the what a contract is. Okay, a contract is an agreement between two parties that has to have a beginning and it has to have an end. That's the definition of a contract. So if I buy one and I initiate that position and somebody sells me one, and that's a position initiation. In other words, they don't have a position, I don't have a position. I buy one from JD, I'm long, he's short. That's one contract. Okay. Now, it's very difficult for the exchange to calculate the real number of outstanding contracts. That's why it takes them usually till around 9:30 or 10 o'clock the following day to come up with that number. And what I'm going to tell you now is, I think, a large part of why. And that's also a large part of why there is not one platform that will ever be able to accurately track open interest in real time. If I'm long one and I sell one to somebody who is assuming that long, I'm long one, I sell it to somebody who has no position, but now is long one, that does not change open interest. All I did was transfer the risk of that one long to somebody else. I sold out that long. I am now flat. They are now long, and there is no change to open interest in that. So every trade, there's, it's either an initiation, a risk transfer, or a liquidation. Now, if I'm long and JD is short, and I sell one to JD who buys it from me, that evaporates that contract. So there is initiation, risk transfer, or liquidation. So when I look for that information, I get it for now. I guess they may be changing the way that they're going to be providing this information to everybody. This is the CME Daily Bulletin, and I think we're going to be able to see it on this into January. But from what I understand, there's some sort of change on how they're going to be providing this information. So if we wanted to say, let's look at the equities. So this is what you're going to see. You're going to see this little document here, and you can see this one that says final on the top. This probably came out final at about 9:30 or 10 o'clock, and the only difference is going to be the open interest. So we got 2.6 million in open interest and change, saying that we added 8,653 new contracts yesterday. What does the preliminary look like? Here's the preliminary, which I saved from this morning. It's saying we added 19,821. So this is what I look at in the morning at 6 o'clock in the morning when I sit down and start doing my research, but it's all I have to work with. It doesn't help that it's rollover. That kind of complicates the open interest tally. So they were off, right? They were off quite a bit. 19,000 down to 8. They were off by 2. It's half the open interest. So that's how open interest is calculated, and how difficult it is even for the exchange to be able to calculate it correctly. I'm going to make sure that I completed that question here. Hang on a second.
I'd say that was pretty comprehensive.
Okay. All right. Good.
Thanks,
Good.
Hoag.
hmm
This next one's a little bit more personal. We kind of touched on this earlier today. You were talking about how you first got into trading, but someone by the name of 50K subs, what we broke off at the end there. I don't have the rest. But anyway, asking Hoag, what made you realize that trading was the thing you loved most and wanted to do for the rest of your life?
Oh man. Well, like I said earlier, I really thought I was gonna be an artist, and fine artist at that. I was a potter, I was a photographer, just and a musician. I always had a lot of creative quests, if you will. And I went to school to be an artist, and while I was going to school, I got a job on the trading floor. As my dad was at the Chicago Board of Trade, my brother was at the Mercantile Exchange. My brother got me a job as a runner on the trading floor, and going to art school was fine. It was fun, but I don't think it was ever going to become my way of living. Right? I decided at some point that I just didn't, I wasn't comfortable starving for my art. So, and I was working at the Merc, and it was exciting and noisy and social, and, you could make big money and all of those things. It was very seductive to even just walk onto the trading floor. It was confusing. But as you got to know it, and as you started to understand the organization and the execution and the possibilities that were on the trading floor, it sunk its hooks into me, relatively quickly. And I moved up. I was hired. I never really had to interview for a job. I was kind of always sought after. I went from a runner to a phone clerk to a deck holder to an ARB clerk, and then getting hired by a proprietary trading company. I didn't interview for any of those jobs. They came and found me. So apparently, I had an aptitude for it. The people were depending on you with their livelihoods as a clerk, as a deck holder, as an ARB clerk. And so, I guess I did pretty good because, I kept getting better and better jobs and more money. And so, did I think it would be for the rest of my life? I hoped that it would be, and I hoped that we would be on the trading floor for forever, but that didn't happen. So there was a really a seismic change when I stepped out of that trading pit, and I knew I still wanted to have the opportunities to trade and to profit from the markets, but it was going to be a whole new world. I wasn't going to be in an area with a whole bunch of people and noise and social and all that stuff. I mean, I traded on Sim for a year before I ever took a live trade on screen. I tend to be a little distrustful of technology, and I think that that was part of it. But I just had to find kind of another way to see what I was able to see in the trading pit, which nobody is able to see anymore. And that's, when the big boys are active in the marketplace. In the pit, when everything came into the pit, you could see Merrill Lynch, Goldman Sachs, Bear Stearns, some of the Shearson Lehman, a lot of those firms aren't even here anymore. You could see when, their clients were placing big orders, and you could see it move around the pit. You could see Goldman do 1,000. You could see Merrill do 1,000. You see Shearson do 1,000. So you had the opportunity to kind of look in the eyes of your competitors, your other people that are just trading their own money in the accounts, and get a sense of when they were too long or in a lot of cases too short. And you knew that they were going home flat.
So at some point in the day, all of those positions are going to have to unravel, and that's kind of what we see in the delta studies that we look at. By looking at delta, we can sometimes sense that there's a longer time frame presence in the market, and that our direct time frame, day traders, speculators, even some maybe even a little bit longer time frame speculators are going to get stuck the wrong way, and we're going to take advantage of that. We saw a couple of episodes of that last week. Andre and I were able to take advantage of some of it, and sometimes those are really big moves. So, yeah, I don't know, man. What did it make you? It just did, I mean, the ability to make your own way, which was something I was not prepared for when I first stepped into the trading pit, was, to be my own accountability. I had always worked for other people. Now I'm kind of working for myself, and how to deal with that. But a lot of it was just the environment down there was, like I said, it was fun. It was challenging. If you were a good clerk, I mean, you were a rock star. If you were a big trader, you were a rock star. And it just was very exciting. I can't really put a finger on like one thing that made me dive into it that much, but I know JD will back me up. I mean, just getting on the trading floor and getting involved in it, there was something very addictive to it. Wasn't there, JD? I mean, you remember your first trip to the trading floor? Your dad was on the floor. I know your dad.
Oh yeah, you walk on the floor and you get that waft of bubblegum and flatulence right in your face. It's pure testosterone,
Yeah.
But Hoag, I got to know, is it true that you've never sat through an official job interview?
No, never have.
Never sat through a job interview. That's incredible.
No, I've never had a resume.
Wow.
I should probably do that just as an exercise.
Sure. It's just like journaling, right?
Yep.
Let's get a meme challenge going too. I want to see all of you creatives out there. Let's get your rendition of Starving Artist Hoag. Throw it on social. Tag us. #Topstep. #TopstepTV. Our people will find you. Let's see what you come up with.
There was a lot of long hair and constant clay on my jeans and on my shoes.
In the pot right behind you. You made that, didn't you?
Yeah. This was actually when I was still in high school. It's made of porcelain, which is kind of fun and difficult to work on a potter's wheel with, because if you get it too wet, it just turns into melted butter. So you had to work quickly, and that's pretty big piece for a porcelain pot, and it's pretty light too. I'm really proud of that one. I actually gave that one to my dad's mom, and they would snowbird from Minnesota down to Arizona, Safford, Arizona, and Jasper, Minnesota. And when she passed away, she passed away at 101. She was born in 1899 and died in 2001. Her husband, who wasn't my dad's dad, he passed away a long time ago. He made sure that I got that pot back. And he said, she loved that thing so much. When we would drive back and forth between Arizona and Minnesota, she would keep it in her lap.
Incredible. That's a great story. What a life too.
Very cautious with that. It has to survive.
Yeah. That's a piece of history now for sure.
Mm-hmm.
Man of many talents, Mr. Hoagland. And many great stories.
Well, thanks, JD.
All right, let's move on to Rob K. This is an interesting question. What do you think of ICT's claim that one algo controls price for the entire futures market? He also claims the high and low are preset every day.
Well,
that would allude to the system being rigged, would it not?
Right. I think it's kind of dark that an algo could control everything and everybody in a particular market. He may know more than I do, but I've always been of the opinion that algos and HFTs, they can affect price to a point, but eventually, price is going to seek its equilibrium where buyers and sellers are most comfortable doing business. He may know something that I don't, but I kind of look at HFTs and algos like the locals in the trading pit. There were some big locals that if they were short, they would try downticking the market. They'd offer the market, try and downtick the market, and then they would just sell one contract at a new low. They called that painting the tape. And so in small ways, one individual trader was able to manipulate price. We're trying to offer the market down, just selling a one lot at a new low. That's, you could say that was some sort of market control, painting the tape. Everybody off the floor would see that tick to a new low. That would change opinions. That would change decisions. That would change everything. But again, it was something that you could do for a very short period of time. Eventually, price discovery is going to find where value is. So nothing against ICT. And again, I'm just an artist. Maybe there's things that he knows that I don't, but it would be a really dark world if that were the truth. And just I don't know.
Yeah.
What do you think, JD?
Interesting question for sure. It really got the chat fired up too. We got one guy saying it's a dumb question. I'm going to tell you, there's no such thing as a dumb question, right?
Right.
People want to know this kind of stuff. And this is a Q&A, guys. So keep the questions coming in. Next. All right. From Eldis M. How do you identify points of control on your profile charts?
Okay. Let me see here. So the link at the top of the chat right now, there's that market profile masterclass. It's going to show you piece by piece how to put together a market profile and how to identify the point of control. Now there's, in essence, 2 points of control. There's 2 different profiles. There's the market profile, which is based in time over price, and the volume profile, which is based in volume over price. In essence, quite simply, is the TPO point of control is the widest line of TPOs horizontally closest to the center of the range. Okay, this in time is considered the fairest price because it's the most visited price so far of today's session. The volume point of control is the single price with the highest volume. That's down here. They're usually, by the end of the day, they can usually be relatively close together, or sometimes they can be pretty far apart. Here's yesterday's TPO point of control, volume point of control. They're not real far apart, but they're usually a little bit different because, again, the market profile is time is the constant and price is the variable. Volume profile, price is the variable, and volume, while it changes, would be considered the constant. So point of control, the widest line of TPOs closest to the center of the range, and it is considered the fairest price of the day because it's the most visited price. Good question, and I, definitely, if you get the notion, bookmark that market profile masterclass, and it'll tell you a lot more about the construction of the market profile and some of the nuances and everything.
Excellent, thank you, John. Taurus Trader chimed into the chat with probably the single most important question that everybody has on their mind. Hoag, if you were forced to eat one food for the rest of your life, but you are allowed to choose it, what would it be?
Same as everybody, pizza.
I was going to say chili dogs, but yeah. Pizza
Yeah.
works too.
Yeah, pizza is the perfect food. It's got all the food groups involved.
Good answer. Good answer. All right. So we got a couple back-to-back questions here, more about market profile. So I'm going to use the shorter of the two, coming from WV Trader. John, I was wondering about failed auctions. Today, NASDAQ had looked like initial balance between 1030 and 11 came back in. Should we always be looking to short when price gets back above the initial balance?
Well, I got a caution about always doing something, because the always thing can get you in trouble. You got to be thinking about context, right? So here's the NASDAQ profile from today. Now, there were 2 range extensions, maybe even 3 range extensions above the initial balance. We did end up having a failed auction at the high here. This is excess, right? Excess is when price gets too expensive, buyers won't pay it anymore, and sellers take over. The auction to the upside ends and a new auction to the downside begins. But we had C period that could have been a failed auction. We had the D period extension that could have been a failed auction. We had the E period that finally ended up being a failed auction. Now, what did we have in relation to that on the charts? We had the the night before last's overnight high as the all-time high, or a recent high. Where did we go to? We had to take that out in regular trading hours, and then the market turned and went the other way. We were watching it, I think, during fast markets, and Michael actually took the trade. I think he let it go above the range from yesterday. And then when it came back in, I think he had a nice 20 or 30 point profit off of that. But the market did what it has a tendency to do. The regular trading hour traders don't like it when the overnight traders put in a recent or all-time high or low. They're usually going to target it, and that gives you an opportunity, if it can't hold above it, to look for a move in the opposite direction. Okay, so failed auctions are great, but by the time you're sure it's a failed auction, you're probably going to lose trade location. But the first time you think about taking a trade is usually going to be the best trade location. When we look at this here, what were we talking about? I think we were looking at the value high from yesterday, right here, 866. We were also looking at the TPO value high, which is 846. Well, B period went right up to the value high, volume value high. And that was a pretty decent opportunity. If we were looking for the B period to be the high, you don't really have to risk a lot. Okay, C period came up, took out the stop. Well, maybe the C period is going to be the high. Well, we don't have to pay a lot on that one either. Well, maybe D period is going to be the high. We're not going to have to pay a lot on that one either. And you can chop yourself to ribbons doing that. So you don't know, until the excess is established. You need price to come back down and close back inside range. Let's see how this played out. So C period did. C period came back in and closed inside of range. This would have been a reasonable opportunity for us to use that as a risk level. D period did not. D period closed above. E period continued and then fell off. This would have been a really hard trade to try and take, assuming a failed auction, because it continues to push new highs. But the look above that night before last high and the rejection of that would have probably given me confluence not just in the profile, but in the charts, that was a relatively decent bet. Just thinking out loud.
Thanks, Hoag. We got some movement in the equities right now. Also, we got the S&P extending the range lower, making new lows, and the NASDAQ is trading back through the low of the opening range currently. Keep an eye on those equities.
Yeah. So what I would be looking for now in the S&Ps, because we traded above the initial balance and now we've traded below the initial balance, if this presents as a failed auction, then I think we're probably going to go range bound the rest of the day. But you got to remember it's expiration and anything can happen. If this were just a normal trading day, I would probably look for this market to kind of rotate back and forth inside the range. We have to see if this remains an excess low or a failed auction to the downside, because we still have a weak high up here. All right, what's the next question?
All right, moving on. Kurta Kumar would like to get some advice, or please offer some hints on how to pass the trading combine. It sounds like he's having a little trouble, or they're having a little trouble right now. Says he's been trading the NQ using simple moving averages, exponential moving averages with the MACD indicator.
Okay.
Looking for a little help.
Okay. I wish I had like a magic wand where I could just touch everybody and hell, sometimes I need that magic wand, right? So just some kind of simple suggestions for you. Patience. Trade small. And using the tools that you're looking at, if your chart looks really complicated with all that stuff, try and simplify. Look left. Kurt, I'm just going to call you Kurt if that's okay. Look left. I mean, look how price relates to and moves in and away into and away from your moving averages and your MACD indicators. Be accountable. You know, if you're just going to be looking left, use that as kind of back testing. Take a look at how things have happened in the past. Now, that doesn't mean that things are going to happen exactly that way in the future, but you might start to notice patterns that you'll be able to use to, number one, limit risk, and number two, find opportunities to get some decent trades on. And I don't know what kind of size you're trying to trade or time frame or anything like that, but don't overcomplicate. Look left, find patterns, and when you see those patterns moving forward, try trading it on a simulated account, and be accountable for the outcomes. You're going to really help speed your learning curve if you really try and be as accountable as you can to your performance in and around those tools. Right? You want to be able to I don't know your experience level. It's a hard thing to try and talk to somebody about. They're constantly losing money. How do I stop? Well, if you're constantly losing, you got to slow down. You got to trade small. Think about the things that we talk about. Everything is usually top-down kind of context. We're looking at the longer time frame charts. We're trying to decipher what the longer time frame traders, or where the longer time frame traders are likely to enter or exit the marketplace. Man, I wish that there was some way that I could. If I had time, I could take a look and see your time frames and do you have a trading plan? Do you have a strategy and even if it's just one strategy, that you can execute consistently to see if that works. You gotta trade the strategy in order to see if it works. If you're just going kind of haphazard and buying and selling and doing just stuff that you think you're supposed to do, well, how are you going to be able to review that performance if there's no consistency in the performance? So prepare for the trading day, put together an outline on how you're going to be viewing the marketplace, what context, what tools, what time frames. Make sure that you do your homework. If you're looking at a 30-minute chart, are you looking for supply and demand zones based around those moving averages? What are the tools that you're using? Write down what you're seeing in those tools. Give yourself a couple of different hypotheses as to what you think might happen that day. And if one of those hypotheses begins to come true, then you trade to that hypothesis. It's not so much about what you're seeing. It's about what you're thinking and feeling, Kurt. It's a mental game. The more you know yourself and the more you get to know yourself, the better off you're going to be. I wish I would something I could do or say that could help you with that, but it's all, you got to do the work. You have to do the work.
Thanks, Hoag. I think it was Linda Raschke who said you only need one solid setup to make a living as a trader. So keep that in mind also. Next from Eric, he wants to know, can we please explain how you calculate your daily value area high and low on the NQ for your daily levels? I'm getting different values than you. Thanks. All right. Well, first of all, we have a value area of 75 set on our volume profiles. These are volume profile levels we're talking about. So we're looking at where 75% of the volume took place in the previous day. And we're only using regular trading hours also. So for the equities, the NASDAQ in particular, would be 8:30 a.m. Central Time through 3 o'clock p.m. Central Time. So looking at those time frames. Also, you have to remember, if you're looking at today's current session's value areas, those do move. As price moves, those value area moves throughout the day. So keep an eye on those also. Thanks for the question, Eric. All right, moving on to Brandon. I see a setup and market going in the direction of my thesis, but my entry point is always terrible. I'll get into a trade, watch it go down. I'll stop out, but then as soon as I do, it'll go in my direction tenfold. How do I tell early on if a trade is good but bad entry?
Great question, Brandon. I hear this a lot. I do this a lot, actually. So when you see a setup or when you see a trade opportunity, usually the first time you see it, maybe not in this case, but usually the first time you see it is usually the best place to get in. What I want you to do, Brandon, is I want you to start being really accountable for your performance when these things happen. So you get a trade set up, you get in, the market comes and takes out your stop and then plays without you. Think about the percentage of times that happens. Now the market has to go your way after you're stopped out, and the market if the market continues to go against you past your stop out, well, then right? That wasn't a profitable trade anyway, so it doesn't really matter. But when you get the percentage of times that you get into a trade, get stopped out, and then the trade plays without you, if it's a high percentage, I've done this with people in the past, and sometimes it has a tendency to work, and sometimes maybe not so much. But the next time you see your setup and you try and get in real quick, think about where your stop is going to be, and try and get in there. It seems very simple. And sometimes the simplest thing is what fixes the issue. Now, nothing works exactly the same way twice. Once you have the right answer, the market's going to change the questions. But be patient. When you see a setup, think about where your stop has to be. Your setup there's a reason for it. Maybe it's a demand zone. Maybe it's a supply zone. For whatever reason you got in that trade, there is also some sort of price level that invalidates that trade. Think about where your stop needs to be based on the current market state condition and what you're seeing on your stops, on your charts. And then think about, okay, well, there's where my risk, that's where my stop should be. What's my risk appetite? Where do I need to get into this trade in order to be able to stay in the trade until it proves itself to be wrong, until it proves itself to be an invalid opportunity, an invalid trade? And then that should help you kind of create better trade locations. But it may just be something as simple as when you see a setup, you have to, if it's a long setup, you have to wait for a little pullback against that trade to even get in. So in other words, you see an opportunity for a long, and you think, oh, I just have to get in it now. But give yourself the opportunity to let price come to you a little bit to improve your trade location, lower your risk, and maybe that's going to happen to you a little bit less. I see this question so often, and I again have had some success by suggesting people put their entry where they think their stop is, where they want to put their stop if they're going to take the trade the first time they see it.
Excellent. Thanks, Hoag.
Mm-hmm.
And thank all of you for sending in your questions. If we're running kind of short on time here, if we didn't get to your question, we'll try and get to it next week. And also, we'll be doing this again. So keep those questions coming in. We'll be pinning that form in the chat for you. Yeah.
All right. Well, let's do the dad wisdom.
Yep. Coming up next, we have Back to the Futures, where Tyler is going to join Jack and Eddie. So stick around for that. Let me cue up some dad wisdom for you. You ready? There we go.
So there's Pop. He always told me this, after a bad day or a good day, whatever it was, success is never final and failure is never fatal. Just don't give up. And I thought he was a genius because he always used to use this. Found out it was Winston Churchill who actually coined this. I haven't seen that watch in a long time. That was the original, the first ever digital wristwatch, and he got it and he wore it till the day he died. You had to push the buttons on the side to make the little LEDs light up so you could see what time it was.
Do you still have that watch?
No, my younger brother has it because my younger brother's like an electronics whiz. And he kept that. He was the one that kept that watch alive. It needed batteries or it needed something. All Tom had to do was touch it, and it worked. He was one of those guys. I couldn't get if I couldn't get my lawnmower to start, he would touch it and it would start.
Let's get him in here for show and tell. I want to see this watch.
Right. All right. Well, thanks, JD. Thanks, everybody. I really had a blast this week doing this, and we'll see how we continue to improve group coaching into the future. But speaking of futures, it's almost time for Back to the Futures. Have a great weekend, everybody. I'll be back for Power Hour, but we'll maybe have a drink together then. But we'll see you in a little bit. Stick around.
a switch up. I hit the function, hit the rose till I hiccup. I hit the stage and leave with money that say stick up. She picture perfect, so I told him I'ma flick up. Feel I'm in the mood for a change up. I leave the city and return with my change up. They got amnesia, don't remember how they played us. They wanna knock me down, but somehow I just stay up. Look, straight from the mud like Ruby. Straight to the stage, they love me. I understand they hungry, but please don't hate, that's ugly. I've been sliding, shaking, moving. I've been popping in my city. Shawty say she love the way we do it with me. I be too turned up to ever give a yeah. I ain't come to argue, let a please, babe. They been talking pennies, I need bigger bucks. About to catch a flight, I need to switch it up. Got that black boy joy, might do my dance on him. Take no disrespect, might put my hands on him. Hit this chicken, now she wanna marry me. But she gon' need some closure and some therapy. Came back to the city with my bank account on F. Giving rappers, I know they happy that I left. Hit the south in winter, I just put down my deposit. 82 degrees, I left that jacket in my closet. Feel I'm in the mood for a switch up. I hit the function, hit the rose till I hiccup. I hit the stage and leave with money that say stick up. She picture perfect, so I told him I'ma flick up. Feel I'm in the mood for a change up. I leave the city and return with my change up. They got amnesia, don't remember how they played us. They wanna knock me down, but somehow I just stay up. Hey, look, came in with the what's that? Left out with the who she. Laying game like 2D, I been kicking like Bruce Lee. Margarita to the brim tip, black denim need a slim fit. Same people that I flex with be the ones that I'm in the gym with. I'm a living legend, you a dead cause, and I'm dead. No, I'm dead, right? Leaving early, but I'm here night. Long and short to keep the head right. Teed up out in Malibu, got sand all in my good shoes. Press with the pessimism, but I only came for the good news. I am the show that they came for, hitting the target I aim for. We've been discussing the contract, just telling they get what they paid for. I am not with poverty, really it started to bother me. I need the yacht with the property, that come with the view that you gotta see. Came up from the basement, hit the rooftop with a passion. Bad with some good credit and a good sense for the fashion. Dope blowing with the left hand, gripping with the right hand. Uber share to the airport, I'ma hit you back when my flight land. I'm in the mood for a switch up. I hit the function, hit the rose till I hiccup. I hit the stage and leave with money that say stick up. She picture perfect, so I told him I'ma flick up. Feel I'm in the mood for a change up. I leave the city and return with my change up. They got amnesia, don't remember how they played us. They wanna knock me down, but somehow I just stay up.
Welcome to Back to the Futures.
All right.
And we've got our friend Tyler with us. Tyler, how are you today?
I'm doing great. How are you guys?
You know,
good over here. I'm
I am
John Hoagland today, and
doing just fine.
And Jack is Eddie Horn. So
we're training some new talent on the production box. So,
oh man,
Eddie, you just got to run with it. I'll be Eddie.
Do it,
but
man,
Tyler,
do
thanks.
it. Good stuff. Tyler, if you can, I know we got a lot of new people here. Tell us who you are and where you're from. Give us a little bio.
I'm Tyler. I'm on the support team, so I may have spoken to a lot of you guys in the chat if you've reached out. I'm from Texas. I grew up in Louisiana, so any Louisiana people in the house. But I live in Texas now, around Temple, close to Austin. So I like to trade NASDAQ. That's kind of my thing. So yeah.
Awesome. Well, we'll have to take a look at the NASDAQ during this time. Now, do you usually trade at this 1 p.m. hour?
No, it's usually more in the morning. I try to stay out of lunch. And then as we come into the evening, if I didn't have too terrible of a morning, then I'll try to trade the afternoons, see what it gives me.
There you go. I mean, it's the opportunity is there. It's just, I mean, sometimes you see it tightening up, but I'm trading gold here, and boy, we've got some big runs here.
Yeah, I stayed out this morning. I stayed pretty busy with work, and today with the triple witching day, I figured I'd watch and see what happened.
Well, I got an idea to kick us off, Eddie. You have that grab bag of questions. This is my first time joining Tyler on the stream. Why don't we pick one of those questions and learn a little bit about Tyler?
Yeah, let's do it.
Oh, the 20 questions?
Yeah, don't worry, Tyler. Only one.
All right, Tyler. Let's see here. Let me find it. I was not ready for that. See here, we got them. I will need to find those. I did not know we were going to use those.
Oh, I'll ramp for a little bit. I'm just taking stuff out of Slack right now. You can ask us both one. It'll just be.
Here we go. Okay, I've got it. All right, I got 20 questions here. Ty, pick a number between 1 and 20.
17.
Number 17.
Take 9.
Okay, there you go. Who's your favorite actor and actress?
That's for me. That's my question.
Here's your question.
I like Leonardo DiCaprio. He's funny. Wolf of Wall Street. That's a good one that I like to watch.
Just don't say it in front of Michael.
Yeah, that's not his favorite movie.
He has complicated feelings about that movie. We'll get into it at some point when he's here.
Yeah, and then the actress. I don't know. That's a tough one.
I think that my favorite actress is probably Charlize Theron.
That's a good one.
Yeah,
a really good one.
In a lot of good stuff.
She's very versatile.
Yeah,
in what she does. She's got a very nice commercial out for some cologne or perfume or something.
That's when you know you've made it big as a performer, when you just get to do one of those silent commercials where you're like dancing around in the middle of the night and shit, and then it's just like for a perfume at the end.
You know, it sort of shocked me on doing one was Johnny Depp. Johnny Depp had. You ever see the Johnny Depp cologne commercial?
Yeah, who was that for? Is that G that he did that?
I don't know, but I mean, the thing is, all I can think of is smelling like a dirty pirate.
Yeah, I was gonna say, who wants to smell like Johnny Depp?
Yeah, you can kind of smell Johnny Depp on the screen. He's one of those kind of people.
Jack, who's your favorite actor?
My favorite actor?
Yeah,
Bruce Campbell.
Bruce Campbell.
Bruce Campbell from Evil Dead series. It's kind of a niche one. There's a lot of other performers that I like, but
there you go. All right, and then we've got your question, Jack. When I'm gonna ask Tyler also.
Cool. Well, we're pressing. I'm looking at the ES right now. Looks like we're right near the lows of the day, if my Topstep X is correct here.
Gold making some new lows here in 2032 even. It seems like the sellers have been taking over this afternoon. Mm-hmm. And yesterday we saw a lot of the buyers. Do that. Okay, you wanted number 9, right, Jack?
Hit me.
Okay. What's your go-to karaoke song or favorite song to sing in the shower?
Ooh, go-to karaoke song is got to be. I like doing Cranberries, Zombie.
Zombie.
I also do a lot of Bowie for it. Whichever Bowie songs they have, I'll do.
Doing the Bowie, huh? Okay. All right. Tyler, real quick, what's your go-to karaoke song?
Tequila.
There you go. Nice.
Got one word. It's pretty easy. You just get
pretty
a lot
easy.
of pressure, though.
Exactly.
Yeah,
a lot of pressure.
Yeah, you got to hit your mark. That's the only thing.
Like if you go through 3 minutes of that and you miss tequila, ooh.
Well, maybe you're busy with the shot of tequila. It's kind of one of those drink and sing games. So
yes,
that's how I.
Well, let's take a look at the charts now. Tyler, you said you had a position on earlier today. I had a trade earlier too. Tell us about your position, what you're trading. I see that you're on Topstep X. It looks like NASDAQ. Is that correct?
Yeah, that's right. So earlier, the trades that I took were this coming out of lunch here. Earlier when Cortland was on, I was taking a look and seeing what we were doing. And I just got a few scalps. It wasn't anything. We were actually coming. Let me see if I can find where that was. It was right here as we started coming up off of this. I think there's an EMA around here. I just don't have it on my chart. but we dipped below the 21 EMA here on the 15-minute. And then I was looking to see if we were going to push back up and continue. We started to break highs on the 1-minute chart here. So I caught a couple of quick scalps to the long side with the 5 lot, just in and out real quick. I made a $721. So that's kind of what I'm riding on right now, trying to see what's going to happen. I don't see us pushing back up, and I'm kind of waiting to see if shorts are going to enter the picture and if I can catch something there.
What's your normal time frame for those trades? Are you pretty short?
Oh, yeah. It was a minute to 2 minutes each. So big size, just a real quick in and out.
So you're doing the MP world of trading, right? NQ, keeping it short.
Oh, yeah.
Getting in and out. Okay, cool.
Fast, exciting money.
Well, right now it appears that we are kind of diddling in the middle, so to speak, as we often say. I don't know. If you had to pay, if you could use my money, would you go long or short right now in the NQ?
Short.
Okay.
Yeah, I would go short. Let's see what happens. I'll go short with you.
Oh, then it ripped down.
I'm going to keep my 5 lots on. Let's see if we hold this structure and keep a push down.
Do you always trade with 5 lots?
It's something I've been trying out just because I came from a place where I used to try to catch big moves in the market. I'd see us start to shift in market structure, and then I'd look for lows or highs that I wanted taken out. And I think I put a lot of expectation on my trading, and I can find really good entries. Sometimes I just hold them for too long. So I've tried upping my size a little bit more recently, and then just taking profits a little sooner. That way I get my fix, I make what I want to make, and I don't feel like, I missed out on much.
All right, I took a short myself here.
I did as well, and now it'll run against us probably, but just trading in the 150K combine right now.
Okay, I got my 50K combine. Pulling back a little bit off the bottoms here, but momentum, I tell you, I wouldn't expected the market to be selling off as much as it is here in gold. Gold, I got my 15-minute candlesticks running right now, and looking to make 420. I probably will shore that up very, very soon. But I mean, it's taking a dive. We're on the lows here in gold.
I see Mr. Boss in there says, please do not short this. OMG, you will see. And I guess I am seeing.
Yeah, it was down there towards the lows, so we could have waited for a pullback for sure, but
I just wanted to feel something out here. We'll see what we can do.
Yeah, I'm going to let mine breathe. I'm going to see what happens. If we start to push up towards these previous highs, then I'll start to get a little more worried.
For those asking about the quiz winners, you'll be emailed later today.
All right.
All right. Well, that is ripping.
Now you've got what time frames are your candlesticks, Ty?
So I've got the 5-minute on the left here. I've got a 15-minute on the right. This 5-minute should actually be a 1 minute. It's kind of what I like to see.
Let's get a poll out there. I like my 15s. I've been running with 15 for years. Let's get a poll out there. What's your preferred time frame? 1 to 5, 5 to 15, 15 to 16, or over an hour? Got 4 options there, and see what our community has. Jack, what are you using?
I have half-hour candles. I kind of do the Hoag version. I mostly look at the day and the half hour. And honestly, I wouldn't be, a little bit of pullback here. Probably wouldn't be trading now usually, but it's more fun to put something on during this hour.
We're getting a little bit of a push down here on NQ. See if we can go green on our position.
That would be ideal going into the weekend, or at least not hitting my loss limit before power hour. That'd be no fun.
Yeah.
Danny's asking, why did gold sell off? Well, I mean, if you take a look yesterday, we just had the last few days, buyers were dominant, and sellers would come in, and sellers would come in, wouldn't have a chance. And you see the momentum all the way to the top. Gosh, we peaked. I mean, I'm thinking this is more of a correction. Now, when we did have the FOMC meeting, that's when we hit, we hit a close to a 2-week high, I believe. And I think right now the sellers are sort of coming back here end of the week, a little bit more stronger. I should say a lot more stronger as we're seeing right now in the gold. So I believe it's a correction.
My ideal setup for today, I don't think it's going to happen, would have been if it had kind of gone up during the day and then we got to 2 o'clock and it was still near the highs, 2 or 2:30, because I think you're right that I would be a little bit nervous being along going into this weekend, given how much stuff has been run up. I mean, we're looking at, if we go positive today, that'll be 8 straight days in the S&P 500.
That's a lot.
It is. I'm not falling for like the gambler's fallacy. Of course it could go up. I mean, it's done, like I mentioned this morning, I think 14 days is the record back in 1987.
Yeah, I'm thinking I might get out of this position here soon, Jack.
Yeah.
You start to push up a little bit more, I'm out.
Well, while we're sort of watching these markets, for those that like to tune in next week, check this out. And this is something that a lot of people have been asking for. Monday, we will have Deanna and Anne-Marie. And I just got stopped out. Ouchie. So, Deanna and Anne-Marie. Tuesday, Trade by Mats. We also have Max Maserati again and Cammie all on Tuesday. Wednesday, our very own Scott Manzera, a.k.a. Hoop. You know Hoop. Hoop is from our chat here. He will be with us Wednesday and Thursday. We're going to have Selling Rips and one of our partners, Kev G. So big stuff coming up next week. Do not miss it.
Yeah, I bailed when you guys did as well there.
You know, they say, like, don't pick bottoms. You know, that's what I was trying to avoid.
Tops. Well,
You had the top?
Speaking of bottoms, James, if you have that tweet we can share right now, somebody sent this to me from the community of some popular Twitter account is apparently listening to what we're doing on the show, or just has similar thought processes.
Without giving it away, can you remind me? Okay, I got it. It has to be this one.
Yes. For the record, the name of the file I sent him is called Hands Butts. I am declaring today National Funds Preservation Day. Keep your hands near your butt.
That sounds very familiar.
That sounds very much like a certain John Hoagland.
Well,
we're doing Capital Preservation Friday, so I'm going to try not to go back to the well now and keep shorting this.
Well, I took a little bite here, but I'm going to wait and let this play out a little bit and see if I get some more momentum off this bottom.
Anyone in the chat, be sure to let us know if you have a position on or a level that you're looking at. We'd use something to hold on to here.
Giovanni says, funny, top half of the poll was 90%, bottom half two times slots were about 10. So we got about 30, almost 300 votes here. Time chart you use, 1 to 5 minutes, 57%, 5 to 15, 33, 15 to 60 time frame, 8%, and over 60 is 2%. There you go. You know, my question to those that like that quick time frame, you know, are guys trading NASDAQ, you trading S&Ps. I can see S&Ps, but, you know, sometimes you get that quick 1 minute to 5 minute time frame trading NASDAQ. And at least for me, you don't see the big picture. you don't see how well it's developing. You're just sort of trying to catch a wave right quick. That's why I got that 15-minute in there.
Yeah, I agree with you. I definitely think the 15 minutes, you got to have that open if you're going to trade NQ, just so you can get a broad view of the market and what it's doing. Because if you zoomed in on that 1 minute, it is really tough. I like the 1 minute for entries, and I like to trade off the 1 minute chart, but I can't do it without the 5 minute open alongside it, or the 15.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, and I still like the shorts here. I'd like to get in a short if I can see some people start hitting the bid on the delta.
I've gotten long here at 2033. I'm going to change my tune for a little bit, see what happens. I'd like to say Deanna's here with us.
Hey, D.
Deanna?
Yes, Deanna. And she says, oh my God, I'm so excited to share stage with Henry. I don't know if she's going to be with us for fast markets, but I know she's going to be with us for the trade day. We'll find that out.
We'll make it happen at some point, because I would love to see the two of you together as well.
Oh, that would be fantastic. And have them share all their knowledge and charts and so forth.
Deanna's great.
I'm sitting in my hands.
So is Anne-Marie.
Superstar.
About 50-50 on the tilt here.
Yep, NASDAQ March. Yeah, about 50-50.
Just got rid of my tilt. Got to bring that back up.
I'm going to go ahead and enter a short with the 3 lot.
I am going to continue to have my hands glued to my posterior.
Butt? Your butt?
Or a butt, if you want to say.
Yeah. Well, I got a double stop out. Not a good day to trade on a Friday. But for tradertainment, I put myself in sort of a hole here.
Where'd you get short from, Tyler?
From 804, 800s.
All right, Godspeed.
Yeah, if we push down below this 21 EMA and start moving lower on the 1 minute, I'll add on some size. I gave back all my profits from earlier. I'm glad I gave myself a little bit of cushion, because that short from earlier did not work.
This is a tough hour of the day.
It has taken me and pulled me by my collar and tossed me out the door.
I'm going to fire up Twitter or X or whatever it's called right now. See what's happening.
Let's see if we can get through this again here. I tell you, the buyers are just getting smoked here. They are trying so hard here in gold, and it's just not happening.
Did you see any of that third night either? They were down. The Chargers were down like 63-7 at one point. They fired the coach today.
Was that last night's football?
Yeah. Oh, it was 42-0 at halftime. I've never seen anything like it.
Oh my goodness. I tell you, I was watching the Blackhawks. They lost 7-1.
Yeah, they're not very good, are they?
Not now, no. Here's a question from Benny. Question: you guys trade the end of the week, and it's a PM, the most risky one. Yeah, usually I'm not a Friday trader, but we're just trying to throw some stuff on there to get some excitement here. Obviously, my excitement has been swept under the carpet. Mr. Abbas is asking, anyone selling keep your stop 16,823, but anyone selling is about to make a lot of money. Why is that, Mr. Abbas? Well, let us know why you think that.
Pull this up here. All right, you're still holding strong, Tyler?
I am, yeah. I like this action. Looks like we're pushing lower and might add on a couple more contracts and go up to my 5 lot.
Somebody pointed out that the game last night was like the Dolphins winning 70-20, but the Dolphins are good. I mean, to have a 5-8 team like the Las Vegas Raiders score 63 points, I think you just got to cut everyone at that point. Start over. Move to a new town. Change your name.
Hide away.
Yes.
Cut all contacts from your life. Tell no one.
Go to a safe deposit box where you have $10,000 cash and a handgun.
You got to do the
Leave for
John
Mexico.
Wick. That's what you got to do.
Well, we got a quick break here. I got some more W's from our trading community we can show.
Oh, cool.
Let's post
see
the
it.
dubs.
I love some dubs. Here we go. First one up, Lopez passed. Love that.
Good job, Lopez.
Nice.
Make sure I get this next one up here. All right. Next one is from my my personal favorite user in our community, Anonymous Member.
Oh, them.
Hey, hello.
Is that the hacker? No. One more for the books. Another one passed.
Nice job.
Nice.
150K combine.
Beautiful. Good job.
And finally, I'm sure we got more coming down the pipeline, but what I got for now is we got good start, day 1 of the XFA.
Heck yeah, that's
a
a-
good start, a good 3K day.
Wow.
Nice job,
Yeah, that is a good
Christopher.
start.
Christopher, yep, from our Topstep community.
Good job, Christopher.
Yeah, so keep posting them, keep sending them. We love to see it.
Mm-hmm.
I got 2 more lots on this, Jack.
2 more lots. How many you got on?
5 total.
I kind of like it. But I'm steadfast in my commitment not to do anything right now. So I'll live vicariously through you, Tyler.
There you go. I'm happy
I'm
to get
chipping away here.
That's why I brought it up. Someone in the chat pointed out that they did, in fact, fire the coach today. So it's a start, but we gave a lot of other steps.
I think something like that would definitely be a reason to get fired.
I mean, what would the equivalent be in trading? Or like a Topstep, right? In trading, obviously, just losing a bunch of. I've seen people do that, like the equivalent of losing 63-7 or whatever. Losing $1 million overnight or something like that.
There's been some traders on the trading floor also that I remember hearing one guy on the phone say, "Hey, we're down 38,000 today. I'm down 38,000 today," and it wasn't as much of a variable on his voice. He was like, "Yeah, down 38K today."
Mm.
Big trader, big trader, big trader.
Hmm.
Yeah, that hurts. 38K on a day.
Well, famously, and I've mentioned this before, but there was a trader at MF Global who lost $151 million in one night in 24 hours trading wheat futures.
Oh my goodness.
Wheat.
Tyler, explain your strategy and
Yeah.
your
I like to-
chart and so on.
Sure.
Thanks, Martin.
I like to look at this 15-minute, like we were talking about before, Eddie. And this morning we've really been bullish on it. You can see the EMAs. I mean, we've been moving up all morning. It's been pretty nice trend. And now we broke that, and I'm looking to see, with today being the day that it is, and us going through rollover. It's a Friday. I want to see us kind of start to move in the other direction, and see some of these people start to cover. So now we've got a crossover on the 15-minute. We look like we might be moving lower. We didn't bounce too great once we first closed below that 21 EMA here. So then I'll zoom into these 1 minute time frames. So I'm kind of looking for that to match up. The same thing that I see here, I want to see on my short-term time frame because that's where I'm going to catch those good moves. If the EMAs are moving against me on the short-term time frame, maybe we're going to a pullback. Maybe I need to wait. But I'm expecting these highs here on the 15-minute. Oops. I'm expecting these highs here around 840 to be respected, especially this EMA crossover. If we start to move up higher against where we rejected right here on the 1 minute, then that's going to concern me. But right now we're moving lower and I'm in profit pretty good. So I'm going to let it ride and see what happens. But yeah, I definitely, just to keep it simple, I do look at market structure. I do look at ICT concepts and things like that. But just for the sake of keeping it simple and having fun, I've just got the EMAs on there today and I'm just trying to ride some trend.
There you go. Appreciate that.
Nice.
Yeah.
That runs.
It's not now. Now it's giving it all back, huh?
Well, there's a question here from Jerry. I wonder if any of these folks who are knocking it out of the park would want to come on the program and share their strategy. Well, we're working on that. Definitely. That is a great idea. And slowly but surely, we're going to start getting a lot of our traders who are knocking out of the park. And we've had some come on that are doing very well. So thank you for that suggestion.
Also, since I'm committed to not trading, if anybody in the chat has any weird or interesting news links they can share, I would be looking for some.
There you go.
It's Friday.
Juicy
Get weird
stories.
All right.
Yeah. Are you familiar with any weird things that are going on right now, Tyler?
No, not particularly me, but end of the year, usually some pretty interesting stuff comes out around the holidays. So,
Tyler, have you ever had a trading coach?
Yeah, I actually got some of the free coaching through Topstep back when that was offered, the individual coaching. Now it's primarily done as group coaching, but I think I sat with you some, Eddie. I think you were my first coach.
Hey, kid. Doing a hell of a job.
Yeah, and I got to speak with Jack Doherty as well. That was another trading coach that I got to work with. So, yeah, that was awesome. Right now, I don't have anybody that I work with. I'm actually trying to take it slow these days because I got a couple of express funded accounts and, just with the end of the year and the rollover and just the trading, how it's been lately for me, I've kind of stepped back. I've sized down in my personal accounts and I'm just trying to wait it out, sit on my hands and find good opportunities.
Another thing too is, if you need, we don't have the one-on-one as we did prior, but we do got the group coaching with Hoag. We also have our coaches in Discord. And by all means, if you're not a member of Discord, please take a time out and sign up and get yourself situated. With Discord, we've got a lot of coaches in there with their own private channels. And, just to take a look, after our 3 o'clock trade here, we're going to be done here with TopstepTV, but the education does not stop. And what we've got going here today, 3 o'clock, if you make your way over to our Discord channel, we got Coach Jay and Coach Paul for At the Buzzer, and we'll have at 7 o'clock p.m. Central, Coach Ray talking question and answer, and at 8 o'clock Central, Dakota is going to be talking about the slow markets.
There's lots of good stuff happening in Discord around our coaches corners. Ray had some stuff going on this morning that I saw too.
it's always busy. I can almost say that we're like 24/7, 365, and most likely, I mean, there's a lot of conversation in other channels too. One of the cool things I like about our Discord channel is there are many different options of channels that you can jump in. If you're trading just metals, we got the metal channel. If you're trading, I think we've got a language channel for those that speak different languages. We've got a lot going on here, so check it out if you haven't.
Dante was asking about an interest rates room. We do have. I talked to Nathan. He says we have the alternative markets, and the description there is bonds, 10-year, 5-year, 2-year, and Bitcoin markets discussion. So go over there and see if you find some pals who like to trade interest rates.
There you go. Yeah, he's been asking about that. That's for sure. How about another poll here? We need another poll. Let's get this one. How about this one? Since we are almost at the end of the day, let's get a poll. Are you still working in order, or are you done for the week? Let's put it, are you still trading or done for the week? I want to see how many people are doing the Preservation Friday and sitting on their hands.
Oh, hell yeah. Spy Rebel, the Stetson has been delivered. He says we'll be doing a nice steak dinner with pictures early next week. Thumbs up.
Awesome.
I love that's been willed into being.
All right, here we go. Are you still trading or done for the week? Obviously, I am still trading, so that gets my vote.
Martin coming through. Apparently, an Orlando woman is suing SeaWorld after a large palm tree branch falls on her during her wedding.
Ooh.
SeaWorld? Who's getting married at SeaWorld?
I presume that there's probably like SeaWorld adults like there are Disney adults. I can only assume.
Shamu is the best man. Yeah.
Yep. They just come over and blow a little water on you. You get a funnel cake.
There you go.
Could you imagine being invited to a wedding that was at SeaWorld? My apologies to anyone that got married at SeaWorld.
Well, I mean, there's been probably weirder places that they have people have gotten married.
I'm sure.
Yeah, I wonder what the after wedding dinner was. You having the fish? What's on the menu? Fish, more fish,
Dress
and
code.
fish.
Yeah, blue polos and khakis for everyone.
Jack, I got some of those stories you sent me. Ready to go?
I did. I want to give a primer before one of them though, because I definitely don't want to. I just thought it was a headline that was kind of just.
Oh, is this the first one you sent me?
Yeah, I think we do this because the headline just. We'll discuss nothing more of it, but this headline. That is a headline.
Did you find this on
Too
a Reddit
bad.
thread, not The Onion?
No, this is from like the New York Times.
Wow.
It seems like one of those. What was the second one I sent you? Oh yeah, someone in the chat mentioned that there was a bull that got loose in the Newark train station.
What?
Yeah. 7 weeks up, we'll do that.
That's what I'm talking about. Bulls on parade.
Yeah.
Loose on the
Thank you,
tracks.
James, for that. Was the bull like trying to get to Wall Street? I mean, Newark's like Newark.
I don't know. Did you hear about this one?
Anyone here? Go for it.
Shiny gold Nike sneakers were hard to miss in a donation pile at the shelter in Portland, Oregon. They were Air Jordan 3s, size 12 and a half. They were made for former filmmaker Spike Lee, and they made it to a donation pile. Now, these shoes can fetch up to about $20K, but they were anonymously dropped in the donation chute.
Now that's a power move right there.
Honey, I cleaned out your closet for you. Cleaned out my closet.
You know what the most shocking part? The shocking part of that story is that Spike Lee has a 12 and a half size shoe. I thought he was a little guy.
Hey. Yeah, the 12 and a half. Yeah, that is probably the weirdest thing. Unless they were just collector kicks. I don't know.
He's 5'6" with a 12 and a half foot.
Actually, she wore this pair to the Academy Awards that year in 2019 and accepted an Oscar. There you go, man. You know, they say guys with big feet, they got big shoes.
Big gold shoes.
Yeah, big gold ones.
Joshua in the chat said, years ago, I remarried my ex-wife. Our second try, we got married. Got married at a bookstore, a Barnes and Noble. That's awesome.
Pretty cool.
Put your hand on the book. Which book?
Something, John Grisham.
There you go.
16,823. Well, we got about 20 minutes here before we get to our Friday Power Hour, Tyler, which is my favorite segment of the week here.
Yeah, last week it was happy hour.
Well, this week it may be too. It just depends. It always depends on what I can explain to my wife about, what's going on at 2 o'clock.
Exactly. Hey, folks, real quick here. If you got kids, FDA talking about, they just released this here, contamination of applesauce, investigation in progress. The brands are, let's see if I can get the brands here. They're like in those little squeeze packets. It is Weiss. This one is Bana, apple cinnamon, applesauce. So if you got it in the fridge, you just bought it recently, I would say best thing to do is just toss it in the can. Better safe than sorry.
Those squeeze things are something else, aren't they? The yogurt.
Go-gurts?
The Go-Gurt.
Go-gurt.
Yeah.
Have you ever had a Go-Gurt?
Oh, yeah.
Oh, yeah, we're just grinding higher here.
I wonder if they come in the Trades by Matt Go-Gurt and egg squeeze.
That shit was disgusting. Like, it's weird sometimes because sour cream and eggs is pretty normal, but like the yogurt, I can't do it.
I'm not a big yogurt guy in general, but I mean, Go-Gurt. Go-Gurt's Go-Gurt.
All right, results for our poll. Are you still trading or done for the week? It's about 50-50. Still trading 51%. All done 48.
A nice hammer candle up here on NASDAQ.
Which time period are you looking at?
It's just the 1 minute.
1 minute. Yeah.
I don't know. I like these shorts. They're going to be the death of me, but we also that hammer candle right there on the 1 minute is right there in line with this gap that my position's kind of in the way of it, but here you go. We had this gap here, this expansion down on the 1 minute. As we came back into that, now we're seeing this big hammer candle. So we'll see. We'll see. I'm 0 and 3 ever since I came on this show.
Yeah, that'll tend to happen.
Is this true? Rhodes Runner says that Married in the White House, went on a visit, brought a preacher and a witness, and while touring, got married. That's a pretty good idea.
Well, I think the end of it is LOL. I wish that happened.
Like I said, it's a good idea.
Yeah.
You know, and you go down to the souvenir shop and, buy everybody a Snickers bar. That is a good idea.
There's a wedding industrial complex. I mean, I don't know. That'd be a good question to throw out there. How many y'all out there are married?
There you go. Poll question: how many are married?
Because if you're planning a wedding or something, you go into this completely different economy in which everything costs 3 times as much.
Well, some people do not get married just for the tax reasons. I know a few people. It's like Kurt Russell and Goldie Hawn. Have they ever gotten married?
I wasn't invited.
I wasn't either, but I don't think they. I don't think they're married. Tan Dog says married to charts, married to trading, futures forever.
Well, at least you're honest with yourself.
You're glutton for punishment. That's what you are.
It's kind of like after the Fed announcement is that thing went straight up. This feels like a grind here. I got to hold off. Even if I want to take a short, I got to wait till like 2:30 and then keep it tight.
Aren't you glad you lived vicariously through me on these?
Yeah. Second best trade is just sitting back.
Well, my patience has just gone out the window. And I'm like on the 50th floor. So.
Oh, that's a good point. I should have added a third option for divorced.
Yeah.
My grandfather, like my mom's dad, he was a twin brother, like fraternal brothers. And between him and his brother, they were married 9 times.
Wow.
Yeah. My grandpa
like
had
Elizabeth
3.
Taylor, right?
Yeah. My grandpa had 3. His brother had 6.
Wow.
How many did Liz
That is
Taylor have?
impressive.
She have like 10?
Elizabeth Taylor?
Yeah.
Let's take a look.
Like Mickey Rooney and Elizabeth Taylor. What's the over and under with them combined? I'm going to say 12.
Is there a limit on how many times you can get married? Do they ever just tell you, no, you're not good at this?
I'm sure people tell you, but
Yeah.
you just don't listen. She had
Brad
8
Sims-
husbands.
8?
But I think she
Wow.
married the same guy a couple times, too. That's
about
when you know
Mickey-
you're a real pro.
How about Mickey Rooney? Brad Sims has a market joke here. Why is a divorce better than a stock market crash? Because with a market crash, you lose half your shit and you're still married. There you go.
Well, this is some pleasant news for your day. Mickey Rooney was married 8 times. His 8th and final marriage lasted longer than the previous 7 put together. So there is love.
He
for
finally
Mickey
found
Rooney.
it. Mickey Rooney.
Exactly.
So that was 16 total? Or, I'm sorry.
He had 8 total.
And what did she have?
Oh, she also had 8. So yeah, 16 total.
16.
That's a big number.
Yeah. 8.
I think the Guinness World Record is like in the 20s, but honestly, those people are just like freaks at that point. You know. They're just doing it.
Oh, how about here's another one, Zsa Gabor. That's a good one. Win, right? And she probably tops all of them. Zsa. Ava Gabor was the nice one. She was the one on Green Acres.
Of course.
Yes. Darling, I love you.
Anything to keep me
Mr.
from
Douglas.
diddling in the middle right here.
Oh my God, this is, I tell you, I'm melting in my chair here. Foolish is what foolish does. Boys and girls, don't do what I did today. Trade just to trade, but of course, it's been going back and forth, getting it back, losing it, getting it back, losing it.
That's how it goes.
Yes, it is.
I'm going back to looking at the ES. That I'm really impressed that y'all out there trade that NQ. It's giving me a headache just looking at it. That ladder is whippy.
Yeah.
Well, we got our poll, 340 votes. Are you married? 59% said yes, 40% said no.
And one chart union.
Well, the thing is, they say don't go out looking for love. Love will find you. I got to sort of say that's pretty true. Monku says Grandpa Rip was married 14 times in his lifetime. My Grandpa Rip. 14 times.
Grandpa Rip. Getting something in there. I'm loving the Florida content of being sent.
I like Tracy Neal's comment. 8 times married? So you're saying there's a chance.
Yeah. I feel it's not with the trading right now. If I try and short this, it's going to be like using the same mental stats capacity as the guy from Dumb and Dumber.
Yeah, Chris George sort of has it. Marriage is like a combine. It fails as many times as you want. Can you purchase a reset? Well, it's going to cost you half of whatever you have.
That's a good one.
31 is the world record. 31 times married.
Wow. See, but those are people that just do it just to get in the Guinness book.
Oh, no doubt. I wonder, who do they find to do this?
In how many years, though? How many years did it take them to get married 31 times? I think that'd be an interesting metric to look at, too.
Well, they're probably like a gallon of milk. You got an expiration date on there.
All right.
Got another 2 days, and we got to get you out of the fridge.
Lukey getting short here.
We're making some headway here.
I got one more thing to show here. It's too perfect. This is James. If you want to pull up that Florida picture I sent you.
Oh, I'm loading it in now. In the meantime, though, Deanna sent us a photo of her and some Topstep gear she got.
Cool. Let's see it. New gear. Hey, D.
Wow.
Just got a bed, but Topstep swag arrives. Good morning. It's Friday. Don't F it up. Good advice. Tyler and Eddie, don't F it up.
And here's that image you requested.
Yeah. And I have a poll to go with this. Florida man arrested for allegedly refusing to pay for Waffle House tattoo. Here's my poll question. JD, if you could throw this up. Do you think Patrick Whelan has met this man?
I think they all have a party every month. Everybody in Florida.
They all come from the stretches from Crystal River to the Keys to
Waffle House tattoo. Now, is that Denny's, or are we looking at, is that some sort of code word for some type of tattoo?
Have you never been to a Waffle House?
I have never been. Well, yeah, Denny's, I guess.
Well, no. Denny. The name of the place is Waffle House. It's in the South. They have. It's like a Denny's, but
it's the best place on earth. It's literally my dad's favorite restaurant.
As someone from the South, I can vouch for this. Waffle House at 3 a.m. it's something that you have to experience if you're there.
But Eddie, the thing to remember about Waffle House, it is famous for people getting in. It's open 24 hours, and it's famous for people getting drunk and fighting there.
Oh, that's where all those videos are coming from.
Employees, nonetheless.
Oh my God.
It's always a Waffle House or a Chuck E. Cheese.
You know, what do they put in the syrup? It's got to be something in the syrup. Chuck E. Cheese.
I had a
Well,
birthday
don't
there.
serve beer. I mean, they serve beer there. You know.
There's one not too far from me, and I am of a divided mind on whether I want to go there or not.
And what's that?
Well, I don't know if it would be like fun to go or if it's just going to be a complete S show.
That's kind of part of the fun, you know?
Yeah.
It's the experience, you know?
I'm not going to go to Chuck E. Cheese and not fight someone. That's just being like, that's just not being, that's being a spoil sport.
Yeah.
All right. Well, we got a few minutes left here before we take a quick break and throw things over to the Power Hour. Eddie, you got any closing thoughts?
Well, you know what? Excuse me. Foolishness is running rampant under my roof. But the thing is, you know, I worked a hard week. Here's the thing, though. I worked a very hard week working on my patients and just decided, you know what, let's have some fun here. And I have hit my daily loss limit. So we'll see what happens. Let's see if I can maybe get another 50K here. But yeah, the thing is, if these are days you don't trade, and we're doing something different, so don't do what we do. We're just trying to, you know, see some action here, have some fun with it. But if you're focusing on a combine, patience, discipline, management. And that's all I got to say.
Let's turn it around. Tyler, thanks so much for joining.
Yeah, thanks for having me, guys. It's fun.
Yeah.
Awesome, Ty.
Awesome to hang out. So we're going to take a break. We'll see you right after. We're getting a few more people in here, and it's going to be fun. I'm going to go get a beverage of some kind and hope my wife and child do not walk in while I'm getting it.
There you go. Get yourself a drink for Power Hour, and we'll be right back. All right. Johnny, old boy, old Johnny, old Hoagland. I write a song there, man. How you
What's up,
doing,
Eddie?
bud? Well, I just sort of pooped my 50K combine.
Uh-oh.
And yeah, did that. Scrambling, but day of preservation, as you do say.
Yeah.
But let's have some fun with it,
Well, I have not done anything, and that's by design. Exploration.
Yeah, tough day. Tough crowd.
So yeah, I'm just chilling here. Put my hat back on. I got hat hair. There we go.
What's up, guys?
Jackie's back. Put
Love
your
it.
baseball cap on. At least you got hat hair up there.
I do have a lot of I'm getting a haircut tomorrow. My hair.
Jack, you get like a haircut every week?
What's up?
You get a haircut every week, don't you?
No, I usually just let it grow long for a while. And then it gets too froey, frizzy stuff, and then I have to get rid of it because it drives me insane.
I wish I had some of that.
Cheers.
Hoag, cheers. Here's the beverage. I've got my David Bowie coaster.
Oh, cool.
Wow. There
To
you
the
go.
side there.
He was a genius.
Today I'm having a highball.
What is in a highball, John?
It's whiskey and ginger ale.
Okay.
I don't know where it got the name highball, but they even have glasses called highball glasses.
They do. Yeah, those tall thin ones.
Hey, Isaac, what's going on? We can. We're going to
hear
bring
you.
you in pretty soon. Apologies again for not getting the link to you sooner.
Wow, run it.
It's all good. Well, we're talking live right now with the folks. So whenever you want to jump in, I can give you a link so you can share your charts.
Yeah, sure thing. Let me.
Hey, for those asking about my pup, I appreciate it. She's an old girl, and we think she had a slight stroke. Took her there. The vet took a look at her, gave her some antibiotics. Might be an ear infection. She's not sure yet, but yeah, I tell you, that's family. If you got a pet, consider it family, and I appreciate you asking.
Well, we hope she feels better real soon.
Yeah, she's on her last leg.
Well, we hope not. I mean,
That's one thing with pets.
You're getting old, but
16. That's just not fair. I mean, these turtles live to be 120 years old. Parrots,
right.
150. I think Churchill's parrot, Winston Churchill had a parrot. I think that thing is still alive. Unless I haven't seen the news, but
I've been a bird guy in the past. Parakeets and cockatiels. JT Irby sometimes is here in the chat. He's got a Indian ringneck, bluebird, bluebell. Cute bird.
Yeah.
Sends me a picture once in a while.
If you got some exotic animals or your pets in Topstep gear, I've seen some of those. Send those to TopstepTV at Topstep.com, and we'll make sure we get those up and share those pictures of your pets.
And Isaac, let us know when you get set up. Happy to join. Thrilled to have you here today.
Yes, I appreciate it, guys. I went on the rendezvous link that you sent me and went ahead and shared my screen. It says audio wasn't detected, but I'm assuming it's fine because you guys can hear me.
I think we'll be good. James will let us know and back when that's ready.
Okay, but yeah, my screen is currently being shared. So
okay, we'll see what happens. Did you take any trades today, Isaac?
honestly, I did not, man. This week has been ridiculously choppy with all the news, the contract changes. So it's honestly been a risk off week for me. So I didn't really make any money at all. But yeah, exercise more risk management than anything.
Awesome. So for those that may be new, I'll give you an opportunity, Isaac, if you want to tell a little bit about yourself and
yeah, sure
how
thing.
you arrived here.
Yeah, so for those that don't know, my name is Isaac Suffren. I've been trading futures for a little over a year now. I have I started out in options, but fell in love with futures not long after being introduced to it. I'm a price action trader, and my least favorite market conditions are weeks where we're packed with news because of the increased volatility and a lot of the sporadic movement that can happen within the market. So usually anytime we have FOMC, CPI, PPI, anything like that, that's usually a risk off week for me. Meaning, and if you don't know what risk off means, it means I do a few different things, right? And I have a few different choices. I either take my size down extremely low, right? So let's say NQ, for example, that's the main ticker I do trade. I could feel comfortable anywhere between 7 and 15 contracts on any NQ trade with normal size. A week like this week, no more than like 3 contracts per position. That just to decrease my risk. Or the other option I have is simply just not trade, which is one option that I did take advantage of a lot this week.
Nice. Second best trade of all.
I know, right? I know. Partly that stems from it stems from experience mostly for me. I think, and I actually had this conversation yesterday with one of the people I have in my mentorship program. They was like, Isaac, I've been doing well the last few weeks, but I really lost confidence this week, and I blew some accounts, lost some fundeds, and I'm not feeling as confident anymore. So I was hoping you could give me some reassurance. And one thing I said was like, I used to have a similar experience back in my earlier days. But I think as traders, let's go back to one of the best books of all time, Trading in the Zone by Mark Douglas. He talks about how the losing trades will always feel way worse than how the good trades feel, right? You'll feel a much more powerful feeling with the bad trades than you will with the good trades. So I use that, and I told him, I said, you know what, man, it's a shame to lose confidence in the market where the conditions don't fit the trading style anyways. There's no point in losing confidence. When the market was giving better situations, you were doing really well. You got approached with the market that wasn't, didn't really fit your strategy, and you lost confidence, right? You don't lose confidence in the market you really shouldn't have been trading in anyways. And for me, that was a lesson I had to learn, where don't force it. Just because the market's open, right? Even on social media, if you see people making money, see people doing their thing, hey, if it doesn't fit your strategy and what you like to look for, and there's not opportunity there that you would want to take advantage of, hey, it's okay. The market's going to be open next week too. So that's kind of my whole approach.
That's a smart way to approach it too. I mean, you have to stick to your guns. You got to commit to yourself. You got to commit to your decisions, and that's going to keep you moving forward. Good stuff, man.
Absolutely. Absolutely. Oh, sorry. Go ahead.
Oh, no worries. It's tough to overcome that. You're right. The losses do feel worse than the wins feel good, right?
Twice
Losing
as bad.
$1,000, twice as bad, right? Because if you lose $1,000, you feel like doo-doo. If you make $1,000, you wish you made 5,000 or 10,000 or whatever else. It's always tough to do that.
Yeah, for sure. I mean, it's weird the way the market works, or at least the psychological game you have to play with the market. it's more of, it's more the attitude you have towards the market, I think, which influences how strong or how weak that feeling is. And if you don't know what we're talking about, for anybody listening, if you don't know what we're talking about, think about how, if you go up, let's say you're trading and you go up $500, right? Cool, you're up $500. For you want to keep trading because $500 apparently isn't that much money for you, right? But if you go down $500, some people feel like it's the end of the world, even though 5 minutes ago that $500 in profit didn't look that good or didn't look that big, right? So it's a weird relationship that we have with money, and it brings me to another book called I forgot what it's called. I think it's The Psychology of Money or something like that. But it talks about how you grew up and your background affects how your relationship or your viewpoint of money is. And I think that's a part of the market.
Yeah. 100%. My dad was a trader, but I didn't understand what it was going to be like to actually be a trader. And there is a relationship with money you have to reckon with. 100%.
Some people can't. We've seen that on the trading floor. We've seen that here in electronic trading. Sometimes it's the risk and just the human response. I'm not going to lose here. Let's put another trade on.
Yeah, 500 is never enough, and 500 is too much.
Yeah, I think me and Eddie talked about it last time I was on with you guys, and we're talking about how the average person cannot be a trader because the average person isn't going to, the average person feels as if regular traders like anybody else are gamblers, right? Because just that association with putting money and risking money, putting that on the line, it's not something that's normal. It's not dude, put in a $10,000, $20,000 trade down, or even $1,000 trade. When people look at it, it's all about perspective. We're looking at it as, hey, we're using money as a tool to make more money. But some people see that, hey man, he just put my rent on the line, or he just put, a quarter of my salary on the line, which is hard for some people to actually understand. But again, I think it just, again, it has a lot to do with your background and how you grew up. Like, for example, if you don't know anybody listening, if you don't know what I'm referring to, someone who grew up in a household that's very, very on budget, very strict with how they spend their money, versus other families who are more aggressive in maybe investments. How you grow up seeing that's going to influence the way you look at money. So if you're wondering, man, I have so many problems, or I have such an issue with putting risk on the line, right? I would look at how you grew up, right? Kind of start trying to unravel why you feel the way you feel and come up with a method to at least change up your approach so you are, better at, putting risk on the line or just trading in general.
Right on.
Hey, real quick, right. What are you using? What platform are you using?
I use Thinkorswim. Thinkorswim.
Very good. That was the majority vote in the chat. Thinkorswim. So those that recognized it, congratulations.
Oh, were they trying to see what platform I was using?
Yeah.
Yes, sir. Yeah.
So, Hoag, do you see anything here we can grab onto in the ES?
Hey, sound like Michael.
Of course, Michael's not here. I got to take up the mantle.
No, I don't see much of anything. I chose really not to do anything today. There were a couple of things that I, would have taken. Maybe I don't know. You can't say that. I would have taken this. Yeah, sure you would have, right? But when we extended the range down below, we had already extended the range above. I was looking for this to just kind of return rotational, which to a degree it has. It hasn't really been providing very much of an opportunity off these lows. We don't have deep excess at the low. We have a weak high, and when I say a weak high, I mean it's not a strong high. There's no excess on the high, low excess on the low. Just kind of stuck here in the middle, rotating. I don't really see much of anything to do here. That could change. When we look at the delta, and Andre, if you're listening, negative 19,700. So if this were a normal day, which we were rotating instead of driving lower with that negative delta, I would be looking for a rally towards the end of the day, which may or may not happen because, again, it's for expiration, it's rollover. Monday, we'll get back to kind of looking at delta in open interest and volume with a little bit more clarity, but I don't see any reason to take anything right here. I mean, we're basically at the volume point of control for the day in the S&Ps. NASDAQ, I mean, look at the NASDAQ. It's right in the middle of the range, right at the high volume node. This is the popular place to trade, and I don't like taking the popular place to trade. I like taking the unpopular places to trade on the extremes when you find out quickly and hopefully cheaply that you're going to be right or wrong. If I buy it here or sell it here, I've got nothing but risk. So I don't want to do anything. I know it's not fun or sexy, but that's just how I feel. So I'm with you, Isaac. I don't want to do anything.
One thing I've learned over the course of time and also from being able to listen to other really good traders is that, trading is boring. Like trading most of the time it's mostly sitting and waiting on opportunity. Mm-hmm. Obviously I'm on here right now because of you guys, but usually my regular day, I don't even know what has happened the rest of the market day after I'm done trading in the morning until the next day. Right. I'm usually market open to about 11 a.m. Eastern time. Right. And then that's usually my bread and butter. For me, I actually came up with that. Again, I have all the rules I created stem from very negative experiences. I think in trading, I know Michael was talking about how it's like the athletes of, we're the athletes of the market, traders, but less is more for me, right? So the less time I spend on charts, the better. The less trades I take, usually the more money I make. The less size I have, the longer I can hold trades, the more profitable those trades usually are. So for me, usually depending on that first hour and a half of the market determines, my day. And also helps me with just not over trading because I can get real competitive with the market and, the market always wins. So I choose to stay within my parameters.
Yeah, it's good that you're setting priorities and making a decision after that first hour of the day. If it's not in your tune, what do you do if it's not? I mean, do you call it a day? Do you go do other things?
I call it a day. Like this week, I did ending the day really early because I haven't, liked what I've seen. A few scalps here and there, but nothing worth sitting on the charts all day for. I think, and the reason I'm okay with doing that is because I don't feel like the trades I take have to be a one-hit wonder. I have a few setups that I have in my inventory that I look for on a daily basis. Most of the times, most days, those setups are there. And if it's one of those days where just nothing's there, that just usually means that the market just isn't this current market space just isn't for me. And then I just get the heck out the way, and I've grown to be okay with that.
It's good. It's something that you're not going to make that decision when you're first starting because you're always going to want to do it. Come on, I need to do something more. I need to do. But if you could shut it down, if you can shut it down, you're on the guidelines of being a professional trader because you're not letting emotions take over. You're not revenge trading. You're doing what you're supposed to be doing for the account and not yourself.
Yeah. I mean, and I'd be lying to you as well if I said I never, I never fall short. Like sometimes, every trader I think at some point, goes on tilt. Like sometimes I'll get really frustrated or something like that. But even then, there are always things in place to help bring me back down to where I'm supposed to be. And usually I don't even have to encounter any of that if I just simply just remove myself from the charts, from the computer, all that stuff.
Oh yeah. Yeah, you're not tempted. Hey, we got a poll here in chat. Will there be an end of the day MOC, market on close order, today? We got 44% saying yes to the long side, 33 saying no or yes to the short side, and 22% say nah, they're done. We'll see.
So Isaac, when you're done at 10:30 in the morning, what do you do?
So the way my usual day goes, I wake up. So I'm PST. So I wake up at around 5:45. I'm on the charts by 6:10, 6:15 in the morning. So I'm done usually by like 7:30. Eat breakfast. I have my mentorship, so I do a lot of stuff for them. Working with the team on the back end of things, and then I get out the house. I exercise. I'm either at the golf course or I'm in the boxing gym. One of the two.
Okay.
And then after that, oh, go ahead, Eddie.
No, I was going to say, so when you're playing golf with your buddies, you know that if you need another mulligan, they're going to give it to you. Otherwise, you're going to smack them upside the head, right?
Oh, every single time. Every single time.
He boxes, man. Let him have as many as he wants.
Yes. Yeah. I mean, for those who don't know, I have a background in Division I basketball. So, after I stopped playing, I actually wanted something, different speed. So I got into boxing just to get myself in that caliber of shape, just to remain there. But I really love golf. It's a very peaceful sport, very difficult, but I also think it's the most satisfying.
No, I'm with you.
Yeah. To answer your question, Hoag, after that, I have the freedom to kind of do, whatever I want to do. I do choose to, I have my mentorship program, so I have those sessions that I host in the evenings. But outside of that, I'm blessed to be able to, hang out with friends, hang out with my wife, just just have fun, do what we want to do. But also, give value when there's value to give.
Isaac, it's like golf. The course is waiting for you to screw up, right? There's the challenge. And in boxing, you're waiting for your opponent to screw up, where you can get that shot in, or if his arms go down, or you're looking at his weaknesses. It's sort of neat how you've got like both of those. I don't know. I'm looking at it like one offsets the other.
Yeah. I mean, I do, I actually got into boxing because of, really, to be honest, I wanted to see who I am when in that environment, right? It's a tough environment. It's ridiculously mental. It's so mentally challenging. It's probably the most mentally challenging sport I've ever done in my life, because you could be tired. You could be just wanting to get out the ring, but then at the, right across from you have a guy who's trying to take your head off. So you're forced, you're forced to stay focused. You're forced to, push through whatever adversity you're going through at the moment. So I thought that was, I wanted to see how I would react in that space. That was my main part. They are very, very different as well, though. They definitely are.
I tell you, boxing is tough. And John, I don't know if you remember, there used to be a boxing club by it was at one bar by the Marlin. It was very close to the Board of Trade.
Cactus? There was one.
The Cactus. Yeah, I think that there was a boxing ring there, and I went there to learn how to box. And I tell you, once I got in the ring, it was like, well, wait a minute, this isn't really. I'm getting my ass kicked here. So I ended up being the announcer for the fights on the weekends. So I stuck with boxing. But I turned out to be the first ring announcer. Yes, and that worked out much better.
I think there's few things that can get you in shape faster than getting your ass kicked.
Yeah, yeah. It's but I gotta give you credit on that. That's really cool that you're doing both of those. One very peaceful and one very violent.
Yeah, for sure. Most definitely.
Isaac, do Have you talked to Jared Tendler? He's a big time competitive golfer.
Who?
Jared Tendler?
No, I don't know who that is.
We have him on the site. The author of this book.
He came through like the professional golfing circuit. I think Jared's like a +2 handicap, I want to say, or something like that. He's very good. Very good.
Oh no, I've never spoken to him before. Hopefully he can give me, if I ever do, I'll get some
Yeah, we might be able to, especially when it comes to golf and trading, right?
I'll take it. I'll take whatever.
We got 2 books on the mental game of poker.
All right. We continue to diddle in the middle.
Here's a question for you. Who's your favorite boxer?
My favorite boxer? Oh man. That's hard. I really like Canelo. I'm not gonna lie. I really like Canelo. He's
he hits hard.
Yeah, I mean, I'm a defensive minded person, so I really like his defense. Obviously, I could say Floyd, but I think that would be kind of like mainstream. I mean, Canelo is too, but I really like Canelo. Like he's probably my favorite right now.
He's fancy, that's for sure.
Yeah, very, very. Yeah, but you can never discount Mayweather for sure.
We're starting our rotation higher. Andre, negative 17,500 now. Negative 17,100, I should say.
We got a poll out here again in our chat. What's your favorite trading show to watch during the week?
Is it Topstep TV, or Topstep TV?
I think I'm going to go with this. I'm going to put my vote for Topstep TV.
Hey, Eddie Hogan. Hold on. Oh, there we go. Eddie Hogan, Jack. I did have a question. What trading style do you guys have? Are you guys primarily on the scalp side? Are you guys longer day traders, or how do you guys prefer to execute your trades?
Well, Hogue, you want to kick us off?
Sure.
Go around the horn.
Yeah, I mean, I'm not a scalper. I'm flat every night, and you know, my effort is to take some bigger bites out of the market. I mean, you know, the strategy has to suit the context. Mm-hmm. So, you know, like if I believe it's going to be a trend day all day, I'll try and get in and hold it all day. But if it's, you know, shorter time frame or contrary to the bigger picture, contrary to the context, then it'll be a shorter time frame trade, but not a scalper really.
Okay.
I come from treasury spread trading, so it was much longer hold times generally. I mean, if you could be out quickly, great, but it just wasn't how that tended to happen. So holding positions for a couple hours to a couple days, even depending on what it is. Mm-hmm. So just now with this, working for Topstep, I'm looking more into trading outrights and how I can do that. But I'm still kind of with Hogue, where I'm definitely not looking to scalp things because I just don't know how.
I'm pretty much a scalper. You know, I'm looking for that small profit. If I can get base hits. Now, throughout the week, Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday, I was pretty dialed in that way. But and early today, I did, sort of dialed in that way. But it takes a lot of patience, and you always wanted to get back into that market again. But this is where discipline comes in. I think I'm pretty good with the discipline.
Okay, that makes sense. Yeah, I was just wondering because I see you guys here all the time. So, but I realized I never asked that question before. Yeah, and Eddie, when you scalp, are you primarily like a NQ guy?
No, well, I was trading crude, went to NASDAQ, went to ES, was trading the ES, and then nobody was trading gold, so I decided to jump on gold and see if I could trade gold. I'm going to say I'm much better than worse trading this product, and I'm sort of digging it now.
Okay. Okay. Yeah, I don't get around too often. I think based on what I've seen with futures, I've always thought CL had, even though it was a slower mover, I always thought CL had like the cleanest charts. I mean, when they make a move, I mean, they make a nice move, and it could be for multiple days at a time. But I do enjoy NQ a lot on a nice trending day. I mean, who wouldn't? the way NQ moves, I would love it every day.
As long as we're in it.
Yeah, exactly. Days like this, I mean, like I said, like the whole, like majority, most of the week, Monday was the only good day, like really, really good day that I had this week. But like even looking at today's price action, like I was looking at today, seeing if we can catch anything. I mean, even the wicks on NQ are just so aggressive. I mean, just a little wick on NQ could be the difference. I mean, depending on how many contracts you have, can be the difference between hundreds of thousands of dollars, literally, if you get caught, depending on what kind of wick you get caught on.
Mm-hmm.
So that's why this whole week, look, I saw, FOMC, CPI, PPI, news here, contract changes. Let me just take some size off. I'm not going to get caught on one of those wicks. I think Monday I actually got caught on a wick, but it went my direction, right, really quick, and then snapped back. And I was like, yeah, I don't want to get caught on that. Because that's never fun.
No.
Okay.
Keeping it loose here. I have a picture from the guys in the office as well.
Uh-oh.
The guys in the office. What do you got?
Well, we'll see when they pull it up.
It's coming.
No worries. Sorry to put you in the spot there, James. How is it over there?
We're doing good. We're hanging out. Definitely not drinking old style. Why would you think that?
Old style, huh?
Here at Chicago style, but
The high school beer.
Got one of mysterious-looking man over there with headphones, training on-air personality.
Oh yeah, we got Andre in the office today, learning how to work the production stuff too. So we all have backups, basically. Hey, look at him! Look at that lovely.
That'd be a good gift.
Lovely face.
GIF.
That looks more like Dr. Pepper than old style.
This is definitely a Dr. Pepper.
And then, sorry, it's taking me a second in the back. And then here you go, Hoag. Here's some proof.
Now we're talking.
There they are. Got Andre, JD, Brett, James.
Nice.
Happy Friday, boys.
I see you got those budget old styles that print the prints backwards.
Yeah.
Those are the ones they throw out in the garbage. Sell for half price. Old
Hey,
style.
you need some hams or some green belt.
Some buckhorn. Was it red, white, and blue? Wasn't that was a beer?
Yeah, it was a beer. Yeah.
Used to, I think you pay like $1.29 for a case. Red, white, and blue. Back in the day.
I used to have a beer can collection. Anybody else have a beer can collection?
Oh, hell yeah. Yeah.
I never got that hype with beer. I'm not gonna lie. I've probably had it once, and it was so weird. I don't think I've ever had it since. It was so weird, but I'll leave that to you guys.
Yeah,
that's good for you.
No pressure. I drink enough for all of us.
I appreciate that. I'll let you have it.
Well, you're a well-oiled machine. I'm old.
Yeah.
Hey, if I'm gonna get my golf swing, my driver 300 plus, I need H2O and Gatorade.
Especially when they roll back those balls.
Yeah, I can drive about 300 yards if I'm in a car.
See, now you need that driving that Big Bertha. I remember those came out. You gotta get this Big Bertha club.
They got all sorts of new stuff now.
Like a blender on a stick.
You see this one club
that's got like I don't know if it's air pressure or shotgun shell or something.
Yeah.
I swear to God, you just drop the driver right in front, right behind the ball, and press a button.
I
400
have
yard
seen that
drive.
before. I don't know if it's course legal.
I don't think so. But damn, does it look good.
What drive are you playing with, Isaac?
Callaway. I literally, speaking of Big Bertha, I just got a set of Big Bertha Callaways.
Oh, nice.
Yeah, but hey, Eddie, after we get off, shoot me that link to that driver's. So next time I put money on the front nine, I could
Yeah, there you go.
Get some easy money.
Wow.
Man, can you believe it's almost 2024? That's ridiculous.
Now you sound like my wife.
My
oh, honey, can you believe how fast 2023 is going? But
No.
it is.
I mean, I just completed. This is the end of my first year trading futures. Because I was in options all the way up until November, and then literally found. I don't know how I found Topstep, but I literally found Topstep, and then I was like,
Nice.
what are futures? But yeah.
Well, it seems you've accomplished quite a bit in your first year in futures trading.
Hell yeah.
Yeah, I mean, it helps coming just having just being in the trading industry anyways. But yeah, I guess I have. I mean, you guys. I mean, I tell everybody. Even we had the Topstep live event here back in September. I mean, and just seeing Michael and the team come out was. I mean, it was really actually ridiculous that he took the time to come out. Man, you guys are awesome. The whole team, everybody. So I appreciate you guys a lot.
Thank you.
Appreciate you, man. Appreciate you. And you're getting a lot of props here in the chat. Get you on here a lot more if that's okay with you. And not on just Fridays, Like to see like to get you on here when the markets are
moving,
flaming hot.
Yeah. I trade live every single day anyway, so this wouldn't be any. Yeah, this would just be a dope addition. Yeah, anytime you guys want me, just let me know and I'll hop on for sure.
Cool.
Yeah,
Nice.
it would have been better if I was on here and the market didn't look like this, but it can't be like this forever. So we'll try to see. Hopefully, we get a Christmas run or a New Year run, and we can just click buy.
Yeah.
I think part of it is we just jinx it by calling things, power hour or whatever, because it feels like about 75% of the time it's just dead like this. Maybe a little wiggle at 250, and that's about it.
I mean, this week, the end of the day, there have been like some solid moves.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, that was mostly because of news, though. But yeah, hopefully we don't jinx it anymore. So we don't even have a power hour play.
Real quick here, I'd like to say thank you to Martin. Martin's relaying some of these questions to us. Martin was with us here this week. And Dante's got a question for Isaac. Isaac, do you use any options data in your futures trading?
That's a great question. I do not. But I funny speaking, my friend literally just hit me up and says he really uses order flow a lot from the option side to kind of influence you guys on the future side as well. But I currently do not do that now.
Thank you for that answer.
To the person that asked that question, stick around next week when we have Anne Marie on, because that's a big thing she's into.
Yeah.
Using options data and trading futures.
Yeah, speaking of that, that's we got a powerhouse week next week, folks. I'm going to pull that up here and I'll share that with us. I know we've got about, just a heads up, we got about 20 minutes before we call it a week.
And what a 20 minutes it'll be.
Jack, how was your week this week?
My week overall?
Trading? Yeah, how about we'll start with trading.
I mean, I hardly took any trades. I took maybe 2 or 3 I'm probably down. I'm getting set up with a live account through Mick so that I can start actually doing it. But mostly I'm producing the show. There's been some people out this week, so my
It's
week
tough.
overall has been good. The
Yeah.
trading hasn't really started yet. How about you?
Me? Well, I had a great
Yeah.
week, but coming into today, I just I tossed it all out the window. But Monday's a new week, and start from scratch again.
All right.
Absolutely. Is this the last week until Christmas, or is Christmas not next? Yeah, it sure
One
is.
more week.
Yeah, Christmas is a week from Monday, I believe.
10
right?
days. Yeah, 10 days. I saw that at the at the veterinarian hospital. They had the blocks up. 10 days until Christmas. Like, oh, thank you.
Oh wow, it is the 15th. Oh goodness.
Yes. Flies by.
I know. I got to get presents. I got
No, yeah, I'm with you.
Yeah, online. Yeah, the easiest way. Or gift cards. I tell you, I got a nephew and a few nieces, and you know, asked their mom, you know, what do they want, and I swear to God, they all came back and said cash. Yeah, cash, cash, cash.
Amazon gift cards.
Yeah, it usually does. Amazon gift cards.
Eddie, if you're going to get
Yeah.
me anything, I'll take a gift card from Binny's.
Binny's.
Solid place.
Right here and there on Harlem Avenue and
If you can't find it
22nd.
at Binny's, it ain't worth drinking.
It ain't worth drinking. You got that right. You know, I tell you, I went in there to get Michelle. She likes that rum chata. And they've got this rum chata with like peppermint for Christmas. Taste. She loves it. But I tell you, if you haven't been to a Binny's, oh my goodness. My God. It's Walmart, the size of Walmart, just with booze. There you go.
Yeah, pretty much, right?
Chicago area chain.
Yeah.
Yeah, we don't have any of those over here.
Are you in Vegas, right?
Yeah, I'm in
Or-
Vegas.
Cool.
I'm in Vegas. I've been so many places the last 5 years, but Vegas is where I'll be at for a while now. So,
Are you a big gambler?
We talking the markets or we talking casinos? I'm
No,
playing.
no, Martin Trading's not gambling.
No. I'm playing. No, I am not. See, so I'm ultra competitive, so I can't go often.
Yeah, well, you played D1 basketball, right?
Yeah.
I can't believe that you're highly competitive.
Look, I can't do it. I can't. The thing about the casino is that it's a casino. You're gambling. So if you go, and the casino has a 4% edge, right? Naturally, you go to a blackjack table casino, they statistically, depending on the game you're playing, but the blackjack table have a 4% edge on you. So for me, if I can't be consistent every single time I go, then eventually I'm just going to lose.
Right.
So if I go, hey, go hit it big one time. Don't go again for like 6 months. Or like I go like maybe a friend's in town, maybe some families in town, they want to go, then I'll go. But you know, when I first got here, I was going a lot, but I was like, this is stupid. They're just going to get me. So,
Eventually they are. Eventually they're gonna get you.
Besides
No.
just like pure fun, I can't do it just because I can't go do something where I know that I have absolutely no edge and that I will lose in the future to varying degrees, you know. Since
there's a
they
method to the madness, though. I will say that. There is a method to the madness.
Well, you
You
used
just-
to be able to count blackjack cards, but you can't even do that anymore because they have the
8-deck.
the automatic shuffling thing that they go into.
Hey,
They
Jack,
can't
what's
let
this
anyone
I-
have fun.
What's this I hear
What's
about you in a beef with Steve Wynn?
I'm in a beef with Steve Wynn.
Uh-oh.
What?
Something tells me there's a meme coming up here.
Yeah, I think
Some of the
so.
Bellagio is what I'm hearing.
Oh,
Really?
okay. Okay.
Well, now we're being told never mind by my source.
Oh no. It was the Venetian, as a matter of fact. I'll tell you what. If we get like a bunch of likes, I'll tell that story sometime. But in my younger days, got into a little trouble at the Venetian. Nothing serious. I'm good now. I went back there.
Nothing illegal.
No, they didn't like detain me the second I walked in sometimes. So we're all good.
No criminal.
They didn't bring you to the basement and the vice grips, right? Or the
no vice grips.
Well, as you guys know, last time we were in Vegas, if you want to make money in Vegas, you just ask my wife for numbers to put on the roulette table. She had me gave me 2 numbers. I put 20 on each, and one of them came in. Just straight up. $20 bet, $720 profit.
I'll take that.
And you know what I did? I left with it. I did
smart
not give
man.
it back.
They hate you for that.
They do.
They hate you for that. Do
Right,
not
they do.
give him a free buffet ticket. Do
Yeah,
not.
They came up and said, "We like you. We like the way you're playing. We'd like to, comp you another room for another night." No, they didn't, just for $700.
But we hung out after Hoag. That was a great night.
Yeah, that was fun.
That's funny. Yeah, as soon as you start doing a little too good, all of a sudden a bunch of gifts and things start coming out of nowhere. Hey, we'll get it back. That's what they said. We'll get it back somehow.
Oh yeah, they know that.
All of a sudden you got free massages, free drinks. You're feeling good. Ho goes and puts $740 back on the blackjack table or roulette table.
Yeah.
Don't they call those big traders whales, right?
Yeah, big
Serious.
traders, big gamblers.
Yeah, that's their code word for when somebody comes in that trades huge, or I'm sorry, that gambles huge. Call them whales.
Yeah, I got a couple friends that would be consider those.
Well, then they have I was shocked. So we were out there with Topstep. We were staying at the MGM, and you see high stakes, like the high rollers slots room, where you can go and sit and play, 300 push slots or something like that. That's like a crazy way to spend money. I feel like.
Yeah,
a slot machine.
Yeah, I never understood it.
No, I lost 100 playing blackjack on some stupid blackjack machine. It wasn't even a dealer. And we were leaving in the morning, and there was one machine that was facing the lobby that was full of people, signing in. And I'm like, you know what? I think they really want this machine to win right now, because that's going to get everybody in this lobby charged up. They put in $20. I was down to $3, and I made 260. Ding, 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 ding. The whole thing goes off. Everybody's looking. I'm like, I knew it. They wanted this one to win.
Yeah, it's nice.
I can never trust those machines. I just can't. I just don't feel like it's built for you to win. I mean, technically, there's a law in Vegas. Every machine has to give you a certain percentage chance to bare minimum win your money back. So for every $200 you put, let's say you put $200 in, there's a law. The gaming commission has a law in place that says, hey, this person put $200 in, they have to at least have an opportunity to make their money back. But it's usually, that's why you win. Maybe you win 1 or 2 hands or whatever. You make the money back here and there. But then, you end up just blowing it anyways, because once you at least have that chance, whatever you do after that is your choice.
Right. Here in Illinois, if you serve alcohol, you can have 5 slot machines in your business. And I tell you, it is gotten just crazy here.
Yeah,
just about any place you go to, as long as they got a liquor license, you can play slots. And I'll be honest with you, they pay out pretty decent. Me and the wife will go and get a bite to eat, and then we'll, jump. They've got their own little slot room.
Yeah.
And, we'll spend we'll spend, 40, 60, $80. And I'll be totally honest with you. A lot of the places around here where you run and go get lunch, run and go get dinner real quick. I've actually, even the last time I went to go buy some tacos for us, I think the bill was like $35. Went to play the machines and walked out of there with like $70. So it's like give it a shot to try to pay for your meal and put some money in your pocket, and that happens fairly often. I know. I would guarantee that the odds on like the slots around here are much easier to win than the ones in Vegas.
Really?
I would say yes. Yeah. Considering, I mean, I play them every once in a while. If I go to a place, I'll throw $20 in. I'll throw $20 in.
I never do that.
Yeah.
Like, you should try to do that then.
Win your dinner.
Action here.
Winning dinner. So, folks, we are inside our last 10 minutes of this beautiful week.
Look at that.
And been enjoying.
We had
oh yeah, look at this.
MOC imbalance. Andre, get this: 5.8 billion to the sell side. It's rallying.
Yeah.
This thing
Delta. Still negative 12,000. It's working again. It's working again. All right, we're gonna have a good week next week. I can't wait for rollover to be done.
Yeah, this is
5.8 billion buy side. My bad. Sorry about that. Now it's popping. There was 1 billion sell side. Now it's 5.8 billion buy side. Sorry about that. You're right. I was wrong. I said it wrong.
All right, which one of you is putting 15 contracts on and logging off?
All right, let me get 1 second.
I'm gonna let Eddie hit that one.
15. Give me 30.
You're right. Let's make it interesting. 50.
Oh.
Flip a coin. Pick a direction. Close your eyes. Send it off.
We
Close it down.
got 45 going once.
I thought I was wrong once, but I was mistaken. Yeah, that was wrong. I think I just need to go to sleep.
Oh, I saw a
So we
question.
got 13,000 negative delta still. We got liquidity above the market. Set 47.80. There's some liquidity up there. Nothing really below. It seems kind of goofy to wait all day and then start trading right now.
At a certain point for me, I feel out of rhythm. Anytime I feel out of rhythm, I don't take a trade.
Yeah. We have pinned in the top of our chat on YouTube. If you want to follow Isaac on Instagram, there is his Instagram link. Save it, put it aside, and you have it whenever you want to visit Isaac.
Oh, yeah.
So let me ask you, you did D1 basketball, right?
Yes, sir.
Did you play against any NBA players that made it to the NBA?
Yeah, a mix of college and high school. Yeah, a lot of them.
Okay.
Kobe White.
Okay.
RJ Barrett, McCormaker, a lot of guys. Yeah, a bunch of different guys. I can go down the list.
Who was the guy that impressed you the most? That like, oh my God, this guy is the bomb.
Probably the hardest player, and I hate saying this every time because we were so competitive with each other. But he was actually my teammate. His name is Devon Dotson. He was a point guard at Kansas. I think he's a two-way player now for the Washington Wizards. Maybe I think.
Okay.
But he was probably the toughest player I had to guard. Because he was just ridiculously fast, explosive.
You hear about the Wizards moving to Virginia?
What?
Yeah. Yeah, in a few years, Washington Capitals and the Wizards are moving about 8 miles to Virginia. I'm sure they'll probably keep the same name, Washington Wizards.
Oh no,
yeah,
they need
Northern Virginia.
Just change it up. They didn't have any success in that city or with the name. They need to just get rid of it, start new.
Yeah. That's cool, man. That's cool. My son played with Max Struess, who's with the Cavaliers over here at Lewis, and then Max Struess went to DePaul, transferred to DePaul, but I got to see him play, D2 college basketball, and now he's making the big money.
A fun fact, my mother, for the past 22 years, she's been a WNBA, college, and G League referee.
Really? Wow.
Yeah, so she's been in the scene for as long as I've been alive.
Wow.
Yep. My whole family, but she's been in that world for a very long time.
All right. Well, we've got just a couple minutes. Are they?
Look at this. We were looking at rotation. We had a weak high. We just took out that weak high. It's so easy to see in history, hindsight. It all makes sense in hindsight. Trying to make money in it is another story, isn't it?
Of course.
Oh yeah.
If it's not one thing, it's another. If it's not that, yeah.
There's an Onion headline at one point that was just like, lottery numbers seem so obvious in retrospect.
I love the Onion. I miss it. The homeless guys used to grab them all and sell them to us for $1. It was worth every penny.
Jack, did you know the guy who did the Onion movie reviews?
The actor? Yes.
Those are the funniest things. If you've never seen these, go watch the Onion reviews. Batman vs. Superman, Dawn of Justice, and La La Land. Those are my two favorite ones.
It is very good. Yeah, it's an interesting process for those too. I had a few pitches for that came very close to getting produced. I'll tell you about them afterwards, James.
All right. We got 2 minutes here before the top of the hour, and we're going to call it a week. Don't forget next week's schedule, boys and girls, ladies and gentlemen. Monday, we've got Deanna and Anne-Marie. We've also got Tuesday, trades by Max Maserati, and Cammie. Wednesday, Scott Manzera, our very own Hoop from our YouTube chat, floor trader and old school Squawk Radio. Thursday, we're going to be having Selling Rips and one of our partners, Kev G. Friday is still up in the air. I'm not sure we're doing Friday. I'm sure we'll get that, though. But thank you, Danielle. I'd like to thank everybody in the back end there. You saw the pictures of the guys drinking that wonderful brew called Old Style here in Chicago. And, of course, all our monitors in the moderators, in our YouTube channel. Johnny, Jack, thank you very much for everything you've brought this week. And, of course, our guests. It was great to have you on here, Isaac.
Thanks for having me, Eddie, and Hoag and Jack. I appreciate it always.
Yeah, we can get you back again here.
Yeah, Eddie, for sure. Absolutely. And we could definitely hop on here, get some good price action, get some trades in, and make some money.
All right, folks. You have yourself a great weekend. All the best. Stay healthy. All right. Energize yourself.
Be kind to yourselves. Be kind to each other. Pray for peace.
Remember, it's family time. And that is all.